It's 5 o'clock. Are we ready to begin?
I believe we are ready to begin. Let's start our meeting, everyone, and good evening, and welcome to the
Recording in progress.
Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Successor Agency for Monday, May 20th. If you wish to provide public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card, which are in the back of the room, and bring it to our clerk in the front of the room. And now I'd like to invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish tonight.
Thank you and good evening. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Sorry. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. Gracias. Thank you. We are ready.
And thank you. May we have our roll call for the evening, please?
Yes. Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
Healy?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Posake?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
We
Let's
have a
stand
quorum.
and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a moment of silence. Thank you. I'm looking up and down the dais to see if there's any changes to our agenda tonight, and not seeing any hands rising. Our agenda will be approved as is this evening. And that moves us to proclamations for the evening. And I'd like to invite Gina Benedetti-Petnick, our Interim Director of Public Works and Utilities, to the podium while we read a commendation for National Public Works Week. Whereas the City of Petaluma Public Works and Utility Department staff serve the community with dedication, professionalism, and integrity, and whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities, to the public, and high-quality life and well-being of all the people of the City of Petaluma. Whereas the theme for the 2024 National Public Works Week is Advancing the Quality of Life for All, and whereas the full-service City of Petaluma Public Works utility staff helps improve the community's strength and quality of life by working together to provide an infrastructure of services in transportation, transit, streets, pedestrians, and bicycle, water supply, wastewater, stormwater, recycled water, and treatment and distribution, public buildings and spaces, parks and grounds, marina operations, and airport services. And whereas the support and understanding and informed community is vital to the effective operation of public works system and programs, whereas their service is steadfast during emergencies, pandemics, droughts, and storms, and supports our city collective adaptability to address the climate crisis, and whereas their commitment and passion to the work they do and the community they serve is profound, with their impact resonating in every corner of our lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th the 25th, 2024, as National Public Works Week in the city of Petaluma, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with our Public Works and Utilities Department, and to appreciate the vital role played by those important public works professionals in shaping our collective future and contributing every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I ask my public works staff that's here tonight to come up here with me? Come on. And don't take too long. It's a big agenda. So just a couple of us here tonight. And come on. That's it. I want you behind me.
It's a group photo here.
I need you behind me. So it's a great honor as Interim Public Works Director to receive the proclamation, and it's so much fun to be able to share this with so many members of my staff that are here tonight, representing everything from utilities and airport and marina, and a lot of CIP is here tonight, and some admin is here tonight, and who am I leaving out? I think that covers it. Do we have Ellis Creek here tonight? Oh, there you are. I didn't see you behind Dan. And we have Ellis Creek represented. So a good sampling of some of the many things that we love to do for this community. And this staff, those that are here with me, and the 100 and something rest of them are truly amazing and inspire me every day. Yeah, they're dedicated, and yeah, they're committed, and all those good things. But the passion they bring day in and day out, often, in the face of some daunting challenges, is pretty incredible. And I'm grateful to the council for recognizing us, and grateful to the staff for being here. So thank you. And anytime, the thing that we love to do the most is share what we do. And so the invitation is open. Anyone who would love to come visit us, we would love to have you. So thanks.
Our next proclamation is for Emergency Medical Services Week. And I'd like to invite Fire Chief Jeff Schock and Melissa Leonelli, our EMS coordinator, to the podium while I read the proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service and provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, at a moment's notice. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas the Petaluma Fire Department provides first responder EMS care, as well as the continued treatment and transport of sick and injured by basic and advanced life support ambulances staffed with cross-trained firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics. And whereas the members of this department provide exemplary care in the face of hazards, personal sacrifice, and profound responsibilities to serve their community. Whereas each May there is a national recognition of EMS workers with the theme of this year's 50th anniversary of Emergency Medical Services Week being Honor Our Past, Forging Our Future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, in recognition of the people that provide this vital care, do hereby proclaim May 19th to the 25th, 2024, as Emergency Medical Services Week in the city of Petaluma, and urge all Petaluma residents to support the public safety activities and efforts of Petaluma's first responders. Thank you.
Well, they made it true to form. As soon as the meeting started, somebody was having a heart attack on Western Avenue. So while they were on our way here, our fire engine and fire department ambulance on this side of town stopped to help save yet another life. But the engine, while our ambulance is transporting, our engine company was able to be here today. Also, I'd like to introduce Melissa Leonelli. She's a EMS coordinator for us. It's a new interim position that hopefully after tonight and budgets will be a long-term position and permanent in the fire department. She's been a great asset to us and desperately needed, and comes with a lot of experience in our county. It's going to be very helpful for the fire department, our continued operations. I also want to thank our Fire Prevention Bureau staff and some of our professional staff for being here today. The boots on the ground are really what makes it happen, providing that care, keeping the skills up. It's public works, and then we've got our police partners over there. In the middle of the night, your toilet still flushes, and when somebody calls 911, somebody's there. I mean, this city operates 365, every day, every hour. We're a city that provides an amazing service, and we're there all the time. So thank you for the support staff and the team that helps make it happen, and thank you very much for your recognition tonight. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Also tonight, we have Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month proclamation. So I'd like to invite Grace Chong Schulman, founder of Asian American and Pacific Islanders Coalition of the North Bay, and Lena Lynn Hoshino, representing Petalumans and friends celebrating AAPI, people in our town, to the podium while I read this proclamation. Whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month seeks to honor and recognize the participation and contributions of AANHPI people who've been a core part of the history of our nation and our city, and who are instrumental in its ongoing success. And whereas many diverse groups and cultures make up Petaluma's history, Petaluma is the ancestral home of the Lakitu'at Nation and one of the major villages of the Coast Miwok people. Mariano Vallejo was one of the earliest agricultural industrialists to use a multicultural labor force that included Native Hawaiians, Mexican Californians, and a large number of California Indians. And whereas Petaluma's natural resources have generated great wealth, thanks in part to the labor of Chinese immigrants, McNear, Wickersham, and other industrialists employed in Chinese laborers in the 1860s and 1880s to build the railroad, manually dig levees, and shape Petaluma River, to build stone walls, manufacture brick, work as domestic, and more, all contributing to Petaluma as a thriving agricultural shipping port. And whereas, though these workers' labor was crucial to the economic success of the region, leaders at all levels took actions to exclude them socially and economically from the fruits of their work, and the AANHPI community faced much discrimination, violence, and racism, including the Chinese Exclusion Act, which restricted Chinese immigration to the United States, the California 1913 Alien Land Law, which barred Asian immigrants from owning land to discourage them from settling permanently, and the mass incarceration of the people of Japanese descent during World War II. And whereas Asian Pacific Islanders are 17% of the state population and approximately 7% of the population of Petaluma today, the AANHPI people are thriving members of Sonoma County communities, contributing as parents, farmers, caregivers, healthcare workers, entrepreneurs, small business owners, students, educators, medical professionals, and more. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of the City of Petaluma, along with the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, embracing an inclusive history for a more just future and celebrating the generations of AANHPI people whose contributions were pivotal to our nation and our local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank the City of Petaluma for recognizing the contribution of Asians and other minority groups in the past. And I also want to express my gratitude to our very dedicated member, Lena Hoshino, and our community allies for their tireless efforts in bringing together the Petaluma community. I am Grace Chung Shulman, co-founder and vice president of Asian American Pacific Islander Coalition of North Bay. We call ourselves APIC for short. We are a nonprofit based in Santa Rosa, Sonoma County. However, our area and also our future ambition is to cover the whole of not only Sonoma County, but Marin County, Napa County, and Solano counties. Our mission is to celebrate culture, empower the community, and promote positive change for the AAPI community. 3 years ago, under the shadows of anti-Asian hate, violence, and the pandemic, we came together as a group in a Zoom meeting. Today, AAPI stands as a registered 501c3 organization representing the diverse AAPI community in the area. Despite comprising only 5.4% of the county's population, we are a tapestry of languages, cultures, histories. Many of us are immigrants, economic migrants, or refugees, while others have deep roots in the United States with generational wealth and education. This diversity brings challenges and trauma, but also resilience and strength. Our shared value of family and community bind us together, yet isolation still plagues us a lot. We must bridge these divides, unite our voices, and overcome our historical marginalization. Through community outreach and networking, we have energized many of the AAPI community, making them feel seen and heard. Our recent strategic plan focuses on reaching out to different ethnic groups and advocating for the AAPI community in various sectors. Together, we can create a stronger, more connected AAPI community. Let us amplify our voices, build bridges, and continue striving for positive change. Thank you. And I want to have Lena say a few words as well.
Thank you, Grace. She's the one who's truly tireless to lead our community. And so thank you for your work. And thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to stand here and to receive the proclamation as a community. I'd like to thank the organization and individuals who supported the proclamation. You know what? I'm going to stop standing on my toes. Excuse me. Okay. Including the North Bay Asian American and Pacific Islander Alliance. That's you. Asian American Alliance of Marin, Sonoma County Japanese American Citizens League, and Petaluma Blacks for Community Development. Unfortunately, some of the people who planned to be here could not make it because of the time change. They had to work and whatever. So I would like to just mention their names because they were instrumental in making this proclamation happen. Martin J. Bennett, Frank Chong, Anna Eng, Emery Harvey, Lance Liu, Catherine Yuen, Anna and Dan Yuen, Warren Marr, Gwen Kirk, Angelo Sacerdote, Reverend Deborah Lee, Sunny No, and Gail Yamamoto Seymour, and just their just being there and supporting us through this process. I'd like to say a few words about the origins of the Old Chinatown handout, which I hope that you had a chance to look at. When my husband and I first opened Petaluma Pie Company, some of you know, but I was the original owner of the Petaluma Pie Company. We sold it to our staff, which is wonderful. There was an archaeologist's office across the alley from the shop, and he told me, his name was Bill Roop, and he told me, oh, there was a Chinatown. Did you know that? And I was like, what, Chinatown in Petaluma? During the pandemic, I didn't really have time to pursue that idea, so I left it there at that time. But during the pandemic, AAPI hate incidents escalated, as you know. Having an Asian face, I too encountered verbal assaults, and I grew quite anxious. To seek solace, I attended gatherings such as the one that Grace talks about, with other AAPI community members who had similar experiences. And I asked how in the world in the 21st century racial hate can take root so easily, even here in Petaluma. That is when I began to research our local history in the Chinatown I had heard about. Thanks to the work of John Sheehy and Terry Park at the History Museum, we were able to create a map that shows exactly where the Petalumans of Chinese ancestry lived, learned, worked, and worshipped. It also shows what happened to the community over time as a result of relentless, systemic, and violent racism, ultimately leading to the expulsion of most of them by the early 1900s. The Petaluma Old Chinatown sums up what we learned so far, but there is still so much more to learn. What we can be certain of is that while Chinese people were instrumental in the city's development in the earlier days, their contribution had been largely forgotten. And only the names of families who profited from the immigrant labor are remembered as place names, building names, parks names, etc. It is time to change that. But what happened to the Chinese people in this community was not right, and we have the opportunity to right the wrong. I hope that the city will take meaningful action towards healing and creating a truly more welcoming community. Thank you. Is it okay that we do picture too?
Please.
And anybody who wants to support this, come up. Like Faye.
Get closer now.
Closer. There are so many Asians here. Oh, really?
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you, and that concludes our proclamation section of the agenda tonight. We're moving on to general public comment at this time. And during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. And I'd like to ask our city clerk if we've received emails ahead of this meeting.
We received 6 general public comments, and they're all posted on the website. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. Maybe. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers up behind the dais.
So we have 9 cards tonight, and that sets our clock at 2 minutes per person for speaking time. And I'd like to invite Catherine Babowski to be followed by Phyllis Teja.
Yes, my name is Catherine Babowski. I live at the Littlewoods Villa Mole Park in Petaluma at 1821 Lakeville Highway. The Petaluma Police Department doesn't respond when they're called. They're allowing their friend The cellar crews be having her family, her friends be parking on the fire lanes. And this day and night, I got millions of pictures to show this. And that's not all. She has her friend stalking my place 24 hours a day at my window. He has no business being at my place. He's always damaged my home site. And also, too, the park is making the residents pay 2 water utilities bills this month. That's also against the law. And owners don't pay anything. They don't pay taxes. We're paying our mobile home tax and the park owner's property tax for the land. And also, too, I talked to a neighbor today, and he was telling me, too, he's called the Petaluma Police Department because a while back, his father was looking for his daughter, missing daughter. And the cops, they said, oh, no, she ran away. He goes, no, she did not run away. So the father and his son went looking for her. They found her. They found her body. She was raped, stabbed, and strangled. They found her body floating in the ocean, the river, Petaluma River. And the police department, they didn't care one thing. The police department only serves, protects the stalkers, the trespassers, the vandalizers, and the drug dealers only.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phyllis Tehai, and to be followed by Rosalind Zune.
Thank you very much to the City Council for the proclamation of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Phyllis Taji, and I am a board member of the Sonoma County Japanese American Citizens League, or JACL. The national organization was founded in 1929. It's the oldest and largest Asian American Pacific Islander civil rights organization in the nation, and the Sonoma County chapter was founded in 1934. Starting with a mission to protect the rights of Japanese Americans, its mission has evolved to protect the civil rights of all groups who are victimized by injustice and bigotry. Thank you to the City Council again for proclaiming May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. As you know, there are many different cultures, nations, and ethnic groups under this label. As a Petaluman and Asian American, I recently became aware of an early Chinese immigrant community in Petaluma that disappeared in the early 1900s. Thanks to the research of Grant Din, Lena Hoshino, Terry Park, and John Sheehy for this information. The Japanese American community can relate to the experience of these early Chinese immigrants as we have gone through our own version of discrimination and exclusion. But thanks to the kindness of their friends and neighbors during World War II, almost all of Japanese Americans in this area were able to return to their homes. The early Chinese community was not so lucky. So it's important that their story is not forgotten and is included in the rich history of Petaluma. Acknowledging AANHPI Heritage Month and recognizing the early contributions of Petaluma Chinese immigrants is a good start.
Thank you. Rosalind Zanai, to be followed by Grant Din.
Yes, greetings, Mayor McDonald, Vice Mayor John Scrubs, and council members. Thank you. I'm Rosalind Tonai of National Japanese American Historical Society. I'm so pleased about the resolutions commemorating the Asian American Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. And as you know, Japanese Americans were longtime residents and citizens of Petaluma dating back from the 1880s. They raised their families here as poultry, produce, and orchard farmers. And in 1942, the outbreak of World War II and the bombing of Pearl Harbor led to the Executive Order 9066's mass exclusion and removal of about 750 residents from Sonoma County to temporary detention centers in Merced Assembly Center, and then to the permanent camps in Grenada, Colorado, known as Amachi. So from this same camp brought the highest number of volunteers of the famed 442nd Regimental Combat Team and all Japanese American combat units, which became the highest decorated in American military history and for its length and size of service. So fast forward today, myself as an advisory member of the Amachi Alliance and several members here from Petaluma represented the city for the dedication of the Amachi as the National Park Service's historic site this past Friday, May 17th. And this park service unit establishes Amachi as a place to reflect, reconnect, and further the pursuit of freedom and justice. And I'm so pleased to look forward to working with the city and the groups here on the future AAPI interpretation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Grant Din to be followed by Lisa Lim.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I appreciate this opportunity to be here. I'm Grant Din. I live in Oakland, but I've spent much fun time in Petaluma on family vacations. I'm a member of the Asian and Pacific Islander Americans in Historic Preservation, and we're dedicated to telling the story and preserving the spaces that made Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders an important part of American history. I'm commending the council on your proclamation, and as someone whose family has been here for over 150 years, I've always been interested in doing research on the pioneer Chinese in any area. And I found in the 1870 census in Petaluma, in downtown, in the Chinatown area, there are Chinese laborers. There was a family named the Singhs who ran a boarding house downtown. There are laundry workers and people who basically participated in the building of Petaluma. So I appreciate you recognizing that in your proclamation. And I'm very happy that the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander population is celebrated here, and hope this will be recognized on a permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Lim to be followed by Sunny No.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lisa Lim, Malaysian American of Chinese ancestry. I serve the community as a member of the Petaluma Library Advisory Board and the APIC of North Bay, as Grace mentioned earlier. And I'm also a veteran of the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division. I've been a resident of Petaluma since 2013, having moved 19 times across 3 countries. Petaluma is the longest I've ever lived since I left my hometown. My parents were teenagers when the first Malayan emergency was declared, while I was conceived during the second Malayan emergency. Like my fellow veterans of the Iraq and Afghan war, I volunteered to serve in the military. During my basic training, I was undocumented, and on my graduation day, I was naturalized as a citizen in front of my fellow recruits and their family members who came from different parts of the country. I want to thank City Council for acknowledging the contributions of Asian in Petaluma, for it aids with my recovery from learning that at a different time, I could not be neighbors with residents from the west side of town. Without the trust of those who made it possible for people like me to enlist in the U.S. military, and for advocates like those who have spoken before me, I would not be here sharing my story. So as an employee of the Petaluma Pie Company, I look forward to continue serving you pies from the kitchen of the Petaluma Pie Company. Thank you.
Thank you. Sunny No to be followed by Dennis Shangamist. And do we have Sunny in the house? I will roll that card to the back of the list and ask one more time momentarily. So Dennis Shangamist is next.
Hello. My name is Dennis Jongsamjit. I have Chinese and Thai heritage. And just first of all, thank you for your time. Speaking today about the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Month. And want to say thank you to Lena and Grace and everyone who has worked to make this proclamation possible. And I also want to say that I've also lived in Petaluma a long time. I've been here, I think, almost 18 years. I love this city for many reasons. But even after 18 years, I often feel like an outsider. And part of this is Because in Petaluma, you get, everywhere you go, you get a very deep sense that history is an important part of this city. The rich history is everywhere you look, in the buildings, in plaques and statues, in things we celebrate on weekends like American Graffiti that was happening this weekend. And so this is a place that loves to connect to the past. And if that's true, why are there no signs or memorials or buildings that celebrate or teach the rich Asian American history that is a part of this town? I can't really think of a reason. So I say, let's do something about it. Let's embrace part of what makes Petaluma so great. And let's celebrate and teach and learn about all of our history, not just selected small parts of it. So thank you.
Thank you. John Sheehy, to be followed by Antonio Cao.
Good evening. My name is John Sheehy. I'm a fourth-generation Petaluman, a local historian and storyteller. And I applaud the City Council this evening for recognizing the historic contributions made to our fine city by the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. My maternal grandfather was from the island of Tonga. But more remains to be done in listening to those who have been excluded from telling their side of the story. And that includes mounting a landmark plaque to honor Petaluma's historic Chinatown, which we've been hearing about this evening. When it comes to where we live, stories and landmarks help to locate us. They help us to understand how we got here and why things are the way they are. And that's important because then we can efficiently move forward with that knowledge. The coastal Miwok understood that. They had stories for every landmark in their surroundings, stories they passed down from generation to generation as a means of providing continuity in their community. Being keepers of the past is what binds our personal and collective sense of place here in Petaluma. And that includes sharing stories of those historically marginalized or oppressed, like the community we're honoring here this evening. They give us a richer and more inclusive view of what W.E.B. Du Bois called the hideous mistakes, the frightful wrongs, and the great and beautiful things that people do. Weaving history into discussions about contemporary issues helps to clarify differing perspectives and perceptions, reveal complexities, and introduce new ideas, all of which leads to greater understanding and more viable community solutions. We need to acknowledge the footsteps we walk in, or else we will be forever hobbled moving forward. As Benjamin Franklin famously noted, a lie stands on one leg, truth walks on two.
Thank you very much. Antonia Cao, to be followed by Sunny No.
I wrote a speech, but I feel like it's a little redundant now of some of the things that have already been said. So, hi, my name is Antonia Gao. Thanks for proclaiming AANHPI month. I am a first-generation Taiwanese American who has proudly called Petaluma home for the last 16 years, and our 15-year-old child was born and raised here, and I cherish this community deeply. I recently discovered this chapter of Petaluma history that I had no idea existed, was totally invisible to me, other than I had wandered through the cemetery near where we live and had seen some Asian names on the gravestones prior. I had not known that there was once a bustling Chinatown right on these streets that I had wandered so many times, and that the U.S. Census cited a high of 267 Chinese in Petaluma right around the time of the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882. And then after that, the numbers dropped, declined a lot. And that these immigrants contributed to all aspects of, helping to co-create this town, reclaiming wetland areas, building railroads, poultry farming, running wash houses, and working in inside homes. This history and realizing it has enriched my understanding of the streets and river that I love so much, and and feels really relevant to bring to light as I raised a half Asian child in a town that's about 5% Asian. Thank you for proclaiming AAPI Heritage Month, and I'm glad for Hometown committed to developing itself as a welcoming, safe space for residents of diverse cultural backgrounds. And in the spirit of the proclamation, I hope that you will stand behind efforts to bring the fullness of our city's history to light for current and future residents, such as installing a plaque honoring Chinese contribution to Petaluma in Central Park, across from Mystic Theater, and through integrating the history of Chinese contribution to Petaluma in the...
Thank you very much. One last chance for Sunny No. Has Sunny arrived? Well, that concludes our public comment for the evening. Appreciate all the speakers and perspectives. And that will bring us up to council comment for the evening. And I would like to invite our Vice Mayor to start off tonight.
Okay, thank you. These last 2 weeks being May, it turns out that there was lots of celebrations, events, and discussions, especially around the general plan that's been going on. So I'm just going to go through a quick list. Maybe other folks will repeat some of this. I was able to tour the health system with the leadership class from the Chamber of Commerce. There was 1,000 plants planted by at Miwok Park by Daily Acts, and I was able to participate with that. And another 1,000 was being planted at the school right after that this last weekend. So that's 2,000 native plants in the ground in 2 weeks. That's a pretty good deal. There was the Plan Fest. I think other folks may talk about that. The staff really did a good job on that one. I also was able to go with Rebuild Together Petaluma at Youngstown, and there was 10 sites there that were cited for incursions of rules, and we went ahead and over 60 people, I think, showed up during the day, and together we cleaned up most of the site there to remove all those citations. Let's see, at the Garden Club was a 100-year celebration. Hopefully everyone aware. The Garden Club here, a group of women that have been, and some of them have been in it for 50 years. There were some 90-year-olds there that were made some presentations. And so they've been very active, and they've done a whole lot of beautification around this town, and we're able to celebrate their 100-year celebration along with lots of scholarships and monies granted. In fact, I was one of the recipients of their grants from a few years back. We did a lot of general plan frameworks. It's continuing right now, so please participate, everybody, in that. There was an eco garden tour just this last Saturday, but we only had one residence here in town that's showing off their native plant garden. So we really need more to compete a little bit better with the Santa Rosa, which had like about 10. We had the auto show this last weekend, very successful, looked like over 100 cars. We had the river run. I participated in that. We did a little circle spiral at the end, but over 200 people and runners participated in that, showing good, strong support. And then there was a grand opening of Anna Meadow Park. There's a brand new 3 through 12th grade or 3 through 12 age little park playground there. Beautiful little spot. If everybody can go by there, it's off of Daniel. And just one of the things as a reminder to folks in the news, something that may impact us very quickly, but just yesterday I was reading in there that Mexico City is running out of water and that they're actually going to hit zero water here by June 26th as the date. That's a month from now. We have a city of 20 million people that's about to run out of water, and they're going to need to go somewhere in case of water shortages there. So watch that. That's a huge domino in this climate crisis. So please, let's everyone kind of watch that and help out if we need to. So that's my report.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Okay, thank you. I often question how welcoming Petalumans are, because a lot of times, we look like a really welcoming community, but there is an underlying of what people say. And you read it on social media, and it shocks me to this day. As far as the Chinatown, yeah, it actually existed. I did talk when I spoke with the EKN, who's proposing a project in downtown, and talked about the importance of that property, and that the Chinese community and what they gave to this community and how they were going to acknowledge this, whether it's the entrance into their building, a plaque or something, but I think we need to do a lot more. And I would like to work with this group to see what can be done, because there were a lot of immigrants that came to Petaluma, but those names are never shown, like the ones who the Chinese worked for. And with that, I had my planning commission meeting, and we're working on language for the general plan. Not a lot of projects coming through, but this has been taking up a lot of time every week. But it's interesting reading the documents and just talking about where we want to go into the future. Thanks, Kevin. And as far as SCTA, we've been discussing budgets and the state budget fall, and that's Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and concerns over that, and concerns about where we're going to go with transportation as 101 is completed in between Petaluma and Novato. And so we're kind of going in a different direction, which is a go Sonoma, but funding is always the issue. And with that, I'm going to end my public comment, but I do want to say, growing up, we spent a lot of time in my family with a lot of Japanese Americans, and went to school, together. We were in some of the same businesses together, and went to each other's houses. And I never really knew what really happened in World War II until I was older. And I was back in Washington, D.C., and went through the Smithsonian, and the exhibit is pretty amazing. And I encourage everybody to go see the exhibit, just not on Japanese, but, Black history, Indian history, and generally our history. And when you go there and you start listening, to old tapes of the 1930s and 1920s, what's going on today is exactly what was going on then. And there was just a lot of hate, exclusion, and we're seeing it once again. And I just never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to comment on a few things about PlanFest. I thought the addition of having the photos there and having the children's activities and things just made it a much more welcoming environment. I thought I saw a lot of new faces there. There was lots of activities for people, and I thought it was a well put on event. Similarly, I sent this to Peggy directly, but the recent post on social media about our budget from our comm staff was fantastic. I received several just unsolicited remarks from people coming in and saying how informative it was, and clear and concise and beautiful. And I just thought I wanted to share that. That was really well done. Participated in Walk and Roll to School Day. Had I would say at least 10, maybe up to 100 different people there at the park. Coming up tomorrow is the Cool Petaluma Expo. And then on Wednesday, we have the skate park community meeting at the community center. And I just want to acknowledge just how much good there is in this community. I went to go volunteer at the Youngstown thing, and I was working the late shift that day, and there was nobody there. And I had to check my email because everything got done already. And that just is a testament to how people show up. And then having the speakers here this evening talking about AA, NHPI, month here, and the rich history, and just I know there's so much work that goes into bringing these types of things forward and championing them. And I really appreciate it. And I think it's a great symbol of who our community is. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I don't have any liaison reports tonight, but I did want to comment. I'm pleased we're making a proclamation for Asian American History Month. And there were a couple of speakers who asked for a plaque to commemorate our historic Chinatown. The council may not be aware of this, but John Sheehy and I actually collaborated in the language for a plaque several months ago and finalized language for a plaque that could be placed in Center Park in front of New Yorker Pizza, city-owned property, to really let the community know what was there 140 years ago. And that language was finalized. The site exists. It was provided to staff, and staff has been unenthusiastic about pursuing it, which is really unfortunate because, we can do a proclamation, but that's a one-night event, and everyone will forget about it. If we put a plaque there, people will know what it was, and I would really like to see that prioritized and come forward because the work has been done, the language exists, we have a site for it. It's not that heavy a lift. Thank you.
Mayor, can I comment on Councilmember Healy's comment?
Please.
So it hasn't been that we haven't been not excited to implement. I actually sent it to Lena so we could talk about putting a plaque together and actually creating a program, because we also have a plaque or some type of a memorial request for Henry Chenault, Councilmember Healy, and far be it for a white city manager to decide where a plaque would go. I'd much rather have the community who it affects. I appreciate John's work, but I would much rather have the community decide what type of memorial we put up and where we put it up. So that is what we're waiting for.
Maybe there should be clearer communication because that's news to me. And I don't know about the plaque to Mr. Chenault and where that would go, because that would have to go on private property. But we have language that seems to have been vetted. We have a location, and nothing's happening. That's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to give a shout out to the Petaluma Fire Department. Recently, they held a local high school career day. The local students were invited to Firehouse number 2 to learn what it takes to have a career in firefighting, EMT, or fire inspector work. Some of those Petaluma firefighter employees participated even on their day off. I was very proud to watch these future firefighter employees learn from the best. And I got a tour of Firehouse number 2. So when we get to budget, I can tell you firsthand it needs a renovation. Happy to report that the fishing piers have been reinstalled at C Street in the river. The benches were constructed by the students at Petaluma High School. And a big thank you, shout out to our Public Works team who just quietly installed them. And I actually stopped by Plan Fest and thanked staff personally and shared some photos that I had taken of before and after and how much better it looks. Last week, as Councilmember or Vice Mayor Shribs mentioned, Miwok School and the park had landscaping improvements, and the work was done by the volunteers of Daily Acts. I also attended the Safe Routes to School meeting at Miwok School, which we went over the outcome from the recent walking audit that took place at Miwok School early in the morning. At the Safe Routes to School meeting, we had city staff, Cool Petaluma, Petaluma City School trustees, and parents there to all speak about what they were concerned about in the roadway and crosswalks and intersections in that neighborhood. And this is a District 3 neighborhood, so I'm very familiar with it and very anxious to see something happen. St. Francis, where Miwok School is located, is a potential future neighborhood greenway project location. So fingers crossed that we see that soon. This past weekend, I keep saying we had planes, trains, and automobiles. It wasn't just about American graffiti. At the airport, Saturday was the monthly display day with many airplanes and pilots on hand and visiting with the people that came to visit their aircrafts and dine at the 2-Niner Diner. Next month, the planes, as well as some Corvettes, will be on display. The day is the third Saturday of the month, so it'll be June 15th. At the Visitor Center on Sunday, aka our train station, 3 local Gap wineries were showing off their wines, and younger passengers getting ready to get on or off SMART received a train whistle. So I want to thank the visitors program volunteers for being there to greet people that were getting onto SMART or getting off of SMART in Petaluma. A salute to American Graffiti is always a fun and wholesome weekend for everyone in Petaluma. This has got to be the cleanest, well-organized community event ever, and thank all those volunteers because they were cleaning up the streets. I saw teenagers with garbage bags. People were commenting that there was no trash left behind. Happy to report that the Park and Rec Department has announced their high elevation fireworks will be held again this year on 4th of July, as well as a family fun 4th of July event, Stars and Stripes. In honor of Historic Preservation Month, a hidden Petaluma landmark scavenger hunt has been created. This is what it looks like. And it goes along with the public comments that we heard tonight. I'm learning a lot more about the history of Petaluma. You can pick up the scavenger hunt card at the museum, and while you're there, become a member. And hopefully in the future, we'll see some plaques up around town. I'm really excited, and I wish I had known that information and history of Petaluma when I hosted 5 Chinese exchange students who were living in my home for almost a year attending St. Vincent's High School. So that's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pozike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the Transit Committee that I represent us on, I just wanted to mention that the micro transit pilot project will begin in July. So keep an eye out for that. I can't give you a lot of details about that just yet. It's being finalized, but you'll be able to get some nearly door-to-door service around portions of Petaluma in July, starting in July. In terms of the County Homeless Coalition, we're in the process of distributing a few $1 million of HUD funding at present. And I wanted to also make an announcement that, we also got word from the governor's office that the approximately $5 million yearly we've been getting from the state for homeless funding is we've already got it for this coming fiscal year, 24-25, but that's going to disappear by 25-26. And so if you're looking for something to do that might have an effect, be good to contact some of your legislators about trying to get that funding back. Also attended a program on the LGBTQ plus experience put on by L'Océan a week or so ago that was very well done and had representatives from many communities. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I believe you sat in for me on a mayor's meeting regarding homelessness too. Thank you for your contributions on this so critical topic. And the concept there is the county's point person on homelessness is taking a new position and has been key to Petaluma's wonderful relationship with the county and bringing funds into Petaluma from county. And we'd like to see the new person have as much sensitivities to cities as the current person does. So it's important to get the mayors together to do that. Also, in the past week or two, I've attended a Measure O oversight committee. Measure O is the county's tax measure for mental health, and it's very successful. They're pulling in over $35 million a year and standing up a tremendous number of important programs for all different kinds of mental health issues. Certainly, homelessness is one of those areas where we receive money. Our SAFE team and the others similar like it around the county receive some funding from that. You may have read an article in the Press Democrat that they were not expending and building in reserves. It was kind of a kerfluffle in the paper, and that was at the prompting of the Oversight Committee to spend quicker. If you have money, it's more fun to spend it, more valuable in a crisis to spend it. Well, they have. They've designated half of their reserves this year to get them into circulation quicker, and half the reserves the following year. So it's a big step forward. there's so much heavy lifting to get that done, but they're committed to doing that. And that probably concludes our council comments for the evening. I'd like to pass it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, I don't have any comments tonight. I think the council members mentioned our meetings this week, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. And that moves us down the agenda to our consent calendar items for the evening. And I'm looking left and right on the council dais to see if anyone has a specific question or anything to discuss here.
I just have one on number 5.
Councilmember Cater Thompson? I'm sorry?
On number 5?
Yes.
Is that going to be like a complete street, or are we just doing the undergrounding, and because it's by a school? So what's...
Can
I think we have staff in-house. This is kind of fun tonight.
Is this Dan? Dan Herrera? Regina? Lucas? Okay.
Yes, thank you. So this is actually not a project where we have an opportunity to incorporate safe streets improvements. It's one of our somewhat unique, just straightforward utility project, and that's because the pavement out on Madison is in good condition. So when they come back in, they're basically just going to be paving over the trenches for the sewer and water mains, and so it's not offering the same opportunity that we have with a lot of other utility projects where the full width of the roadway is replaced and we're able to make those complete streets changes. However, we are still looking very closely at Madison Street. It's been identified as a high priority through our Safe Streets nomination program and by our Safe Routes to School Task Force for some quick build striping modifications, hopefully very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, let's move it to public comment on this item. And I'd like to ask our clerk if we've received any comments from the outside on this comment.
No, not on the consent calendar.
And can we open it up for public comment?
Absolutely. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
And not seeing anyone rise and not having any cards currently at the clerk's desk, we will close public comments and bring it back to the dais. And
I'll make the motion.
we have a motion by Cater Thompson.
Second.
And a second by Varnicle. May we have the roll call vote?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And that moves us to our workshop for the evening, the review of the proposed fiscal year 2024-25 operating and capital budgets and the revised long-term general fund operating forecast. So tonight, we're going to break this into two pieces. It's a lot of content for the next couple hours. And I believe our first content will be the capital programs. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And then second will be operations, and we'll take a little break in between. But that's my way of saying we will take public comments on the capital section and close out capital before we open up and start talking the operating budget. And so with that introduction, I'd like to invite our city manager to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, our incredible staff at Petaluma community. It's my privilege to present the City of Petaluma's budget for the 24-25 fiscal year. It's our sixth budget as your CM. This policy document reflects our ongoing commitment to fiscal and organizational sustainability and thoughtful and planned investment in our community and for the future of our beloved city. Through careful planning and ongoing community engagement, we've developed a budget that not only addresses our current needs, but also positions us for sustainable growth and prosperity. While this budget looks forward, I think it's essential to highlight where we were only 5 years ago. At that time, when I began, in 2019, our staffing levels were 16% below where we were in 2008. And that was with a population growth of nearly 4,000 residents within that time period. Our roads were the absolute worst in the Bay Area, and we had $180 million in deferred maintenance of city infrastructure. Our labor agreements were in arrears, and our staff hadn't received cost of living adjustments for 8 years. We were investing a mere $25,000 in CDBG funds for addressing our unsheltered community. As an aside, there was not a laptop to be found in our city, and our vehicle fleet was so outdated that maintenance staff literally had to play Rochambeau to decide who would use a vehicle for that day. In 5 short years, and I should say lightning fast years, and with the vision of our council and the faith of our staff and our Petaluma community, we passed Measure U, which has forever changed the trajectory of our city. And some of those takeaways include: we are nearly fully staffed. We have a 7% vacancy rate. All of our labor agreements are closed, and our wages are nearly all at market. We will have invested $55 million in our roads within 5 years. We now have a full continuum of housing support for our unsheltered community and are on track to complete our 2nd year of our strategic plan to end homelessness in our city. We're on track for having our most successful year in our capital improvement program, with $55 million of infrastructure investments in our roads and safe streets, parks, community facilities, water, and recycled water systems. We continue to bolster our public safety investments in staffing, equipment, training, and facilities are on track to have our fire station #1 and police station renovated and design of our new fire station completed. We also have a dedicated emergency services manager, which is a must given our last few years of declared emergencies. We have leveraged Measure U funding to attract $100 million of over 2 years in grant funding. We are walking our climate-ready 2030 talk by investing in several renewable energy installations, including floating solar at our Ellis Creek water treatment plant. We are pursuing housing for all by addressing the housing needs of our diverse population, including funding for affordable housing projects and partnerships with local organizations to provide housing solutions for our most vulnerable residents. We're expanding our recreational offerings and enhancing our parks to ensure they remain vibrant spaces for all residents to enjoy, and that includes our own city-owned fairgrounds property, where we're making key investments to activate the property and create more opportunities for our community to gather, volunteer, and recreate. We continue to put our money where our priorities are, and we certainly have much more to accomplish together, including achieving Vision Zero, where all in our community can travel safely and by any mode. Diversifying our economy to continue strengthening our city's financial resilience and ensure that we're well-equipped to navigate potential economic fluctuations. Continue bolstering our capital improvement program, ensuring the implementation of many, many projects important to our community, including, but not limited to, our swim center improvements, skate park, and the replacement of our primary influent pump station. Investing in the retention and attraction of talented, committed staff and in becoming a high-performing organization, creating a culture of excellence. Restructuring of our landscape assessment districts to better serve the needs of our neighborhoods. Continue to support our nonprofit partners who serve our community and continue sponsoring community building events. I'm incredibly proud of this budget and the effort that it takes to develop the single most important policy document that balances the need for essential services and infrastructure improvements while upholding our commitment to prudent fiscal management. We've ensured that the voices of Petaluma residents are at the heart of our financial planning, and each and every investment in this document is explicitly people-first and people-centered. I want to give a special thank you to our Assistant Finance Director, Corey Garbarolio, our Budget Analyst, Isabel Kraft, and our Finance Director, Jesse Gooch, for their year-round budgeting efforts, their numerous forecasts, revenue projection, and strategic expenditure controls that continue to safeguard the city's financial health. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your thorough review of our proposed work plan for this next fiscal year, and we look forward to continuing our work with you and our community to achieve our goals and create a brighter Petaluma. Thank you. And I'm going to hand this over to Jess Gooch.
All right. Thank you, Peggy, Mayor McDonald, and members of the City Council. So tonight we're going to be covering the following: our budget process, including our timeline and guidelines. We're going to review all city funds, and then CIP staff will present the CIP program overview, followed by Q&A. We'll take a brief break, and then we'll go into the general fund, covering the proposed fiscal 25 budget and the updated forecast. Departments will present their budgets, and we'll have another Q&A on operating budgets. So as a reminder, this is a summary of the 400-page full budget book, and more details on everything that we're discussing this evening can be found in the full budget document, which is online at cityofpetaluma.org/city-budgets. So Council's goals and priorities gave shape to the fiscal year 2024-25 proposed budget, which supports and highlights the following: housing for all, our general plan and climate action, parks and our environmental legacy, investing in our built environment, One Petaluma and the fairgrounds, economic vitality, and the city as a high-performing organization. The annual budget process includes identifying available resources while maintaining fiscal responsibility and bringing forward a balanced budget. We began the process by evaluating department budget requests for how those requests would support and enhance operations. The proposed budget includes dollars for departments to add positions, complete projects, and stay on top of inflation. Council goals and priorities were taken into account as well, ensuring that our dollars are going towards the areas of most importance. And finally, we must always keep sustainability into account and find ways to balance our growing needs against our available resources. We spend about 2/3 of each year preparing the budget for the next year. We begin in late October with initial planning and kickoff of the Capital Improvement Program budget. We update the general fund forecast and identify and incorporate goals and priorities. Departments build their operating budgets and submit their requests for additional dollars and positions, while finance calculates salaries, benefits, transfers between funds, and other pivotal budget pieces. Once the numbers are finalized, the finance team then builds the budget document. We hold a workshop in May for a review and discussion of the proposed budget, followed by budget adoption in June. The new fiscal year begins on July 1st, and we have just a few months before we begin work on the next budget. Additionally, the current year's budget and actuals are continuously monitored by finance and department staff, with adjustments brought to council regularly as needed. So starting off with our citywide revenues by fund, our estimated total revenues for fiscal year 2024-25 are $285 million. While this is a little lower than the budgeted expenditures of $312 million, the difference will come from accumulated fund reserves from various funds. General Fund, Measure H, and Measure U funds together make up just over 1/3 of total city revenues. Utility funds make up 21% of city revenues, with dollars coming from rates and connection fees for water and wastewater services. Our capital project funds are 20%, with those dollars primarily coming from other city funds, such as utilities and special revenue funds. Our special revenue funds include impact fees, gas tax, and Measure M for parks, and those total $33.7 million, or 12% of the total. Finally, we have our enterprise funds, such as airport, transit, building, which bring in about 5% of the city's total revenues. Our internal service funds, which are funds that provide services within the city organization, such as IT, total 6%, and those bring in dollars from other city funds paying for those services. And finally, we have our debt funds and successor agency funds at about just 1% each of the total. Here we have those same revenues by type rather than by fund. So tax revenues make up about 24% of our total, with utility revenue at 19%. Intergovernmental dollars...
Sorry to interrupt. If we could just slow down a bit for our interpreters.
Of course, I'm so sorry. I will slow down. I got excited about revenues. So our intergovernmental dollars, those are primarily grants, make up 12%, and charges for services, 10%. Transfers in, which are dollars being moved between city funds, make up 25% of our total revenues, equaling $71.9 million. And these transfers are primarily for our CIP projects. Here is the proposed expenditure budget by fund, which totals $312 million. With revenues budgeted at $285 million, the difference of $27 million will come from fund reserves. With our balanced budget, you'll see that this chart is very similar to the revenue chart by fund. Our general fund, Measure H, and Measure U have a combined total of $96.8 million, or 31% of citywide expenditures. Our utility funds for water, wastewater, and stormwater add up to 27% of the total, with capital project funds at 19%. Looking at expenditures by type, 28% of the citywide budget is for salaries and benefits. Another 18% goes towards the CIP program, which includes the payroll costs of city employees that work on those projects. 23% of the budget is transfers out, which is the other side of those transfers in that we saw on the revenue slides. About 23% of the budget is spent on services and supplies, and another 4% on intergovernmental charges. 3% is spent on capital expenditures not included within the CIP program, such as vehicles or other capital equipment. Moving on to goals and priorities, we held workshops with City Council on February 26th and April 15th. City staff presented a work plan of priority projects that would require dedicated staff time and resources above and beyond regular operations. This chart shows the project milestones that are planned for fiscal year 2024-25 by department. As you can see, this is an ambitious work plan that spans departments in order to bring these goals to fruition. The proposed budget includes dollars that support all of these planned milestones. And next, we'll go over our capital improvement program. So I'm passing it off to our CIP manager, Jonathan Sanglerette.
Thank you, Jesse, and I can do the advancement slides. Good evening, Mayor and Council members, member of the public, and city staff. I'm Jonathan Sanglerette, the Engineering and Capital Improvement Program Manager, and I'm excited to take you through the proposed CIP budget. For the sake of time, if you could please hold your questions to the end of the presentation. The Capital Improvement Program, abbreviated CIP, represents a full catalog of our community's facilities and infrastructure needs. CIP projects are long-term, significant investments in essential infrastructure and facilities within our cities. CIP projects are also distinct from routine-type maintenance. Guided by our 5-year strategic plan, the Capital Improvement Program is regularly revisited and to ensure it's in alignment with evolving community needs and priorities. Each fiscal year, a specific budget is allocated to execute CIP projects for that specific year. The goal of the CIP is to maintain and improve infrastructure and facilities with a primary focus on ensuring the safety and improving the quality of life for our community. There are a total of 56 CIP projects included in the proposed fiscal 24-25 fiscal year budget. These projects are currently spread across various project phases. And for these 56 projects, we have identified milestone goals for each of the 56 projects that are included in this upcoming fiscal year budget. In addition to the specific CIP projects, we will continue to work on our ongoing city programs as part of this fiscal year. We will dive deeper into these milestones during later slides. The 5-year capital improvement plan helps us plan ahead, get ready, and expect what's coming in terms of work, budget, and the community needs. The current 5-year CIP catalog represents a total budget of $558.8 million. For each fiscal year, a specific budget is allocated to fund the projects defined for that upcoming fiscal year. The projects for the upcoming fiscal year 24-25 budget is represented by $56.8 million. As you know, Petaluma is a full-service city. As part of our comprehensive city services, our capital improvement program includes a diverse array of projects that are vital to our community's well-being. These projects touch on every aspect of city life, from enhancing our parks, maintaining and creating resiliency in our wastewater utility system, implementing energy conservation upgrades, improving the safety of our streets, and much more. Thanks to the community support through Measure U, we have been able to make significant strides with enhancing our city's infrastructure and amenities. Since Measure U began generating local funding in April 2021, we have allocated approximately $55 million through fiscal year 28-29 for repairing, reconstructing, and repaving our roads citywide. Measure U investments have also contributed significantly to our road reconstruction projects, some of which include North McDowell Boulevard, Petaluma Boulevard South, and Garfield Drive projects. These 3 reconstruction projects total approximately 4.4 miles of smooth, safe, newly reconstructed roads. In addition, Measure M investments have helped us to fund slurry sealing for roadway preservation and rehabilitation projects. In the last 2 years, we have completed approximately 33.4 lane miles of slurry sealing. As a result of our continuous pavement improvement, we have been able to see an increase in our 3-year rolling average pavement conditions index, or PCI, every year. The last year, we saw a 3-year rolling average PCI increase from 49 to 52. We would not have been able to enhance our streets without this investment, and we plan to continue rehabilitating and reconstructing our streets throughout the city. Here is a quick snapshot of additional projects that Measure U has helped us to build. And please keep in mind that this only represents a portion of the projects and initiatives supported by Measure U. We're proud to showcase a diverse range of projects supported by Measure U, reflecting a broad impact across various sectors of our community, from facilities all the way to utilities under the streets. One project that was recently completed that I wanted to point out was our Petaluma baseball field. It's a state-of-the-art major league size baseball field, and this project was many years in the making and will serve as a gathering point for the community. In addition to Measure U, it was made possible by significant contributions from local stakeholders, and the project is set to have its grand opening ceremony take place in a couple weeks. Here are some additional project examples that were projects supported by Measure U funding. Another key project I wanted to point out was the Petaluma River dredging, which is coordination between the city and the United States Army Corps of Engineers to dredge the Petaluma River. This 4-year cycle of reoccurring dredging helps to maintain navigable access to the heart of our downtown via the Petaluma River. As you know, CIP projects progress through various project phases. These phases include planning, design, bidding, city council approval, and construction. We would like to spotlight a selection of projects that have recently advanced through some of these phases. And please note that this is not a comprehensive list of the CIP projects, but serves as a highlight of some of our recent achievements and advancements regarding project milestones. Starting with this slide, this is a list of some of the recently completed projects. One of note is the North McDowell Complete Streets project, which helped to close large sidewalk gaps, improve ADA access, enhance crosswalk safety, and incorporate buffered bike lanes. Here are some projects that have recently completed the design phase in fiscal year 23-24. With the completion of design, these projects are now on track for entering or have entered the construction phase. One of these projects being the Advanced Metering Infrastructure, or AMI project. This project is noteworthy because it has a lot of benefits to the city as well as the community. The product comes equipped with an engagement portal where residents will be able to track their water usage down to 15-minute intervals, with the added benefit of leak detection capabilities, meaning that the homeowner can be alerted of potential leaks early on and proceed with early correction of problems. In addition, AMI will eliminate the need for city staff to physically drive to each water meter to collect water meter data, which will free up staff to focus on responding to leaks, providing excellent customer service, and providing other ongoing maintenance needs for the city. Here are some examples of projects that have moved into construction in the last year. One of the key projects is Maria Drive. It's one of our paving projects, and that when completed will provide a safer and smoother roadway, improve traffic flow and safety, enhance ADA access, upgraded bike lanes, and the expansion of our recycled water pipeline. In addition to the projects that we had in the different phases that I just showed, we have ongoing programs that the CIP is responsible for moving forward as well. And some of those include the Petaluma River dredging, traffic signal timing and improvements, street light repair and upgrades, pavement restoration and reconstruction citywide, LED street light and facility lighting retrofits, as well as the Safe Streets quick builds. Now we're going to review the proposed budget for the capital improvement program, starting with an overview of the 5-year CIP catalog, which goes through fiscal year 28-29. This chart shows a breakdown of the expected capital improvement projects by division, which highlights the diversity of Petaluma's infrastructure needs. The numbers shown are in thousands, which is typical of budget documents. You will notice that the combination of public works, facilities, and wastewater makes up roughly 70% of the total funding uses. All of our paving and streets type projects are located within the public works section, which partly accounts for the high dollar amount. Here we're looking at the anticipated funding sources for our comprehensive 5-year CIP catalog. This graph represents a summary of the funding sources for our capital projects, which comes from a variety of sources. The city has over 100 unique funds, a large portion of which contribute to the CIP budget. It is important to note that there are limitations and requirements on which funding sources can be used for what projects. Approximately 20% of the funding sources remain undetermined, highlighting the need for ongoing financial planning and resource allocation. City staff are also continuously seeking grant opportunities and alternative funding sources to supplement our project budgets. We greatly appreciate the community for supporting us, including the passing of ballot measures. One key thing to note about this plot is that our Measure U and grant funding slices are both much larger than the spending for CIP using general fund. A large percentage of the 5-year CIP budget is also funded by water and wastewater enterprise funds, which total combined 38% of the overall 5-year CIP budget. Now we will transition on to the capital projects slated for the upcoming fiscal 24-25 budget. Here's an overview of the capital improvement project budgets by division or category for the upcoming fiscal year. This data represents a budget for the projects that have been allocated funding in fiscal years 24-25, and all of which have been fully funded. This upcoming year will have a significant investment in a diverse array of projects serving many elements that contribute to our quality of life here in Petaluma. Now I want to talk about our capital project planning and prioritization. Prioritization is essential for effective project resource allocation, allowing us to address our community's needs. Projects with the highest impact on public health and safety are given top priority. Factors such as regulatory requirements, operational needs, essential services, funding sources and limitations, as well as our community's input are also considered when taken into account for prioritization. Regular review and adjustment of our priorities allows us to adapt to changing circumstances and emerging or unforeseen needs that occur. Ultimately, it is our goal to maximize the value of our capital investments by giving the greatest benefit to our community, as well as providing more realistic resource allocations and timelines. Now let's review a more detailed list of the projects planned for this upcoming fiscal year 24-25. Please keep in mind that this is not a complete list of the projects included in the full 5-year CIP catalog. We will be presenting the projects by division or category, starting with facilities. This table includes the project name, our planned CIP milestone to be completed by the end of the fiscal year, as well as the planned funding needed for the current fiscal year. For the planned facility projects in fiscal year 24-25, we have a total of 6 projects with a total budget of roughly $4.7 million. These projects primarily focus on public safety and addressing critical infrastructure needs. This slide shows a breakdown of the funding sources for the proposed fiscal year 24-25 facility CIP projects. A significant portion of the fiscal 24-25 facility projects will be funded by facility impact fees. We are also very grateful for the recent passage of Measure H, the Fire Prevention and Disaster Response County Sales Tax Measure, which will be supporting our efforts with the fire station safety improvements. This year's facility CIP budget includes a large focus on public safety infrastructure. Our city's fire stations, police department facilities are both aging and in need of upgrades to address seismic safety, capacity issues due to increase in staffing, and to ensure that our first responders are able to continue to serve our community. Some of our key projects that are part of the facility CIP are the Fire Station 1 seismic retrofit and improvements, the police department facility remodel, and the design of the joint fire station and public safety building. For the planned public works projects in fiscal year 24-25, we have a total of 11 projects with a total budget of roughly $12.8 million. These projects include a significant effort to improve the safety and functionality of our city's roads, streets, paths, and sidewalks. We are also planning on wrapping up the efforts for the Payran underground storage tank project this year. This chart shows a budget breakdown of the funding sources for the proposed fiscal 24-25 public works CIP projects. A significant portion of the funding for these projects is supported by traffic mitigation impact fees, as well as Measure U bonds, which are issued to leverage against the Measure U sales tax passed in 2020. We have also had success as a city for applying for and winning grants, which has supplemented a significant portion of our public works project budget. Staff have also been working diligently towards the city's goals of achieving 0 severe injuries and traffic-related fatalities by 2030, otherwise known as Vision Zero. Our path forward towards safer streets includes both citywide projects and location-specific projects. We will continue implementing a broad range of city programs to improve safety, access, and traffic calming. This fiscal year, we'll also be focusing on Maria Drive, D Street, Lakeville Highway, Lynch Creek Trail, Rainier, and Howard Street. The Safe Streets Quick Build Program is a new CIP program in our CIP budget. This program features multi-year complete street enhancements to improve the safety of our streets. Safe Street Quick Builds contribute to street-related projects in 2 ways. We use them to provide small and quick improvements to increase safety, but they also can inform bigger picture safety type projects. As a team, we're taking a holistic approach on all of our paving projects, which means we're not just putting fresh asphalt down, we're also adding elements to increase safety, provide traffic calming, and improve access. Last year, we were able to launch our Safe Streets nomination program. This program seeks to create accessible, transparent, and a data-driven way for the community members to nominate their streets for safety and traffic calming improvements. We launched this program back in October 2023, and since then we have received over 500 requests. We wanted to thank everybody for taking the time and spending the effort to submit these nominations, many of which are incredibly detailed and helpful at describing the issues the communities experience. We just finished mapping, scoring, and ranking our first batch of submissions, and we want to continue to encourage people to nominate their streets. Staff have also been working on developing a longer-term 5-year pavement plan using data to prioritize streets. This fiscal year, however, includes CIP projects that have been recognized in the current 3-year paving plan. Beyond Measure U bonding for pavement project funding, the city is also exploring other voter-approved options. Considerations for prioritization of streets repair and improvements include safety, coordination with utility needs, climate action goals, citywide equity, and public input. We have a total of 1 transit project planned for this fiscal year, which is our electrification of the transit facility. This project is necessary to provide the essential electrical infrastructure needed to support the procurement of electric buses. The total project budget for fiscal year 24-25 is $480,000, which is funded entirely by TDA or transit capital. We have a total of 2 airport projects planned for this fiscal year, which both include design phases for Taxiway A and South Taxi Lane B rehabilitation. Once design is complete for these projects, we will be applying for Federal Aviation Administration or FAA grant funding to cover the cost of the construction with a city match. The total $95,000 shown in fiscal year 24-25 budget for these airport projects is funded through a combination of airport capital and funds from the FAA. For the planned park projects for fiscal year 24-25, we have a total of 7 projects with a total budget of roughly $6.9 million. This is a diverse list of project work which focuses towards addressing safety, access, community needs, and functionality at locations throughout the city. This slide shows a breakdown of the funding sources for the proposed fiscal year 24-25 park CIP projects. A significant portion of the funding for these projects is supported by parkland impact fees and Sonoma transportation sales tax revenue. These projects are also supported by the revenue from Measure M, the Parks and Conservation County sales tax, as well as donations and developer contributions. We have also had success in applying for and winning grants to help supplement a portion of our parks budget. We have been working on improving park and trail access and mobility throughout Petaluma. enhancing existing facilities, and designing new community spaces. We plan on completing the Turning Basin Dock project this summer, which includes the removal of old piles and installing new piles and dock, which will improve the access and docking amenities in the river. Our swim center also requires replastering to maintain operations, which we plan to complete along with LED lighting upgrades this summer. Our goal is to reopen the pool as soon as possible to continue hosting community and regional programming. We are advancing the designs of the new skate park at Lucchese and plan to finalize them this year. I also wanted to touch on the Measure M investment plan, which is providing a significant amount of funding for parks projects. The Sonoma County Measure M, Parks for All, is a county-wide eighth of a cent sales tax where 2/3 of the revenue goes towards county regional parks and the remaining 1/3 is distributed amongst 9 cities, one of which being Petaluma. The Petaluma's revenue is estimated to be around $950,000 for fiscal year 24-25, and the total planned investment for this upcoming fiscal year is roughly $932,000. This table above shows our planned expenditures by category, with 70% supporting capital projects, 26% supporting park maintenance, and roughly the remaining 4% going towards park services, amenities, and enhancements. We also have 2 planned recycled water projects for fiscal year 24-25, with a total project budget of roughly $6.68 million for the year. These recycled water projects are largely funded with wastewater and water capital and are supplemented with federal grant funding through our partnership with North Bay Water Reuse Authority. We plan to complete the expansion of the tertiary filtration system this fiscal year. This is an important project to ensure we are able to meet the increasing demand for recycled water supply. We also plan to continue construction of the urban recycled water system expansion project, which travels along and around Maria Drive. We have completed the installation of a portion of the recycled water main and have connected several parks and landscape assessment districts, or LADs. This year, we plan to connect Lucchese Park, Corona Creek, and Rainier Avenue and estimate completing the entirety of the project in fiscal year 25-26. Expanding the city's recycled water system means that we will be able to reduce the use of potable water for irrigation at schools, greenbelts, and city-owned parks. We have a total of 4 surface water projects planned for fiscal year 24-25, with the project budgets totaling $2.2 million. These projects include upgrades and enhancements to better protect our community by helping to improve stormwater flow and mitigate flooding, as well as ensuring Petaluma is able to meet the updated state environmental requirements. This table shows a breakdown of the funding sources for the proposed fiscal year 24-25 surface water CIP projects. These projects are largely funded by storm drainage impact fees, but the city has also been successful with supplementing this with grant funding. The pump station equipment at Wilson Street Pump Station is at the end of its useful life and currently requires high levels of maintenance. We plan to complete the design phase of Wilson Stormwater Pump Station and outfall upgrades project in fiscal year 24-25. Staff is also actively seeking grant opportunities to support the funding for the remainder of this project, including construction. There are a total of 10 planned wastewater utility projects for fiscal year 24-25 with a budget of roughly $12.5 million. These projects represent critical infrastructure needs for our community's wastewater management system. Executing them is extremely important for the continued collection, transportation, and treatment of wastewater. Ensuring that they are all completed will not only help to address immediate maintenance concerns, but will also ensure the long-term resiliency and efficacy of our sewer system. The total fiscal year 24-25 budget for wastewater utility projects will be entirely funded by wastewater capital. A key project in our wastewater division is the PIPS, or Primary Influent Pump Station Force Main Replacement Project. This pipeline plays a crucial role in conveying wastewater from Hopper Street to the Ellis Creek Water Recycle Facility. As part of this project, the design will include the installation of a parallel force main adjacent to the existing one, which is nearing the end of its service life. The parallel main will not only help us complete the needed repairs and upgrades to the existing force main, but it will also provide an important redundancy and resiliency to our city's wastewater collection system. All of our sewer main projects are coordinated directly with our pavement projects to ensure that we're not digging newly paved streets. There are a total of 7 planned water utility projects for fiscal year 24-25 with a budget of roughly $9.9 million. These projects represent critical infrastructure needs for the community's water distribution and management systems. These projects represent a diverse spread of water infrastructure, which includes water mains, wells, storage tanks, distribution and monitoring software. The results of these projects will be to strengthen our water distribution system's resiliency, supplement our water supply, increase capacity, and enhance our conservation efforts as a city. This slide shows a breakdown of the funding sources for the proposed fiscal year 24-25 water utility CIP projects. These projects will be funded through a combination of water, capital, and grant funding. As mentioned in previous slides, an exciting water project that we've been working on is the acquisition and installation of the AMI, or advanced metering infrastructure. This project intends to upgrade over 20,000 water meters throughout the city, and as a recap, it will allow staff to access water data remotely, eliminating the need for staff to drive by to each individual water meter every month. It will also provide timely leak detection, enhancing our important water conservation efforts, and our water customers will have direct access to real-time water usage data. The table on this slide and the next slide show a summary of the planned fiscal year 24-25 CIP projects by division that we have reviewed and discussed. I know that the tables on this slide and the following slide are difficult to read in a presentation setting, but they are here to serve as a consolidated reference list. As a recap, the projects in this fiscal year budget are a result of prioritization and optimization that we went through with the whole CIP project catalog. Anything not on this list in the 5-year CIP budget does not currently have funding allocated to it in this fiscal year. These tables also represent what the CIP team can do with its current resources and staff bandwidth. We feel like this is a very robust and ambitious CIP program. Based on our staffing levels, there is not a lot of opportunity to add projects to this current fiscal year. This is why we plan for a 5-year program, which allows us to catalog the entire community's needs, allowing us to continue addressing projects in out years. And with that, we have time for questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks. A lot of data right there. Who would like to lead off? Councilmember Vice Mayor Shribs.
Okay, questions and comments?
Let's try and keep it to questions, but I'm sure they will roll right over into comments. Yeah, if you keep it brief, we'll get it quickly.
Okay. Just going down a list of things I've just noticed about it. First off, phenomenal list of projects, critical infrastructure, high priority items. So I want to compliment you and the staff for putting all this together over the period of time for this budget. It's phenomenal compared to what's been done in the past. So good job on that. There's a few missing pieces or some things I want to make sure we get connected in here. One of the most critical ones is we set the trestle as a number one priority, basically. And so we're still in we're going to find some funds for design. Is there any way we can find funds? Because we know we got to do removal, and we know that Smarts still owns it and may not want to give it over. They still want to give it to us maybe for $1 and let us take over the responsibilities. Is there any way in the next 5 years to find at least a couple $1 million to at least dismantle the safety hazard features of it while we're designing the future and maybe reserving those pieces that are replaceable or reusable? Is there any way in the next 5 years of this $560 million 5-year plan to find a few $1 million to at least take care of that part of the trestle, at least remove the hazard?
There, is that working? So it's a great question. We
we have just selected our design consultant for the project and hope within the next few weeks to be actually issuing the agreement to start design on the project. And one of the key elements of the consultant's scope of work will be an alternatives review, looking at opportunities to both consider alternative constructability means, methods, and opportunities for cost savings there, and possibly phasing, and looking at whatever chances we have of carefully leveraging our dollars and our schedule. So the short answer is yes.
Okay. Is there any possibility that if we're doing a dock there that's already getting pilings removed and replaced, big equipment coming and do that, at the same time, could we actually use that same equipment, the same company, to remove at least some of the crumbling pilings? Is there any way of getting that coordinated?
You're talking about performing that work while we're installing piles for the other docks?
We have a company that has the big equipment that can do that. Can that same company work on the other project?
I can't see that happening at this point.
Are you referring to the yacht club docks?
Or the docks for the right there in the basin.
He's talking about the
turning basin.
The city
we
docks
have dock work
on the north
already
side of
occurring
the
with
turning
pilings.
basin.
But having that company come and remove piles then? Is that what you're
Right. No, it's the ones that are crumbling and the like, or at least do a partial.
We wouldn't have the permits in place for that.
Okay. So we'll take more
Environmental
time.
permits.
Okay. Something to work on. Okay, let's move on. You mentioned safe streets and that we're going to do lots of projects in that, but I did not see a dollar amount anywhere. Is there a dollar amount that we are funding for that safe streets project?
Yeah, so there's a new CIP project that's in the budget book that has our projected funding for the Safe Streets program. I could look up the page if that would be helpful, or bring that up on, I don't know if we can bring that up on the screen.
Okay.
CIP 70.
It's CIP 70. So we have projected costs from 24, 25, all the way out through 28, 29.
So how much money are we reserving for that?
So right now there's undetermined funding. So it has about almost 700,000 in traffic mitigation impact fees, but the remaining funding that we want for the projected 2.1 million, that 1.4 is undetermined so far in the out years. So it's funded for the current years, but not in the out years.
Okay, good. Okay, so it's not like the hundreds, it's in the millions, over $1 million.
Yes.
Basically.
So
okay.
What staff had put in there is 2.1.
Right. Good. Thank you. Okay. Just in looking at cycles of roads, you mentioned basically we have got 4 miles done, 3 major roads. But looking at our total number of roads, I know I get a lot of complaints on the east side because they're now 30 to 50-year-old crumbling roads on the east side, and people are asking, okay, in the cycle, if that's the pace of our roads right now, which is better than before, but even at the current pace, how long would it take to actually get to the majority of the roads on the east side for at least repaving and resurfacing? Are we talking about 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years out to cycle through all the major crumbling roads on the east side?
That's a good question. Jeff is on Zoom. Okay.
So Jeff Stutzman, introduce him.
So Jeff Stutzman's our Deputy Director of Operations for Traffic, and I'm hoping he can hop on here to help answer that question. Thank you, Jeff.
Hello, thank you. It's a question I can get back to you on exactly how long it would take to do that. There's a lot of factors that go into it, of mainly what our funding sources would be in our PCI. So it's definitely a number that we could run based off current funding levels that we have now to see how long. It would be a long time. I mean, as we go along with our paving, prices are going up for the cost of asphalt, for the cost of labor. So everything is going up. So that's why we're trying to come up with that 5-year plan to kind of come up with the best opportunities, best streets to do with the limited resources that we have.
Okay, but it still looks like it's going to be long-term for many of our side streets to get that repaved. So just something to think about. Next question on the toilets. We showed a picture of a very high-end single toilet unit and that could be used downtown. And I know those are being put in at hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have several empty buildings and lots of vacancies downtown right now. Can we look at an alternative instead of putting together a big fancy metal thing in the middle of a plaza? Can we actually think about putting a whole series of toilets and restrooms in one of the vacant buildings that we now have at a much cheaper rate even?
I can take this. Vice Mayor Shribs, we have been trying to work with property owners downtown to utilize some of the restrooms, but we haven't been fortunate enough to get a taker yet. So
is it possible we could actually rent out one of the vacant buildings ourselves and convert the whole thing into a larger restroom, whole system?
That seems
maybe
like
with 10 stalls each? Or is that a consideration?
I don't know if that would be the best use of our downtown real estate, but I guess we could look at that. But again, we'd like to be able to use some of the existing restrooms that had been used for the public to be able to build upon the downtown restroom that we add. Yeah. And this one, I believe, this specific model is 200 and without installation costs. It's like 280,000.
Yeah. So it's
one time cost, not ongoing with.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, but just given the number of complaints we received, we need to do something a little better than one or two here and there. Okay, just move on. Let's see. And one of the things another article that I read in coming out of the LA Santa Monica Mountain Park, they're starting to use cameras even for folks rolling through stop signs and handing out automatic tickets using cameras and the like. And I know that several of those are occurring in other cities. Is there in the 5-year plan, is there anywhere in the 5-year plan that we might even consider using cameras for speeding, and especially to reduce our speeds and for Vision Zero? Is that anywhere in our 5-year plan possible?
I'm going to defer to Jeff Stutzman again, who's on the Zoom.
Or Bjorn, he's coming up here. Yep.
I'll kick it off. We don't have anything in the 5-year plan that would be for camera enforcement of that. I mean, we do have our camera technology that we use for our traffic signals that utilizes radar and video detection. So we are able to utilize the speeds that come into the camera system and put it into the controller to help prevent red light running and to mitigate that issue that may happen when people run red, but we're not using it at this point for enforcement.
And I will just add that speed enforcement by cameras is currently not allowed in California. It is used in other states very effectively, but efforts at the state level to make that a thing, to implement it in California have not been successful in recent years. There are a handful of cities, I believe San Francisco and San Jose are included, that will be allowed to pilot it in the coming years, but not something that we are able to do in Petaluma.
I thought that was starting to happen here in a couple of cities this year. So I thought it's a possibility to think about that.
It was the state legislation that enabled that was very specific about which cities were included. We are not included.
Okay, that's all my questions at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thanks. Just a few. One question I had was on the PIPS force main, and on the email we got today, it was talking about going to bid for the new force main in 2025, I believe. Yeah, in fall 2025. Which would be great, but I'm looking at the page for it, which is CIP, page CIP 127, and it doesn't show construction there until FY 27-28 and FY 28-29. So I'm wondering if there's a disconnect between the information we received today and what's in the published draft budget. When do we expect that project to be actually constructed?
Good evening, Council. Dan Herrera, Deputy Director of Operations and Public Works. So the plan we have right now with the consultant, we're going out to bid sometime in fall of 2025. Right now, we're working on CEQA, working on all those documents. So that's our plan. But as you know, this has been a long-term project. So that's our goal.
I read the memo that came out today, and my question is, there appears to be a disconnect between that and the timing in the budget document.
The budget pushed it out a year.
It's like in FY 27-28 and 28-29.
It's 26-27? I thought we had it in FY 26-27.
Jonathan, I think there's also CIP 122.
Are you looking at the pumps?
That's related to the...
Oh, is that the replacement? No,
it says... There's a force main and there's a pumps project. Oh, the lining. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're looking at the rehabilitation project? So after we complete the...
No, that's another page. That's
okay. Sorry.
That's 128. I saw that one. So yeah, you're right. 122 is the force main replacement, but then it says sewer. 127 is sewer force main replacement program. What's the difference between those?
I know we have three. So Jonathan, you can help me out. So we have three projects. We have the force main, the parallel force main. We have the pumps that we're going to be replacing the pumps and all the controls. That's going to design now, but it could be pushed off. And then we have the relining of the original existing, which is going to be, that's the further one out. That's going to be after completion of the force.
That's good. I appreciate the clarification. And based on the presentation we received a few minutes ago, is the new force main going to follow the same right-of-way as the existing?
Pretty much. There's one deviation that we're going to be going around, which is it's off of Casa Grande. It's, I forget the name, industrial or not industrial. It's Technology Way. So Technology, we had an apartment complex in our right-of-way that we can't fit it. So we're just going to be going around that apartment complex.
Okay, basically. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, appreciate that.
No problem.
And then, let's see. The pedestrian bridges, CIP 79. Including the Balshaw Bridge, which is something I've been asking for several years now. But it's staged over several years, and there's several different projects lumped together here, and I was just curious where in this process, where in the sequencing the Balshaw Bridge renovations will occur.
Thank you, Council Member. That's a good question. So we're still exploring the different repairs we need to make for all of these different areas. So we haven't selected necessarily which one's coming first out of the Balshaw, Almond Marsh. Primarily, it's due to funding because the improvements that we got back preliminarily from our consultant is that there's pretty significant maintenance that we need to do on the Balshaw Bridge. And so we're looking at figuring out which one of these projects we need to have as the priority. If you could repeat your question one more time.
You know, I just it lumps this item lumps together, I think, 3 different projects, and I was just curious to know which one, because there's very specific dollar amounts in 3 different fiscal years for construction, and I was curious as to which fiscal year was which project.
Hi, Josh Manchal, Senior Civil Engineer. So the idea was to start with some of our immediate needs, the smaller items that are rotted out, safety hazards. And then with Belshaw in particular, that's going to require a detailed design from the consultant and environmental permits because it's over the water. There's a lot of concern about any material getting into the water. So it's going to take probably a couple years to get to that.
Okay, because the concern I've expressed before is the Belshaw Bridge is being subjected to what historic preservationists like to call demolition by neglect, and that's been going on for many years, and it is going to continue to go on until we can actually get to it. So I'd like to see that happen. Appreciate that. And, you know, I share the community and Councilmember Shrib's frustration on the trestle project and would like to see that move forward. I'm not sure that starting to remove pieces of the bridge, of the trestle at this point is a great idea, because once they're gone, no one can see them and you forget about it. And I'd be hesitant to go down that route personally. Let's see. And this isn't, well, this wouldn't be a question as much as a comment, so I guess I can save it for later. So I'm done on the CIP. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Councilmember Kato Thompson?
Sure. I just talk about the 101 pedestrian and bike crossings. I see that we're talking about Caulfield, but also they always call it the Target crossing. But the money we receive from SCTA, I thought Corona was included in that, and I don't see Corona on the list.
Yeah, so I don't have the narrative in front of me, but that study is scoped to include the Corona overcrossing, Rainier undercrossing, Lynch Creek Trail crossing of US 101, really focusing more on the North McDowell crossing and also the Mackenzie Avenue catwalk. So we've got that all scoped, and that agreement has been executed with SCTA. We're actively working on that project.
Great,
Yep.
thank you. And I'm just going to talk about the pool. Of course, I've talked to some people that use the pool a lot, and they would, instead of replastering it, they'd like us to make it larger, but I just don't really see that anywhere in the budget to retrofit an Olympic-sized pool. But I'm just throwing that out of what people are, the swimmers state. And as far as bathrooms, I am looking forward to moving forward, figuring out what we're going to do downtown, whether it's, ones you purchase and you just, plop somewhere, but it's definitely something that you hear. And so I'm not sure if renting a building and putting in bathrooms is the way to go, but I think that we need to at least do something downtown. And as far as the museum and the retrofitting, with the earthquake fitting, what's the process for that? Do we have to do what we're doing with the fire station right now, evaluating the building, or has it already been evaluated?
For the museum, I think I have. Are you?
I can speak to
Nice, thank you.
Good evening, Steve Worrell, Senior Civil Engineer. So we are doing a grant-funded project to evaluate the seismic resiliency of a number of city facilities, including the museum. It starts with a screening process that looks at the age of the building, the construction of the building, and its type and use. And then a consultant will recommend basically either additional evaluation or retrofits. And so the museum's on the list with about 11 other city facilities.
So are we going to do all 11 at one time, or are we going to pick and choose?
It's within the next year. Yeah, we have grant funding that is expires, I believe, June 2025. Thank you.
For all 11?
That's right.
Okay.
Correct.
That's great.
Yep.
Thank you. I do have another comment. The Washington overcrossing and the pavement there is really pretty horrible. And so is that Caltrans, or is that the city, And I'm talking about on the west side, because the east side was completed.
And I'm
Jeff,
gonna
you wanna
defer
take
to
that?
Jeff one more time.
Yeah, so we have that plan. We have a consultant working on an encroachment permit. So it is within Caltrans's right of way, but it's kind of the city's responsibility to maintain it. So we have it budgeted as part of the Maria project. So when they're paving Maria Drive this summer, we're gonna hop over and do that one section on East Washington. And we've been working with the consultant to revisit the striping to try to improve the bike connectivity over the overpass while still maintaining Caltrans's requirements.
Okay, so as far as the Washington overcrossing, so you're looking at putting bike crossings there so it's safer? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
just making it more safe for bicycles by having more defined striping. So not necessarily marking bike lanes, but being able to mark wider shoulders that could accommodate users who use that overpass who may not be using Lynch Creek Trail.
Oh, that's great, because I almost used Washington today, but chose not to because there's no striping on it. So I went Lynch Creek instead. I'll wait on I do have a few other questions, and I'll wait on those.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and to everybody who put work into the this year's draft budget. I'll start with CIP 47 playground replacement, and I'm wondering if one of those is going to be one of this playgrounds for seniors.
Good evening. Thank you for the question, Council Member. Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation. There is not a capital improvement project for a playground specific at this point. What we have committed to was following through on the existing playground replacement list, which was adopted in 2014, 2015. So with the recent completion of Anna's Meadows, that marked our sixth playground and final on that list. So we're committing to taking on a future playground replacement assessment this year. There is some money set aside in Measure M. So we're looking forward to going through that exercise and through the lens of age-friendly infrastructure. I think we've really started that process with the last playground. So excited to see the budget for playground replacements overall be supported and growing. So with the next assessment, we should be looking at every playground through that lens, but there's not a specific playground called out.
Okay. So next question is on CIP 84. It's a new one, and it is electric utility infrastructure undergrounding, I believe. Yeah, and my question is really, it talks about a couple of different phases. Most of the project is undetermined, and one of the things when we approved the Oyster Cove project, we wanted to see a CIP project for undergrounding that last section on Lakeville from Copeland to, or on D Street from Copeland to Lakeville. There's like 3 poles there, and if we don't get those undergrounded, it's gonna, basically create this like pinch point that we want to avoid. So I'm wondering if it mentions that in here, but it doesn't say it explicitly, and I don't know what is actually being done or on what timeline, I suppose. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Member. So I could take that one. So we have credits set aside as part of the Rule 20A program. So that program is retiring or is sunsetting, and PG&E program, sorry. And originally, as part of that program, we had submitted for Bodega Avenue to be our undergrounding. And so we completed a phase 1 of that. And then phase 2 was where we had planned on putting the credits. After it was brought to staff's attention that, council wanted to look at exploring along Lakeville, or I believe it was along D Street, up to Lakeville, we went back and talked with our representative from PG&E to see if those credits could be transferred. And so they can be transferred if we would want. The downside is if they were transferred, PG&E is trying to basically recoup the funding from other cities that didn't spend their Rule 20A. And so there's an opportunity, since we're still listed as an active community for Bodega, for us to have additional funding provided because we don't have, with just the credits, enough to finish Bodega. And so we wouldn't get that opportunity if we were to shift them. It would just be whatever we have in that funding credit. And I had that up. I think it was roughly 2 million something. I can look up the exact number while you're asking more questions. But we did confirm that that's a possibility. So the next step would be to, if we wanted to pursue that route, is to send in an application to PG&E to make a district for that area. Because we'd have to go through the full process. Whereas Bodega, we are already all set up for doing that, and also we have utilities that could be replaced concurrently on Bodega, so that's another reason why we're exploring that area.
Understood. Thank you for that explanation. That's more information than I've received so far, so that's helpful. In creating a district, then, I guess, would we not be eligible for the unspent monies from other communities, or would we just sort of go to the end of the line for those?
No, we wouldn't be eligible. So they're trying to basically remove as many communities as they can as the program sunsets. And so only an active community can be eligible. And so I have the timelines written down somewhere. I could send an update to city manager to pass along to council too with some of those dates.
Great. It'd be nice to know what amount of funding we're talking about losing out on, so that we may know what we're making a decision on there. So please do.
They didn't provide specifics on that, just that there's an opportunity for more.
Okay. No kidding. Okay, on the public restroom, it has it going in the next fiscal year, and I'm wondering if there's a way, because it's 100% funded, if that can be moved up into the current fiscal year.
So the way that we had it, so I take that back. So we have been actually pursuing that project to go in this upcoming fiscal year, talking with finance, and once we figured out where we're actually going to place the location of the new restroom, which is tentatively along Water Street. So staff did an extensive analysis on the different areas we could place this restroom downtown, and so
okay, cool.
It is moving up.
Thank you. And then, so my next question's maybe multi-part, and apologies, I didn't send this in ahead of time. So there's a backup generation study. There's the backup generation projects at City Hall and at the EOC, Emergency Operations Center. And then we have a facilities assessment, and then the transit and operation vehicle maintenance operations facility assessment. And the backup generation study is coming before the other two facility studies. And it feels like they should be flopped, where the facility studies would go ahead of, like, make sure that the uses and the locations of our facilities are going to be there before we determine what types of backup generation. But maybe I'm just...
Thank you, Council Member. This is another one of those grant-funded studies that we talked about with the seismic retrofits. And we based this project off the local hazard mitigation plan that was done several years back, and it identified those several facilities as needing the emergency generator backup systems. And we're looking at how we can make those resilient and powered by renewable energy as much as possible. So we applied for those grant fundings with CDBG grant, Community Development Block Grant. We're successful in receiving that funding, and the clock is kind of ticking on that one. We need to wrap that one up by June of 2025 as well, under those specific facilities that we identified in there. So we kind of have that, we have our scope that we can't really change that much on it, which identified those specific.
Just to clarify, I'm sorry again that I didn't send this in ahead of time. The backup generation projects that are funded by the grant, totally on board with those. Those are, I understand we can't change those, but there's 3 studies. There's the backup gen feasibility study, and then the transit and vehicle operations study, and then the CIP 92, whatever that one was. Public Works facility site analysis. Those 3 feel like they're all sort of in this like more amorphous like planning, long-term planning thing. And it just feels like we should be looking at what facilities are going to be where, or, if things are moving before we decide, like say they need backup generation, I suppose. Or maybe we can say they need backup generation and then we'll decide, but we're not going to put it here. That's a perfectly reasonable answer too. That was my thought. Or my line of questioning, I guess.
I don't know if you want a response, but we're doing what we can with the resources that have been put forward to us, and I think that there's still some value that we'll gain, even if facilities change. We'll know what our resource needs are for those facilities that have been identified, whether they're there or in a different location in the future. So there may be some, we can get down into specifics of that building, how much energy is needed, how long duration can we keep that running in the event of a grid outage that may be transferable regardless.
Okay. Thanks. I think that's all my questions, I think.
Okay, we have a follow-up from Councilmember Kato Thompson.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on D Street and the undergrounding of those utility lines. Since we're already undergrounding, or the developer's undergrounding 3 of them, are we coordinating with PG&E for the other poles? Who's doing the coordination with the developer?
I believe that would be our city engineer.
That should be on Zoom. Can you repeat the question? I'll see if I can do my best with that.
Yeah, just
so you're concerned about who's following up with.
Well, if the Oyster Cove, the developer is undergrounding the poles that they are required to underground, and then there's 3 extra.
Right.
So who's coordinating that undergrounding with PG&E?
The developer will be responsible to do the coordination for the undergrounding work that is on the frontage of their project. And yeah, they will do that.
But aren't we coordinating with them since we're looking at undergrounding the remainder to Lakeville?
Gina, I think what the council member is asking is if we could find an efficiency by coordinating that together.
It's possible. So the overriding constraint here is not our willingness and interest in collaborating and coordinating with the developer and with PG&E. It is often the fact that PG&E just can't turn on a dime, and they often have a very prescribed and set and lengthy process. That doesn't preclude us from starting that conversation. The developer probably started that conversation a year ago with them, so they are very likely ahead of us. But it absolutely can't hurt
I'd like
for us to have that conversation, and it could well be that city engineering has started that conversation. I can't speak to that right now.
Because I would not have supported that project. I would have voted no on it. If we are going to have a choke point on D Street, that is the council's responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen. And it's going to be a nightmare if you only do half of the street to Lakeville, and then you end up with, what's existing there now. So I would like to actually get information back on that to find out what that timeline's going to be and who you're going to work with, because it seems kind of odd to just the developers working with PG&E and that we're not at the same time. And then I just want to go back to Maria Drive and Rainier, when that project comes before us, I guess Rainier in 2025, how can we look at doing a mini roundabout at Maria and Rainier, because you have a lot of cars doing donuts in those intersections, and same at Rainier and Prince Albert. I mean, the tire marks are on the road.
I'm going to defer to Jeff again, who's on the Zoom.
Yeah, so I could take a stab at this. So we are going to look at a roundabout at Maria and Rainier. We're going to see how it fits. It's a wider intersection, so we should be able to fit it. There are challenges putting in roundabouts, as we know, kind of with the Bassett and Upham circle, that it's hard to fit in a roundabout into an existing intersection like that and still maintain kind of pedestrian crossings. So we're going to take a look, and if we can make it work, I think it's a viable option. But we've just kind of entered into that design phase for Rainier. So
that would be fantastic, because just something small will eliminate that particular problem. But I realize it has to be engineered. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't help but jump in and ask, isn't the Rainier intersection more comparable with the Baywood or Casa Grande intersections rather than the Bassett intersection? And,
yes, it is. It's wider, so you can accommodate that. The challenges again with it are the crosswalks are more adjacent to the intersection. So when you have turning movements going around the circle, vehicles tend to go into the crosswalk where a pedestrian would be. So those are some of the challenges of trying to retrofit an existing intersection with a roundabout.
Thank you. And regarding D Street undergrounding, I'm sure the developer is well along his path, and PG&E thinks they finished the design for that. Probably has a cost estimate into the city for the total development cost of working in the public right away. But I think council would like to know what the order of magnitude of what we're asking is. I think we can get, if we could get a concept of how many dollars, if we're in for a couple $100,000 or a couple of million, it might make it easier for the council to reach comfort on that point. And I believe that Lakeville and D Street is an ugly PG&E intersection, which would be pretty expensive. So to help us make our decision, we would love to have good hard numbers, or first preliminary numbers, not good hard, first preliminary numbers out of a PG&E through the developer probably. Thank you. Council member now.
Thank you. On the downtown bathrooms, we have one right now at Smart. I watched lots of people use it yesterday, coming on and off Smart Train, and when they were visiting the visitor center. We also have the museum is city owned, and it has a bathroom. And I know that when it's open, the public is allowed to use it. There's also Walnut Park, and I have to ask Drew. I know it's been closed off and on because of situations that happen in park bathrooms, but is it open to the public right now?
Yes.
And do we have to do any renovating to it, or because it's pretty old?
It is thank you for the question. It is a historic restroom. We can't say that about all of them, but yes, it is 7 days a week, dawn to dusk, and it's on a regular custodial schedule, as well as security nightly checks. It's a single stall unit, so it's constrained by size, and then the museums are open during operating hours, Thursday through Sunday.
Thank you. I just wanted to point those 3 public bathrooms out to people, because when you're with grandchildren, those ones at the park are really important. To the swim center, I'm back on the bathrooms again. The swim center facility assessment, CIP 58, that is just for an assessment on what needs to be done. Can somebody help me with a timeline? The bathrooms and the dressing rooms are also historic. I think they haven't changed since 1965 when I was taking swim lessons there. So they need some privacy.
Yes, thank you for the question. We don't have a timeline yet on when we can share the results of that facility assessment, but yes, you hit it on the head. It's very much just trying to be proactive ahead of a CIP to understand really where the needs are, spatially planning, et cetera, because we know we need to rework that facility to make it better use and serve the community.
Is there any laws or anything or policies saying you have to have more privacy in your dressing rooms from the public? Because when the public walks in, at least the old-fashioned way, they go right past an open dressing room area where people are changing out of their bathing suits into street clothes. So can you...
Right, and it meets ADA accessibility from that standpoint, but the gold standard is really more municipalities are moving and adopting the safe sport criteria. And so those are moving towards more gender neutral restrooms, privacy, single stall, et cetera. So it's an outdated type of model, but we'd have to look at through the facility assessment to see how it can be oriented. We do feel like it has the space. It's really just about a puzzle that we get to solve.
Well, thanks for bringing up ADA, because that was my next. Lots of facilities still need a lot of ADA improvements. And thank you. My other one was on, don't go anywhere, Drew. The CIP 55, the Lucchese turf field replacement. That was just the number. Is it for natural grass or just the artificial turf?
What we have, and I believe we're scheduled to have this conversation on July 1, which will be bringing out a recommendation to council with alternate recommendations and ultimately a conversation for the community about that replacement project. Right now, we have a design for a replacement of a synthetic all-weather turf field. But again, we've got to go through all the considerations that would come with a replacement or an alternate recommendation. But the funding that has been secured is for design and construction of a replacement.
And I believe natural grass is more expensive than the artificial turf. Am I correct?
In this case, there's a lot of underlying subbase that we would have to address. So yes, it would be more budget to excavate the existing, install new subbase, irrigation, drainage improvements, ADA, all of the things. Yes.
Thank you. Those gophers are alive and well. I saw one popping out of its hole while I was at the baseball field. So they don't even care if a baseball is being thrown around. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Posake.
Thank you. A couple of, sort of small things. I really appreciate the work that's been gone into this and by everyone and really how it shows what our direction has been more than anything else. In terms of the trestle, that was mentioned earlier, but it wasn't talked about this ownership issue. And to me, I don't know. I'm probably I know oversimplifying it, but it seems to me it would be solvable in one day or never. And I'm wondering, is it never possible for this, or any comments?
It's true that we don't have an ownership interest in that property. It's smart owned, and there's other ownership interests at play. There's state lands that owns the navigable channel. So, I think that is one reason why, with the council's direction and the community interest, the focus has been on getting a design ready to be able to seek funding for what we anticipate is a very substantial price tag, again, depending on how it's scaled and scoped. I suspect, I don't think SMART has any plans for it as part of its working system. I suspect they'd be only too delighted to convey it to the city, but that too there's regulatory issues with that, one of which would be, we're required by law to do pretty extensive environmental testing to make sure that a public agency like the city of Petaluma doesn't unwittingly acquire a significant contamination site. So there's a lot there. From a legal standpoint, again, given the council's direction in response to community interest, I think our current sequence makes sense, but it's important, and I appreciate, Councilmember Puskay raising the fact that that's property we don't own. We don't have any control over it, presently, but I suspect that SMART is appreciative, like the community is, in trying to at least identify what could happen there and what potential funders could get behind. So, but we would have those, a number of transactional steps that we've, haven't taken and can't take until we have a plan.
And I would just add that it would probably be beneficial for SMART and us to, apply for grant funding together. I think there's more opportunity than if we just assumed it and then try to seek grant funding. So I think there's some leverage there with having SMART also be in that.
Is it reasonable for me to, what I'm hearing here now, if we're going ahead with design, but we still don't know about that, I take that as some confidence that we will be able to solve that problem and it won't turn out to be never. Is that fair? Okay.
We've not yet seen something that this team can't do. It's a question of prioritization and resources.
Okay. The only other question I have is in terms of the D Street, and I think I've got that here, that's CIP 80. And this is because I've heard from some of the residents that, and I don't think I've seen it in print in any staff report, but heard from some of the residents that the bicycle lanes were going to be put in before any other traffic calming measures. And I want to see if that is true.
Get the order of execution here.
Yeah, so sorry to hear that. That's not the case. All of those active transportation, complete streets, traffic calming improvements would go in together concurrently. Okay. It's all part of the same, be part of the same contract. So,
all right, that's what I thought, but I've heard this more than once, so I thought I'd better check. And then lastly, I'm going to be dead by this time anyway, but there's always a couple of places where it says that we're falling another 10 million behind in our needs and maintenance of stuff every year. I mean, that's what I hear, and not just here, in every city. And I don't know. It's hard to see that. It's hard to see 3 years ahead. Never mind 20 or 30. And I know we're not buying lottery tickets, and they don't even pay enough for the amount we're in the hole. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is 2% tax on wealth over $2 billion or $2 million. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Well, thank you. So I had a variety of questions. I'd like to start with questions about our fund balance and our achievement. It should be noted to everybody that CIP went up 50% this year. We did 50% more CIP, and that's awesome. You mentioned in the presentation that we had constraints on resources. Was that staffing? Are we short-staffed?
Yeah, so I can touch on that too. We've been actively hiring to try and fill our vacancies. We only just submitted our final conditional job offer for our last vacant position, but throughout the past year, we've been filling and dealing with turnover on staffing.
Yeah, my overall wish is to complete more streets and more projects and everything. So anything you can do to get bodies in would be great. And if that was the constraint last year and you're trying to fill those bodies and everybody you have is performing higher and better each year, wouldn't it be logical to say that we could achieve more in the coming year if we could find you the money?
So that's part of the reason for the prioritization that we went through is there is, an efficiency gain with not bouncing between, many different projects, being able to focus in. I'm hoping that, our team will be able to, focus in on the 56 projects that we talked about in the presentation and be able to get those done. And if we can, achieve all of those projects, there is room going down that prioritization list to do more as well. And so as we, have staffed up and as we're training people and people have been here and learned how to, run these projects, there's an innate efficiency with that.
But it's also hard to add significant achievement at midpoint in a year. To really get things built, you need to come out of the gates knowing how many things to build in a year, right? Yeah. So in the effort of trying to find more money for you, I'm looking at last year's, what we were going to declare beginning balance of 162 million, and then the book this year shows 191 million was the actual number. So we're $30 more million in the bank than we thought when we were in this exercise last year. And I guess from questions to staff, that number becomes available during the year, not next month or something. So, but every year it drifts up. The total fund balance drifts up. And every year we pick a more ambitious number to finish at. And so I'm trying to figure out how can we get those two to jive. When earliest expect to know the year-end budget number, which the more actual budget number for closing out this fiscal year?
Yeah, so with the audits, generally it's when the ACFR is complete. So in January following the close of a fiscal year is when we know those final numbers. I do want to point out that, yes, while we have been accumulating fund balance, that is to fund the large-scale CIP projects that we do have in the 5-year plan. So if you look at that total 5-year plan, that's over $500 million worth of CIP that we need to be able to pay for. And so the funding that we're accumulating now, we're planning on spending in the future years. And we also need to remember that part of that future 5-year CIP is not completely funded. We were 20%, I believe, undetermined. So that's taking all the money we have now, all the money we think we're going to earn and put away, and saying that we're still 20% short and we need to find more funding sources. So
it's a big challenge to get to our number. And as was pointed out, we run further behind every year. But what I'm suggesting is for the money we have in the bank that we've accumulated already and aren't accumulated for something big like PIPs, but the rest, we're really aggregating money or Caulfield or other things. There's other monies that could get out into circulation, could be put if we had staff resource to get to that level. I know we had talked about getting down to 113 last year was our goal. We didn't get there, but can we hold that as a goal for this year? Why isn't 113 a goal for this year? I believe it's because it's our capacity and resource rather than good projects on the list that could get built.
Well, capacity and resource is part of it. There's also just timing. There's only so many hours in a year that we can design projects, build projects, have contractors out on the roads, be able to source enough materials. There's a lot of things that can constrain how much we do. I also want to point out that we structured this. Finance worked closely with CIP. What we have funded is the highest priority projects, and moving forward, we're very hopeful that we're going to be able to barrel through projects and come back at mid-year and say, hey, look at everything we've done already. Let's do some budget adjustments. But right now, in terms of finding funding, when you talk about what's available, there's really only about $7 million available that isn't being reserved for other uses, being held for future CIP, and most of that money is in special revenue funds that have a lot of constraints about what we can spend the money on. So we don't have a ton of flexibility, but we are hoping that as we move forward with CIP, if we move faster than anticipated, that we'll be able to get creative, move things around, and find ways to fund the projects that we have the time to complete.
Right, and as the old project manager, I'm very familiar with what you're talking about and the tricks to achieve more that are possible. And I also know what the constraints are, and one constraint on project completion is starting late. If we come in January, February and say, how much can we spend this year? You spend pennies. if you start out in July and say, run me one extra design and set up one more thing, you need the resources on staff to do that kind of thing. It always seems like it's a staff constraint. But if we have 162 as our beginning balance this year and 113 was supposed to be where we are, surely there's more good and valid projects with funding in the bank that could be achieved.
Can I just add one thing real quick? Right here.
Yes. Sorry.
I want to address the difference that you were talking about between what we anticipated the Indian fund balance to be last year and what it ended up to be this year. And the majority of that difference is due to the CIP changes, the mid-year budget adjustments that we typically bring forward. That doesn't mean that excess money is available to spend or appropriate. It's basically aligning our resources so that we can meet the needs in the following year budget. So we adjusted the fiscal 24 budget. We brought the CIP down, which increased the estimated ending fiscal year 24 fund balance to then reprogram in 25. So it doesn't become available. It just gets moved to the next year.
Right. And it was to help us achieve that 113 balance left. It was to put money in there so we could do the capital projects that didn't get done last year, the $30 million that didn't get done last year. And just looking for any pathway forward to achieving more. And then I look at some of these, some of the project numbers, and I'm concerned that the firehouse spends $2.5 million this year. That seems very ambitious. And then if we spend $1.5 million on it, then once again our fund balance will grow by the unexpended in it, and it pushes the work into the next year. That kind of bothers me. Same with the water replacements in general and sewer replacements in general. If in my questionings back, I asked what's the bid date, because if the bid date is July, you get a lot of work done, but the bid date is February, you get maybe half of what that construction budget is. So it's tricky, and I don't want to be in this position next year like it was last year, where we're saying, look at that, the fund balance, we're behind on our CIP. So is there a trick to guaranteeing the firehouse will hit that goal? Is there a trick? What confidence levels do we have that we'll spend those pipeline replacement funds in completion?
I'll just add one thing about the overall CIP. For the past several years, our CIP has been quite large. I want to say around $80 or $90 million. This year, staff did a very thorough analysis that allowed us to do the prioritization, which was much more thorough this year than has been in the past. And so our CIP, I believe the budget's about $56 million. So it's a lot less than it has been in recent years. And I believe it's something that the CIP team feels that they can accomplish.
Right. I think it's very similar to this year. And I was hoping, teasing it up, that with more staff on board and more time under their belt, they would be able to achieve more projects. And that we had triage to have the best expenditure of the funds available. The capital was $89 million last year, and we balked at whether that was really an achievable jump. That was like, when we pushed back that was unachievable. The year before was 70, and the year before was 54. So, and we have much more staff now and much more competence now than we did a couple of years ago. I think we're going to hit good numbers. Taking us back to our 5-year plan, with the 5-year plan at $500 million, as Jesse mentioned, that's $110 million a year. And if you take out all the undetermined, the money we don't know where it's ever going to come from, let's just take that out, that's $80 million a year. What's the plan to get us to $80 million in a year average over 3 years, given that we're only doing 50 this year? That pushes 30 more into the 4-year remainder. How do we ramp up? And if it is $80 million a year average, that third year has got to be, $100 million. So, these are big jumps. How are we planning to achieve our 5-year staffing problem? What's the strategy to achieve the 5-year plan?
I think, if I may, I'd like to point out that the current proposal for our CIP is what we feel very confidently is right-sized for the first time in years. And we've done that through a very, very thoughtful, careful, systematic, data-driven prioritization, looking at resources, dollar resources, staffing resources, and project criteria, project necessities, the driving demands and of projects that affect their criticality to the city and to the community. So I just want to preface my remarks by saying our plan is to deliver this $56 million CIP project, and we feel for the first time in many years that this is a realistic target for this year. Now, your follow-up question, that was really to the last conversation, your follow-up question is, how the heck are we going to get to that 5-year goal? And I will point out that one of the factors that is going to be more apparent in the next year or two is that there are some huge projects in the pipeline that we are just in design phase on now that are going to contribute significantly to those increased volumes of capital expenditures in the out years. And will it get us all the way to that 80 million average per year? It might for at least a couple of them. Will it get us there for all 5? I'm not sure. But we are on a significantly better track to get there than we have been before. I should also point out that Public Works brought on 27 full-time positions we hired last fiscal year. Actually, no, last calendar year. We added another, I think, 8 so far this year, and several of those were in CIP. So we are building that team, as you know, and as you've mentioned. But I think we're starting to see the benefits of that investment.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? So at this point, we go to public comment on this, and I'd like to invite our city clerk to read the messaging.
Yes, we did receive 15 public comments on this item, and those are posted on the website. And members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
Our first speaker will be Pete Gang, to be followed by Nathan Spindell.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Pete Gang. I want to make sure that my comments are taken in the right light, in the right vein. I want to start out by acknowledging the monumental task that this budget is and all of the work and dedication that has gone into it. So don't take any of this as criticism. I just have the utmost respect for everybody whose input is represented here. It's notable to me that maybe with the exception of the digital bathroom, almost everything that I'm seeing in the budget is related to maintaining our infrastructure. And that is, it's absolutely necessary. That is at least one of the main responsibilities of the city as a whole. That tendency to maintain what we have, I see evidenced in our street design projects. And I would suggest that what we need to do is we need to put some resources into looking ahead toward what our street network can be in the future. I think we're spending a little too much on maintenance. Maintaining our streets. A smaller, more limited comment is about our Safe Streets nomination program. I heard at the most recent Safe Routes to School Task Force meeting that there have actually been over 700 nominations for that program to date. And what I understand is that we're only able to deal with, to address, implement a small handful, maybe 10, a dozen of those projects. And if that is the case, there are going to be a lot of frustrated people who have nominated programs in good faith who, as the years go by, will see their suggestions not taken to heart. My last question is, I just wonder what percentage of our overall city budget is devoted to water delivery, recycled water, water storage, stormwater. Thank you.
Nathan Spindell, to be followed by Sandra Shan.
Hello, Council. I'm a small business owner raising a young family in Petaluma. I'm here to comment on the proposed budget for active transportation. My young family loves to walk and bike to school, work, parks, and downtown businesses. Many of my friends' families find the current infrastructure unsafe for biking, so they don't, even though they would like to. And all my neighbors in my West Petaluma neighborhood are seniors, many with disabilities. They have issues safely walking on the poorly maintained sidewalks. For this coming budget, please provide additional staffing budget for active transportation. Staff and council have great vision for safe streets in Petaluma, and we need more staff to do it, for design, outreach, and project management. The City Council has committed to making safe streets a priority 2 years in a row. But to the mayor's earlier point tonight, this priority cannot be quickly achieved without proper staffing and funding. By increasing the budget for active transportation staff, as well as Safe Streets CIP, we can achieve a safer, more accessible Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Shan, to be followed by Christopher Stivic.
Council members, Petaluma's relationship with adjacent county land matters. Our quality of life currently includes access to locally produced high-quality dairy from small family farms. It is these local family farms that Measure J would destroy or severely harm, including Strauss and Clover. After speaking with a family member of a small farm, it appears that Measure J was deceptively, perhaps even fraudulently promoted as being against factory farming, when it really
Can I ask
targets...
pause for 1 second here?
Okay.
Can you help us have a nexus to the item at hand of capital budgeting? It's capital budgeting we're on right now.
Yes, it's in the next
Show us that connection.
Sentences. Okay. With small farms out of business, developers would be free to buy up that land and develop significant tracts without city planning safeguards, even though, for example, to the west of us, development would much impact traffic, water, etc. in Petaluma. And I would just ask that you help the citizens of Petaluma to understand what is the truth of it. Does Measure J help or hinder small family farms in our community? I mean, we could always rename the Butter and Eggs
one more
Parade.
time. There is no nexus to capital budgeting here. I invite you to come to our next meeting and speak to this in general public comment.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood the scope of planning
And if I could just add briefly,
development.
Mayor, council members, and public, the Board of Supervisors has ordered a report from staff on the potential impacts of the proposed measures, so we'll be getting some more information on that from them.
Okay, and I was just looking to this body to help Petalumans understand
Thank you.
what was going on.
And Christopher Stivic is our last speaker.
Thank you, Council. It's always an honor to address you. On the Capital Improvements Program, I'm very happy that you're close to hiring a design consultant for the trestle. But we would like to actually be connected with that design consultant because CEQA and State Coastal Commission, Conservancy rather, requires stakeholders' input in design. And also, as far as we have an estimate of reconstruction, which has soared, but I see no actual figures that justify that soaring, that reconstruction. We'd like to have the stakeholders, of course, would be the Petaluma Women's Club, the general public, anybody who's close to the trestle, and also myself. And I would really like to have a council advocate who's responsible for steering this major project, which is in the center of our town. The Santa Rosa recognized that they needed a cultural center and put lots of money into Railroad Square because to build a community atmosphere and to support the feeling that it was a community. And we have that right in our town. It's an actual historic, fantastic source of community history and use. So with your help, the Petaluma Coastal Conservancy wanted to have a pre-proposal, and that was submitted. And I would like to know when they get response to that, what that response was. In other words, we would like transparency in this movement. So I really wish that you would also direct the staff, which has previously passed money that was dedicated towards the trestle, and then said, oh, we can't find the source. Well, I tell you what the source is. It's our taxes, Q, and all the income that the city has. And so it's not really fair to say to the general public, this is our budget, but we don't know how to fund it. Thank you very kindly. I honor your respect.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment for the evening on the capital budget. We'll do it again for the operating budget. Bring it back to council for comments. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I had one, but now I have two. And the second one is more in the nature of a question, but just listening to the conversation here on capital improvement projects over the long term, I'm wondering if staff could possibly give us some grounding here. My understanding of Measure U just in terms of overall funding, the water utility, the wastewater utility have separate funding sources, primarily rates that they use to build the things that we need for the community, and those are all in here. Measure U, the premise of Measure U, and I believe this is what we're delivering on, was to surge certain needed repairs in the community with 2 bond issuances. And we've had 1 bond issuance, and there's another smaller one coming up in the near future. But that's allowed us to surge street repairs, and then we're going to partially fund public safety facilities with the second bond issuance. But it's not the way we're using Measure U funds. It's not something that's just going to continue on an upward trajectory every year indefinitely, because now that we've done the first surge, or largely through the first surge with the bond issuance, and we'll have the second bond issuance. We've done a lot of work on streets. We're no longer the worst streets in the Bay Area. We're at least number 2 worst. But that progress is not going to continue at that pace going forward because now we need to pay off the bonds. So I'm worried that the community expectations may be a little, have gotten fuzzy. I was hoping someone on staff could talk about that. That was my first point.
Actually, I'm going to have Brian Cochran, who just spoke to our Measure U committee about this.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and I think your accounting of it is actually pretty accurate, Councilmember Healy. We did already issue the first $20 million in bonds. Those are being used for a variety of road projects that were discussed tonight. There's still some money left there that will be appropriated here within the capital budget over the next year or two, and then those will be largely spent. There is a second bond issuance planned. We don't have that timing 100% nailed down. Part of it will depend on the design and timeline for the fire station construction. But at the time that we do issue those bonds, then whether that's 10 million, 20 million, or some other amount, that will be able to go into future street repair projects. We also have a new funding source, which you're aware of, which is Measure H, which is the new countywide fire tax. So that also has some funding allocated within Petaluma's allocation to improve our facilities, including a new fire station. So there are several funding sources that are kind of all contributing both to roads as well as to the future public safety improvements. Much of the Measure U money is allocated, whether it's for supporting general fund operations and our general city staffing and operations, or funding special projects or road improvement projects, like we mentioned. But those are really all based on estimates at this point. And in fact, as we've seen over the first 3 years of Measure U, our estimates have been, our actuals have come in better than we originally estimated. And so if that trend continues, there may be some additional room in Measure U. Conversely, it could go the other direction. And so we do monitor that very carefully, and we do update our forecast, which I believe Jesse will be going over here soon. And as those fluctuate over time, we can continually come back to council with adjustments up or down.
So I appreciate that. And just one brief follow-up. So we have the first bond issuance, and if the second bond issuance goes out at, say, a $20 million number, if interest rates allow that, when we get around to it, they probably wouldn't. What percentage of the Measure U revenues going forward will then need to be used for paying down the bonds?
Under that scenario, Corey or Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the ongoing debt service will be about $2.3 to $2.4 million. So that would be the ongoing annual number. I will say, though, in the first couple of years of Measure U, knowing our plan going forward with the bonds, we do have some reserve to kind of smooth out that payment over time, and that was always planned because in the earlier years of Measure U, we hadn't fully ramped up.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And I'm just concerned that there seems to be an expectation on the part of some that, the level of spending we've seen on roads can continue indefinitely, and I don't think that was the intent of Measure U, and it's probably not realistic. So I appreciate that. And then, so that's it for that one. And then the one thing in the CIP budget that gives me the most heartburn, and this is tracked something I wrote for the Argus Courier a couple of months ago, and that's the Caulfield Bridge connector, and spending $3.8 million in the next fiscal year, when we have a $56 million funding gap 2 years down the road with no I think, realistic funding source identified. It seems to me that that's a little bit too much like the California high-speed rail funding model for comfort, where you go and spend a lot of money and don't do anything useful with it, and then act surprised when the rest of the money doesn't materialize. So I think there needs to be a rethinking on that piece. So that's my comments. Those are my comments.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you. Back to the trestle. Christopher, I feel your pain. 20 years ago, I introduced you to the Basin Street president, and we had a discussion, and they just laughed at us pretty much. But here we are 20 years later. I'm thinking we need a timeline from staff to tell us each, and the public needs this, what we're doing in 2024 is great, lined out in today's budget, but what's going to go forward? How are we going to take ownership? Are we going to try to take ownership? If we do take ownership, here's a scenario. If we don't take ownership, here's the scenario. And then 3 years down the line, what happens next? Because I'm thinking also in regards to CIP 44, the turning basin docks, there's a change order and had to rethink a lot of things because they hit bedrock, which was not expected. So now we have more costs to the docks. So there's also things that we're going to find when we look into the trestle that we didn't know about before. So I would like to see a timeline with some scenarios, which the worst case scenario, what's possible, if we go this direction, just kind of a timeline and a map of direction to accomplish the trestle. And then maybe we get, I know the Women's Club has raised money, and we just put one of those thermometers up with a goal of reaching that and show our possible funding sources with grants and the public and the little money we put in for this year's budget for scoping it, just the little things. And so it's a visual to the community on, we are trying, but even being a tree city, we don't have a money tree to fund it. So I'm just asking staff to maybe think about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman, Vice Mayor Schribb.
I get a little conflicted with what I want and what we need. So what we want is, there's a whole bunch of stuff, but I have to also support, looking at the project, which was mentioned by a couple of speakers, was the amount of effort that we're putting in the CIP into maintaining our infrastructure that's deteriorating badly. And given the resources and the age of the city and our infrastructure, I'd have to agree with staff, adding 27 staff members and going after saving our city from failing infrastructure is an absolute, especially when it's critical things in our infrastructure, moving water, wastewater, transportation and all that. So those are all real critical things, and I really do need to support that. What I want, of course, what we really want is way out there and to do things. So I'm hoping that within the CIP budget, we're talking about these projects, but that maybe in the general fund area, as we start shifting over, we're talking about maintenance, and that there is going to be some cost savings by doing the CIP projects, infrastructure. We're going to save long-term on a lot of general funds later down the line because we're maintaining our infrastructure. So there's some balance there between doing things now versus doing things later. The sooner you get failing things fixed, then running into problems will be a real, it would save us a lot of money down the road doing that. However, it's kind of disappointing on the amount of funds that we don't get to the wish list that we have. Like the trestle has been on the wish list for a long time. We're not getting to it that well. The active transportation that was brought up is we have goals there, and the active transportation, getting enough budgets for the sidewalks, for the bicycles, repairs and the like, whether they should be in CIP projects or whether they should be in general fund projects. Where should that be, since it's actively maintaining what we already have also, but it's things we're looking for. So trying to find a balance between all those things of needs and wants right now, especially since we have these high goals for climate change. So I know we're in a very difficult position, but we're getting so much done. So I just trust we're going to get somewhere with balancing everything. And I think we're in a proper balance. What I've seen, I've read the whole 400 pages here, and it looks like we're in a good balance of what we need, that we can get it all accomplished. I'm just hoping that we can find some extra funding somewhere to get some more grants going to do all the bigger wish lists that we do have. So I'm kind of, we've been successful doing that, and I'm hoping staff can do that even down the road here. So anyway, I'm looking forward to maybe getting all this stuff done and maybe even a little bit more with the extra funds that we have in the balance. That's all my comments for the moment.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Sure, I'll take a crack at this. So I have a number of comments. There's multiple, let's say, energy-related efforts. I've got my list here. I'm not going to go to each one, but 25, 30, 33, 82, and 88. And they consume a good amount of our sort of discretionary funding, general fund, Measure U, things like that. And when I look at like our most successful energy-related projects, they're all financed. Floating solar, the facilities, things like that. And I just don't think we're doing enough to just finance the energy efficiency projects and things like that and not use our general fund. That's just an observation that I think we can free up more capital to be spending on parks and things like that if we really try and uncover the financing opportunities that are available in the energy space. More specifically, CIP 27, the EV chargers. I noticed Cal EVIP was listed as a source of funding in the narrative, but it wasn't listed down in the table at the bottom. And then even on that, I sometimes wonder, I'd be interested, because I think these are public EV chargers too. I'm interested to know what our actual usage rate is on those, because the equity implications of investing in safe streets for children to get to school safely, or people to, seniors to walk on uncracked sidewalks and things like that, compared to giving people who have EVs a cush spot to charge their car or something like that, and they probably have a home charger. And over 70% of our trips in Petaluma are under 5 miles. Like there's I don't see a huge need for a bunch of public EV chargers right now, but I do see a huge need for like fixing cracked sidewalks, completing our safe network. So especially when we see just the outpouring of demand for safe streets and, coming from the community through the nomination program. So if there was a place where, I was looking to pull, that was one that, for me, it feels like it could be pulled back and we could put more towards safe streets and really sort of uphold some of our, the same sort of focus on climate, but more focus on equity involved in there too. I really think we should try and move for the senior facility. Again, from an equity standpoint, like there's every park's got a playground in it, and we don't have a single facility for seniors. And yet in the last 20 years, we've seen a 56% increase in our senior population. And so I think places for seniors to be active, I'd like to see that included in the next iteration of this, if possible. I wonder, like things like the First and C dock is a new one. It's a small one, but I wonder if it's taking up staff time from other things that could be more a higher priority. There's already people that go out there and fish. I don't know that we need to invest in a dock that's going to, just sort of move another plan forward. It's people bring lawn chairs out there and fish. If I was going to put park projects on, I want a parks master plan, and I know the Parks Commission would like that too, right? Yeah. So I'd like to see, even if it's not funded, I'd love to see a parks master plan put in and funded 3 years out or something like that, because we desperately need one so that we can make really, holistic decisions about moving our parks forward. Another parks wish list is the McNear grandstands. Just going to keep throwing that out there at every opportunity. Glad to see Prince Park getting an update. The Snack Shack. I think that one of the things that's come from some of our 15-minute neighborhood conversations is the opportunity to, plant local businesses there and find small operators or something. And I wonder if, there's opportunities for small businesses to operate there and for us to actually generate like more substantial returns on all of our Snack Shack facilities. And I think that just sort of, part of the budget is obviously looking at all the costs and things like that, but I'm also thinking about how do we grow our revenues and whatnot. As I move on, I think there's something to be said about Councilmember Healy's comment about Caulfield. I'll say that moving things forward that are important also make a lot of sense. A couple of meetings ago, you mentioned not financing 3/4 of a car, but the community baseball fields right now are, we're going to have our opening game there because we financed 3/4 of a car. There's still a $2 million gap there. And that's what happens when you just keep kicking the ball down the field, is eventually you get there and there's milestones along the way that allow you to celebrate and build momentum. And I think that we need to keep moving forward because, public safety, for one, fire and ambulance, improved level of service from Caulfield, the one way in, one way out situation for all the residents there. It's something we need to continue to move forward and find a way. I think when I look through the capital projects, like the most significant unfunded area, just sort of as a bucket, is historic preservation. Largely our museum and, of course, the trestle. We will never forget the trestle, thanks to you. So I do appreciate that. And you will never forget it because it is glaring right in the middle of our city. I actually appreciate the idea that SMART come to the table and be a part of moving it down the field. Again, we're going to be stronger in going after grant applications if we're working with the agency. I think we need to. I'm looking forward to seeing the design consultant getting started on this, the public process getting started. There's a lot of water that needs to be carried on this, and I don't think we know just what type, how big of a lemon we're getting. And I think that's probably what's causing our city attorney and our city manager to be notably, let's say, cautious. And I support that because in the end of the day, this is a pretty giant liability for SMART, and we want them to be partners in this and helping to, address the liability and also move it forward and make it the glorious asset it could be for our downtown. And then the final thing that I just want to call out is just that we've got to grow our economy. We've got to generate more revenues so that we can have nice things. There's a lot of really good ideas in here, and there's a lot of things that aren't in here. And if we don't focus on growing our economy, we're just going to be sitting here saying, I want more, and pulling from each other instead of growing the pie. And so I really hope that we can start to do more on that front. I think the fairgrounds is an enormous opportunity to start activating it, bringing more people into the city, more feet on the street, heads in beds, things like that. And I look forward to a bright future on that front.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I'm just going to throw out how much gets done with TOT money, and that we have a lot of vacancy, a lot of chain link fences in our downtown, and that's just money that we're not receiving. And I would also like to look at considering a vacancy tax of some sort. I just think we need to do that because we cannot continue having property owners that choose to put up chain link fences and own, 3/4 of the area. That's just not working. And if we really want to start moving on projects, this is a way to move on projects, and TOT is a big part of that, but just also the tax dollars that come with it. And so I think we're losing way too much revenue by not moving forward with some sort of a vacancy tax or some measure to make changes on vacant properties. And that includes, the T at Lakeville and Petaluma Boulevard. You have a beautiful brick building, and that building is just empty. And this is a consistent problem with some property owners.
Thank you. I can concur with you that downtown needs investment. I mean, downtown's our economic engine, and that's where we generate the funds that pay for other things in town, which is why I'd really like to see the trestle move forward quickly. And if we're not sure we want to buy it because it might be too much of a liability, it sounds like that's the first question on the table, because it's chicken and egg. I mean, if we have cold feet moving forward, then it doesn't get forward. And I think not having money in this doesn't show the priority that the council has put on having there. So we need some money. We know we're doing a contract. Let's put a placeholder amount of money. For so many projects, we put in placeholder money. We don't have the consultant contract drawn down yet, but we know we're going to spend a certain amount during that year. We put money in a project. We should have that in here. And similarly with the museum should have, we talked about an earthquake study. Well, the earthquake study is pretty much going to be a phase 1 survey level, not investigations. And they're going to find out when they go to the museum. Of course it is. I mean, of course you need further investigation. I mean, the phase 1 study is quite simple and straightforward. The second one is where any actual money and seriousness comes in. Well, I would like that to happen during this fiscal year, or at least to get that advanced earthquake analysis under contract this year. And I look at so many things that we say we're going to get under contract this year, where we spend half the contract money this year. So when we look at end of year budget, we're under by half. And it's not because we're not putting out the projects. It's a cash flow kind of question. When is completion of each of these issues? When do we book the money? So I liked seeing the added content in our fund balance this year about what is reserved. I'm still a little dazzled by it. I don't think I really quite understand what some of that means, but I'll be asking for that to be blown up into further detail. And probably most of the data is there from each of the capital projects, so you can see right across, where what those associations of why fund reserves are what they are. I support the Councilmember Barnacle's comments on the energy projects, the chargers, especially my old friend, the sidewalks contract. We need to change the way we all of our planning goes into walkability, and yet we don't take any step to make things more walkable. We need to invest a little money in that, and it's not big money, but it all adds up at some point. I much like we talked about a park plan, we talked about a roads master. Our roads plan is due out to us, hopefully a presentation this summer, I think it is. But and then we had a promise on water master plan, recycled water master plan. So we're sort of making these budgeting decisions without having the best data available to us on the recycled water extensions in our long-term plan, and that affects the treatment plan, affects everything. So I would love for some of those past deadlines to be hit and help us get better data on this. And I share the concern about Caulfield. I look forward to a recap of what all that new cost means to our funding stream. Basically, how are we going to do that? I think the replies from staff to questions today came out one, that there's still $5 million in the Measure U funds to be spent this year and next year. And as Councilmember Healy said, that was about surging and getting those projects done. If we have $5 million still in funds from a bond, that's money we should try and get out into circulation quicker. So those are my comments. And any second round efforts here, Councilmember Posake.
Yeah, I certainly, agree that if we could get more grants, that would be great. But I want to also call out that I think we've massively increased the amount of grants we're applying for and getting over the last couple of years, and I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Yeah, true. That $100 million quote is really an impressive number. $100 million over 5 years, and certainly another 10 for the trestle would be, going along our success rates. So, Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Just on the overcrossing, and I'll call it the Target overcrossing. So since we're taking the purple pipe down to Maria to McDowell, are we ever going to take that purple pipe down to Stewart Drive, which is where the overcrossing is? And can a purple pipe be connected to that project to get recycled water to the fairgrounds and to the west side? just.
So right now, as part of our Maria project, we're actually installing recycled water all the way down to McDowell, and the idea is to get it across the freeway to Target. But that'll be most likely either using existing conduit that crosses the freeway or some sort of underground drilling. I'm not sure how there's a nexus. Like, we're talking about the overhead crossing of the. I don't think those two can mix with each other, but we are actively planning to get recycled water to the Target shopping center.
Thank you.
Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, Dan, don't sit down. So I'm just following up on Ms. Cater-Thompson's question. I know when we were in the drought, some of us were looking at water usage data, and the Petaluma Golf and Country Club was using about 3% of our potable water usage during the drought, and that would be the number one target to convert to recycled.
On the west side, I think,
how can we do that?
So Corey Heights is also purple pipe, already has purple pipe in the ground. That's an excellent question. That's actually one of the things, Paul, he's not here, we were looking at as part of the planning for the Caulfield Bridge. So there's going to have to be excavations for the abutment, or for the abutments for those supports for the drawbridge. We're not going to be able to hang it, but if we can kind of coordinate some sort of directional drill underneath the river with that project, so we can kind of mobilize once, that's something we can accomplish with that. But the other option is there is a pie in the sky aqueduct going across Adobe, and then if we were to do that, we can repurpose the Freitas transmission line, and so actually move water using an existing potable water.
You're talking about the parallel aqueduct being built.
Correct,
20 years from now.
Correct. Yeah. But that, I think we in our 2015 plan, we had it as pie in the sky, but we're looking at our IMWMP, and that's something we're looking at.
Yeah, I'd like to tease water agency staff that the parallel aqueduct is scheduled for after everybody there retires.
Right. No. But the Caulfield Bridge it wasn't an avenue we're looking at getting that done.
Thank you. And not seeing, and Councilmember, Vice Mayor Shribs.
Just as two additional comments. Knowing that Mexico City is running out of water, that's 20 million people. We don't want to end up anywhere near there in the next 50, 100 years. So infrastructure, maintaining our water, which is a lot of the SIP projects are about, moving water from here to there, moving wastewater from here to there, the pipes underground, along with the roads. So absolutely, we want to make that a high priority. And the other thing we didn't hear about, we've talked about the revitalization downtown a number of times, but now that the River Park folks have acquired acquisition of the Skinnell property, we have this opportunity. We need to do a master plan on that whole area, which hasn't been talked about much, and working with the River Park Foundation to develop the Skinnell property and what to do with the old waste treatment plant, what to do with COTS and the properties there, and how to develop that whole area is a huge opportunity. We're not only not talking about it much. And so I really think there needs to be a master plan for that entire area, how to deal with the homeless, the residents, the bridge, the traffic, all needs to come together in a single plan rather than piecemealed all the way down. So that's just another topic we're going to have to attack sooner than later, but that's nowhere in any of the, what I see anywhere here or in the any of the budget ideas. So it's just something that we need to work on that's missing right now. Thanks.
And there's no better segue to the operations budget than all those questions you just asked. But before we do that, why don't we take 10 minutes and take a little break, stretch our legs, and rejoin in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. And now calling the meeting back to order, everyone. Thank you. I'm sure we all appreciate a leg stretch, but now we're beginning. Jesse, is this you? Who is the... Okay. And now, returning to our regularly scheduled programming.
All right, thank you, Mayor. We're going to dive right into part 2, our operating budgets. So we're going to start off with a look at the city's general fund. As soon as I can click on a thing. Hey. All right, so we're going to start off at a high level, and here's our fiscal 25 general fund revenues and expenditures, and they are estimated at about $77 million each. Our Measure U funds are ensuring a balanced budget for the general fund, and the plan is for this fund to fully utilize all revenues and available fund balance by the end of fiscal 25. What's not shown in this slide are the $9.7 million of designated reserves that are held in the general fund in case of emergency. This reserve is currently at 13% of general fund operating expenditures. The reserve is set by council policy and will continue to build balances when possible to ensure proper coverage against risk. Looking at general fund revenues, nearly 50% of our revenues come from taxes, including property taxes, sales taxes, business license taxes, and others. 20%, or $15.6 million, comes from the Measure U and the transient occupancy tax funds. These dollars support general fund operations and keep the city from having to reduce services or personnel. Charges for services make up 16% of our projected revenues, and intergovernmental revenue another 10%. Overall, our revenues are about 2.5% higher than anticipated in the current year. So here we're taking a look at the breakdown of the various taxes received by the general fund. Property taxes and sales and use taxes make up the majority of our tax revenues. Property tax is expected to show continued growth, while our sales tax revenues will likely dip slightly in fiscal 25 before rising again in fiscal 26, based on the data from our consultants. Here we have the general fund expenditures by type. Salaries and benefits make up about 79% of the total general fund budget, as this is a people-powered organization that requires staff to provide services to our community and to manage those big infrastructure projects. The remainder of the budget is largely services and supplies, followed by intragovernmental costs, utilities, and transfers out to other funds. This proposed expenditure budget does include department budget requests for additional FTE and/or operating dollars. So here we have those same expenditures, but this time by department. The general fund is 69% public safety, with the next largest department being Parks and Rec at 9%. Our general administration section shown here includes the city manager, city clerk, and other departments, and with finance, that totals about 11% of the budget. Most departments have increased their budgets over the current fiscal year, although economic development and open government does have a lower budget due to swapping out professional services budget for an additional position. Here we're comparing the fiscal 24 revised budget, so that's our current budget for the current fiscal year, to the fiscal 25 proposed budget for general fund revenues and expenditures. Our revenues are expected to increase due to rising property taxes, some continued sales tax, and a strong local economy. Expenditure budgets have been increased to match, taking into account overall salary increases based on recent labor negotiations and updated MOUs, employee benefit rate increases, our rising insurance costs, plus inflation that has been driving up the costs of services and supplies. These global increases have been applied to all departments as applicable, with additional funding provided for specific requests. So in summary, we are proposing a balanced fiscal 25 budget with revenues and working capital equal to expenditures. We remain grateful to the community for the passage of Measure U, which continues to provide the resources necessary into the future for continuity of services and has also provided us the ability to focus and move forward on many other initiatives, programs, and projects. Again, we also have $9.7 million of designated reserves for emergencies. Council has adopted a general fund reserve policy stating that 15% of operating expenditures should be reserved and maintained in the event of an emergency or an economic downturn. This is the equivalent of about 2 to 3 months of operating costs. Our current balance reflects about 13% of operating expenditures, and we will continue to use one-time revenues or budget savings to maintain and build up this reserve. So now we're going to take a look at the general fund updated forecast. So we update the forecast twice a year, at mid-year and then again at budget time. The forecast is an estimate of future revenues and expenditures based on historic data and economic projections. It's not a crystal ball, a prediction, or a set of promises about our future spending. It's just a model that plays a huge part in our financial planning. So, our revenue projections continue to stay on the reasonable/conservative side due to potential economic volatility. Property taxes are forecasted with an increase of 4% annually to be in line with Sonoma County's estimates for the duration of the forecast period. Our sales tax revenues have reached pre-pandemic levels, but we are experiencing a slight slowing in the economy in the current fiscal year. We have built in a slight decline of 3.2% into fiscal 25 based on reports from our sales tax consultants. We are expecting the economy to improve in fiscal 26 with continued moderate growth in the out years of the forecast. We are continuing to monitor the results and working closely with our consultants and viewing the trends as the years progress. We have other revenues growing by a CPI factor of about 2 to 3% per year. And the forecast does include continued transfers in from the TOT fund and the Measure U fund. The Measure U transactions and use tax is a general purpose tax, meaning that the revenue is general fund revenue. We track it in a separate fund for administrative purposes only, and these dollars do have appropriate uses in the general fund. On the expenditure side of the long-term forecast, here we have the assumptions we used for salary and benefit costs. Salaries are forecast with a combined 3.5% increase annually that accounts for cost of living adjustments and step increases. Benefit growth is estimated at 6.2% annually based on our historical data, with health insurance at 7% annually. CalPERS rates are all pulled from the CalPERS actuarial reports, and workers' compensation costs do continue to increase for our self-funded insurance. We're currently projecting growth at 8% per year. Finally, we have included estimated payouts for comp time and for separation payouts. For the remainder of the operating budgets, we've included 3.5% annual growth to match the salary growth. We've also included annual transfers to the Vehicle Replacement Fund and the Stormwater Fund and removed any one-time costs from prior years. Once we put all of those assumptions into the model, here's the result. We've got expenditures showing in the orange bars with revenues in the teal line. This forecast results in a balanced budget for all years and does include all proposed budget requests. The later years do not include any additional positions. Without Measure U dollars, we would not be able to forecast a balanced general fund budget. And again, this is a model, and so any changes to the economy, to our revenues, or our expenditure assumptions would drastically alter the results.
Can I ask one question?
Of course.
Is there a reason why it goes 24, 25, 26, 27, 26, 27, 26?
That looks like an issue with Excel when I was trying to drag the numbers out, and it repeated instead of making new numbers. So no, that should be, I love how many people we had look at this, and none of us caught it. Thank you so much. No, it should be 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So we will be continuing to update our model for the correct fiscal year, as well as looking at our city finances and regularly making updates so that we can accurately plan for the future. Some of the risks in the long-term forecast, the economy remains a challenge. We transitioned from an economy in recovery mode to incredibly high inflation with supply chain challenges. In addition, the events occurring around the world could impact the U.S. and the local economy. So all of these events do create risks in the near and the long term. Retirement costs could escalate depending on CalPERS and their future assumption changes. And in addition to that, we also have the risk of CalPERS investment earnings falling short of their targeted 6.8% return rate. When that happens, that can result in increases to our costs. It affects all CalPERS agencies. We did not include those potential increases, but they are a risk factor out there. We do also have some opportunities. We are continually looking at our revenue sources and revising our existing revenues, and we update our forecast twice a year. Overall, our revenues are strong, and economic development work can bolster our income. The recent passage of Measure H will provide some much-needed funding for our fire department, and other regional funding could allow us to do more to achieve our goals. So the bottom line for the general fund is, again, we have been able to deliver a balanced budget. The available resources provided by Measure U allow us to support existing service levels and also allow us to meet the increased demand requested by the community. We have $9.7 million in reserves available for emergencies, and we're going to continue to look at revenue generation opportunities, as well as focusing our efforts on maintaining fiscal sustainability. So now we'll take a very brief look at Measure U. So Measure U is the 1 cent transactions and use tax. It went into effect in April of 2021. And we're using this general purpose tax for 3 main purposes. The first is general fund support, and that's to maintain our service levels as well as workforce stabilization. This funding has allowed us to add 15 general fund positions since inception. It's also let us balance the general fund budget, bring employee salaries up to market rate, and increased our operating budgets. We've also used Measure U dollars for infrastructure investments with roads and multimodal transportation investments using a $20 million bond issuance that was backed by Measure U revenues. And then finally, we have some community investment projects, and those are revisited annually. So that includes direct funding to CIP projects, emergency preparation and response, climate change, homelessness, and other programs and projects. Excuse me. We have held 3 Measure U Oversight Committee meetings since last year's budget. The committee reviewed the proposed budget in March and again in May. Measure U revenues are estimated at $16.2 million in total for fiscal 25. $13.6 million of that will be transferred to the general fund to support operations. The smaller pie chart shows how that $13.6 million supports the various general fund departments. Another $2 million goes towards the infrastructure investment via the lease revenue bonds, with the final $642,000 going to various community investment projects. And so now we're going to move into the department budget overviews, kicking it off with the city manager's office.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Cochran, Assistant City Manager. We will have each of the departments come up and present their budgets, so I'll kick us off to start. And the city manager and the city manager's office department is the administrative head of the city, and it's our goal to provide policy advice to and serve the city council and ensure that the city is actively striving to achieve the city council goals and priorities as outlined by you. And we organize and provide oversight to all city departments, and perhaps more importantly, we are collaborators with all of our departments to ensure that they have the resources they need and are working toward those goals. We also, as you're seeing tonight, recommend the annual budget that we're reviewing. So when it comes to the city manager's department, really, our goals are all of the other city departments' goals and the city council's goals. And so you see a lot up here on this slide. We've sort of organized it into 4 key programmatic areas, but there could be many more things that we listed on here. One key area is infrastructure investments, and you just heard us talk significantly about the capital improvement program. But within our office, we are actively working on the fairgrounds and the reimagining of that property. We're happy that the second smart station is under development. We also have a lot of focus on housing and homelessness, so both addressing the needs of our unsheltered community as well as constructing new affordable housing. We also support a variety of capital improvement projects like you heard tonight, and just a sampling such as the Safe Streets program, our public safety facilities master plan, the skate park, and many others that I won't repeat here. We also have had a significant focus this year on the general plan, and so making sure that the housing element gets implemented. You just recently saw the general plan frameworks and the land use alternatives, as well as the flood and sea level mapping and our carbon neutrality blueprint. And speaking of carbon neutrality, we also have a significant focus in our office on our Climate Ready program, and we're looking at solar on a variety of city facilities, some of which are already under construction or constructed by now. We're working actively on the tree canopy grant with Relief and a variety of other things, such as our making sure that our fleet is transitioning to electric vehicles where we can. And then finally, I'll just highlight a significant focus from the city manager's team on our creating a high-performing organization, looking inward to respond to the first ever employee survey that we conducted in Petaluma, to respond to our organizational values, develop new training, new mentorship programs, and a variety of things to continue making this a great place to work. So goals upcoming for the year, many of these are kind of carry through to fiscal 24, 25. And so you'll see these categories really are very similar in terms of infrastructure investments. You'll continue to see the fairgrounds on this list. One of the new council goals is our potential open space acquisitions and improvements, focus on downtown and economic development. We've already heard that mentioned here tonight. And again, we'll be continually focused on council goal implementation. General plan, safety, the retail cannabis changes will be coming to you shortly, economic vitality, et cetera. A continued focus on our climate ready program and our carbon neutrality blueprint. And as we outlined again during the goals and priorities, a significant focus on our high performing organization, developing our strategic plan, mission, vision, and values for the organization, diversity, equity, and inclusion as well. So then finally, just to quickly look at the city manager's budget itself, we have a total of 6 FTEs, currently 4 are filled, 2 vacant. It's about a $2 million all general fund budget, which is about a 3% of the overall general fund. There's one small request in there for the upcoming year, $50,000 for a to be determined reorg or reallocation of some duties within the manager's office, which may include a reclassification of a position. And that's it for us. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and community members and staff colleagues. I'm Eric Danley, the City Attorney, and I'm going to try to wisely allocate my 2 minutes for these slides for our small, but we like to think mighty office. Our responsibility is to provide the lion's share of and oversee all of the legal services that the city requires. That includes the council, city manager's office, all the directors and all the departments. There's the pie chart that shows how the budget allocation for us is split up between the city attorney positions and outside legal support at about $140,000 as for what's budgeted right now. Next slide. Thank you. So Peggy's asked us to focus on the programmatic part of our budget because that's really what it's about, what services we're delivering and obligated to deliver and planning to accomplish. So in terms of our accomplishments in 2023, 24, a big effort was the fairgrounds transition support along with most of the other departments, and that's going to be ongoing work to maximize the uses that are occurring there and get ready for the master planning and starting to realize some of the really exciting potentials that existed and have existed on the property. Now to realize those is, as I think, going to be game-changing for this city. We've done the tenant protections that the council has directed and have also brought to the council for their adoption mobile home regulation updates. And we are still engaged in some of the resulting litigation. I believe we'll be successful with respect to that, and are continuing to support our mobile home residents and to ensure that our regulations function as intended to preserve what is, I think, around 900 affordable housing units in this city. So that's a very important resource, and we're committed to that on an ongoing basis. And we've also worked with the planning department on a number of, the CDD department on a number of land use regulations to both address things like climate change and affordability of housing units. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our goals for the upcoming fiscal year, actually some of these are well underway now, if not accomplished now. So We will be getting to and are in discussions with the finance team and the city manager's office on updated purchasing regulations, contracting regulations, so that we can expedite some of the projects that you just heard discussed in the prior part of tonight's meeting. The retail cannabis, at least the zoning part of those regulations, is going to be going to the Planning Commission tomorrow, and then to the council in June, as promised. The IPA, the police auditor project with respect to our office, the council adopted that when it approved the enabling legislation for the Public Safety Advisory Committee. Our office and the police department will continue to support that committee on an ongoing basis. We've actually completed the smart station agreement, so that's done. We also, at the present time, are preparing to be brought to the council soon, and also it's being brought to the Planning Commission now, the urban growth boundary extension. As the council is directed, and sort of bridge the continuity of that important piece of city legislation to preserve our open space around the city into the new general plan update, of which the UGB is a part. Next slide. So this is our shows an overview of the 2% share of the city's general fund budget that is committed to the city attorney's office. 4.5 full-time positions, 4 of them currently filled. And you know, no pending requests right now, but we're always looking to try to strategize about how we can best maximize the delivery of legal services from our office. And that's it for my slides. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to present to you and to the public the budget for the City Clerk's Office. The City Clerk's Office helps the city administer the democratic process, so that's everything from meeting administration, processing legislative decisions made by council, to records management, access to public records, and of course the elections process, which, as you can see, represents about 1/4 of our budget. Next slide. This past year, the Clerk's Office made exciting progress on several projects, many relating to improving transparency for the public. We've completed the update of the citywide records retention schedule and implemented a new streaming appliance for live streaming and recording our public meetings. And one of the most exciting things in the Clerk's Office has been the selection of a new public records request system to help streamline the process for both staff and for the public. So members of the public will be able to submit a request, get updates about the request, and ultimately receive the records all in the online portal. It's very exciting. It's going to make the process much easier and the city records more transparent and accessible. So we're currently training staff on the new system and hope to launch it to the public next month. Next slide. Looking to the year ahead, we are excited to continue to improve efficiency and transparency throughout the city. We'll be developing written standard operating procedures for all of our CCBs, facilitating an update to the City Council rules and procedures along with the City Attorney's Office. And we're continuing on our path to implement a citywide records management program, which will include the destruction of obsolete records, as well as the scanning and indexing of our paper records, which will both save the city money on record storage costs and make the records much more accessible to the public and to staff. Next slide. So this slide shows an overview of the clerk's budget as a portion of the general fund. We are that teeny tiny little pie slice. We are a small but mighty team of 3, plus our wonderful part-time records consultant. We're not requesting any additional positions, but we are requesting an HR study of a potential salary increase / reclass of our deputy city clerk based on changes in the level of work and responsibility to that position over the past year. And I'll pass it off to the next department.
Good evening. So now I'm going to give you a quick overview of economic development and open government. I want to recognize Nancy Sands, our management analyst lead, who's been our lead budget analyst, who's here tonight. Our department is focused on keeping our city teams working using the most effective technology, hardware systems available. We also strive to stay engaged with community and support local business. We have 12 positions, 2.5 of which support our economic development and communications teams. And as you can see in our pie chart above, we have been focused on increased communications, which have helped us share our work with our community through expanded email, social media, print media, and other outreach efforts. We actually reached over 2 million impressions last calendar year through the various channels we use. We also spent significant time supporting our downtown merchants and our local small and startup businesses with guidance and support. Next slide. Our IT department has really transformed the way we do business. As Peggy mentioned earlier, there was not a laptop to be found in 2019 or 18. And since then, we've become a completely mobile-friendly workforce with a good push with the pandemic, but continuing on where our workforce is completely mobile. We've significantly expanded our online systems, including our online permit portal, as well as document signature processing, document storage and management. The IT department is the back-end support to many of our departments, including city clerk, et cetera. We're currently partnering with our finance team to transition to a completely new ERP, which is the system we use to track all our finances, all of our personnel, all of our billing, to make it easier and more effective to track our staff and to manage funds. But we've also behind the scenes been investing significantly in our cybersecurity program, hoping to avoid costly shutdowns that we have seen other agencies endure. Ultimately, we aim to keep our entire workforce more productive with technology tools that support the most efficient work for our staff. We're really proud of the accomplishments of all three of the teams. Our business team has been really transitioning out of pandemic level support and more towards kind of moving out of the pandemic. So supporting our downtown businesses, focusing on the vacancies that have been mentioned tonight, doing new business outreach, working with our partners at the Downtown Association to support the extension of our tourism district, and supporting, like every single department here, the transition of our fairgrounds. And our engagement team has focused on supporting our slow down initiatives, other key council goals and priorities, making sure the community is clear on what those are, really walking our community through the capital improvement program that you listened to tonight in terms of how things are going, where the community weighs in, and then really focusing as much as possible with Latinx engagement. So we've had a part-time coordinator help us actually reaching out to our Latinx community. And then I think the other thing I wanted to point out in terms of technology is we've rapidly and significantly increased workforce productivity tools and cybersecurity, but we're also have a major role in facility growth and expansion. So, we've partnered with our teams to make sure we have office spaces and all the wires that are necessary to make the machines and the buttons work. So for next year, we are very focused on downtown vacancies. We also are really hopeful to increase our BIPOC business outreach through increased language access, increased outreach. We will continue an ongoing, aggressive, and highly supportive level of downtown support, and that's not just us, but that's our whole city. And we also think that it'll be time soon to look at strategic planning for economic development as we move into a new era. We are going to continue reaching out to our community, communicating with our community in the best words we can think of possible to help our community understand the great work that the city's doing, how the council prioritizes our work, what we're focused on, how the community can be part of their own success, how we can all share in emergency preparation, and how our community can stay engaged. So we're always looking at new strategies. We're excited about trying new audio and video channels to try to increase our engagement. And then I think on technology, one of the things that we've really been focused on is once you install new technology, you make use of new tools, new systems, new softwares, then you need more help because you have a lot more staff engaging with more tools that are great when they work. As we all know, we love technology when it works, but it doesn't, not a lot of the time, but it doesn't sometimes. And that's when we need to make sure that there's enough help so people aren't sitting there not being able to work because their technology isn't functioning. So we're requesting in our department 3 positions. Each of these 3 positions will be replacing existing consultant supported positions, which is why there's actually a cost reduction for our team. And that concludes, and I think HR is coming up next. Linda is next.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, and City Manager Flynn. For the record, my name is Linda Lay, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. Thank you for the privilege of your time. I am incredibly excited to highlight the department's achievement as well as what is in the work for human resources and risk management in the coming new fiscal year. So the slides just represent a small handful of what we do in human resources and risk management. But in the next slides, I will be sharing with you what is the 21st century of human resources. But traditionally, human resources focus on recruitment, onboarding, class and comp, policies, performance management, labor relations, and legal compliance. But we do so much more in the 21st century. This pie here represents of what we currently operate, and our current budget, proposing budget, is about $1.2 million. Next slide. In addition to human resources, we also manage the risk management and the worker compensations, working very collaboratively hand in hand with our city attorney's office and, of course, all department heads. But this is where prevention is most. And we are focusing on what we call the enterprise risk management in the 21st century. And more information will be forthcoming. Next slide. So I like to put this as a picture of what are our achievements in 2023 and 2024. And I would be remiss if I do not recognize the important leadership of our interim Human Resources Director, Ms. Angela Nicholson, and our tremendous, valuable support of our city managers, Flynn, in the last year, with all of the transitions within human resources and risk management. But these represent the collective collage of what we do in human resources and risk. It is about providing a safe, equitable, positive, and productive work environment. We strive to empower our employees to offer exceptional customer service to our workforce through our leadership in all areas of talent acquisitions, talent management, and enterprise risk management. So a couple of numbers I'd like to throw out for all of you to be aware of. 1,750, 68, 35, 37, 20, 5. What these numbers represent to us is a dashboard across the human resources and risk management. 1,750 applications were received and screened. 68 new hires in the current fiscal year. Of that, 35 promotions. We've also closed out 20 closed subrogation claims and were able to recoup $128,000 and 5 negotiated successful multi-year agreements. But there's so much more in our dashboard. These numbers are a direct result of the dedications and commitment of your 7.8 amazing, talented team members. And I would like to recognize Almond Gore, Sally Ritchie, Allison Gibson, Joe Nelson, Lauren Keating, Nicholas Poole, and Karen Pellman. And again, I would be remiss if I did not recognize the tremendous efforts and support of our city manager's office, Ms. Flynn, Mr. Cochran, and Ms. Angela Nicholson during this transition period. Next slide. I'm excited about this slide because this is what I would like to bring back and report to our city management team and to all of you at next year. HR in the 21st century is about organizational transformation. It is about strategic partnership. It is about practicing the whole organization through collaborative, multidisciplinary, multi-departmental approach. And at the heart of any organization is the people. The incoming fiscal year 2024-25 and beyond will bring profound changes in your human resources and risk management. I was here on April 15th sitting through the goals and priorities. My takeaway from that repeated theme includes strategy, creation, planning, development, execution, evaluating, spanning across all 10 departments is what we call people strategy. That people strategy set out to provide excellent public service to support the community. And in the 21st century, it is about talent acquisitions, talent management, risk management through enterprise, thriving and inclusive community. These pillars provide the framework to attract and to retain the best talent as the employer of choice, to offer personal and professional development to all staff and progressions to enable them to fully contribute to the city and reach their full potential. This includes mobility paths, internship, mentorship, Petaluma Academy, performance management, and so many more that will deliver public service with the embedded, supportive, inclusive culture in what we call One Petaluma. Recently, early on the day and throughout these presentations, you have heard the word high-performance organization. To us, it is not a noun. It is a verb. It is a collective actions of how we collaborate, innovate, and support each other. And I like to say that in my relative 5 weeks here, I can attest that the city is embarking to become a high-performance organization via our collective actions, how we behave, interact, and the business system we set up for our organization for future success. HR and risk management is committed to provide this essential people strategy to support all 10 departments in the pursuit of excellence in public service. Thank you.
All right, so now we'll briefly look at the finance department. So the finance department is split between administration, accounting services, and commercial services, otherwise known as utility billing. So in addition to preparing the city budget and 130 slides for you, we also manage all the financial reporting, we receive all revenues, we pay all the bills, and we manage the water billing. So for the current fiscal year, we've achieved the following. We updated the master fee schedule via comprehensive fee study. We received the Distinguished Budget Award and the Excellence in Financial Reporting Award from the Government Finance Officers Association, a nationwide association. And we began the selection process for a new enterprise resource planning system, which covers all of the city's financials as well as HR functions, payroll, utility billing, and business licenses. An RFP has been issued, and we're currently reviewing the proposals and scheduling vendor demonstrations. So looking ahead to our future goals, the main ones, the ERP replacement is going to be a massive multi-year project that will require us to work very closely with IT and human resources. So we plan on selecting our vendor and beginning configuration and implementation in fiscal 25. We'll also be partnering with Public Works and Utilities to implement the new advanced metering infrastructure water meters with the billing process. And we'll be working with departments to review and update the city's purchasing policy via municipal code updates and internal policy updates. We have 16 positions, all of which are currently filled. In this budget, we are requesting one additional full-time position, which would be an analyst for our utility billing team. This position would not only provide additional high-level support to the team, but would allow us to promote internally and create a true succession plan on that side of the department, as well as ultimately freeing up another position that would support our accounts payable function. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and community. My name is Brian O., your Director of Community Development. What's behind the pie chart there, roughly $8.6 million budget proposed for our department, are the staff that are the front line. And I'll just mention a few. Sarah Wolf, our housing specialist. She's the one that has been our main point of contact when it comes to working with our mobile home park renters. And there's been, as we've covered on a number of department slides, a lot of cross collaboration to ensure that our most vulnerable populations that live in our mobile home parks are protected. And so there was a lot of legislative work that happened. Also behind this slide, Amy Nurnberg, as well as Doug Hearn, our code enforcement. So this was our first year transitioning code enforcement fully into our department here within community development. And also it covers a full range of staffing the permit counter, whether it's on the planning side, when people are checking in on what he or she may be able to do with the property that's currently for sale or for lease. So ensuring that we're walking people through that process. We're also on the front line when it comes to inspecting the buildings for safety. And so we have a strong, small but mighty team out there of 4 inspecting all the buildings that are going up and being rehabbed. Next slide. So I mentioned roughly $8.6 million. We, through the leadership of this council, we are in the final stages of filling one of 2 vacancies. And so that's the permit tech position that was before you last month. And we're also in the process now of filling a current vacancy for the senior management analyst position. So of the 8.6 million, much of that is enterprise fund, so funded by development activity, work that goes into updating our buildings. And so a portion of that being general funded. And so part of this is a request to enhance our code enforcement team from essentially 1 FTE to double it. So to go from 1 FTE with the contract and expanding that work. And so this is a theme that we hear time and time again when any of us are out in the community. It's the quality of life, it's the services that we're accustomed to. It's and all of that. There's an enforcement component to that. And so we're really excited to expand that and grow the team in that capacity. And then part of the budget request also includes a growing number of special projects and advanced planning, some of it which we touched on in other slides, climate action plan, the general plan, cannabis retail, as well as tree protection ordinance. So those are all things that are budgeted and being proposed before you this evening. And then in terms of accomplishments, again, we touched on a number of these. We have a framework for our general plan. So something that's going to help set the course for development and measured growth over the next 25 years. And so a number of us were able to participate last week in PlanFest, and couldn't be happier about the team and just the preparation that went into continuing to get that feedback from our community to ensure that everyone gets to see or feels like they are a piece of the future here in Petaluma. You also heard the workshop on the blueprint, and so that's something that we're also will be coming back to at the end of the summer with a draft plan for council consideration. And then all things housing, so objective design standards. How do we ensure that we are able to facilitate production of housing in the form that the community can be proud about? And so council, again, through your leadership, adopting a set of objective design standards so that moving forward, any eligible project comes through with the design and the intent that the council and the community had in mind. Oh, can you just go right back? Okay. And then in the housing world, it's the 3 Ps. So protection, production, and preservation. And so the city of Petaluma hit the marks across all 3. So when it comes to protection, we touched on tenant protections, we touched on mobile home park regulations, as well as the senior overlay that occurred in November of last year. In the world of preservation, part of that is ensuring that when there's new projects or rehab of existing facilities, there's a process that is led by the community. It involves the community, and so the rehab of downtown, the Carruthers building, and the recent award that received as an example of a successful preservation project. And then on the production side, 60 units of permanent supportive housing, studios at Montero, to ensure that our continuum of care for our most vulnerable and our unsheltered populations have a piece of the housing puzzle in the plan. Final inspections on the senior apartments on the Boulevard South, as well as some market rate apartments. I believe the first that we've seen in a while. So the La Villa Spanos. And then many of you have the history around the Quarry Heights project. And so finally getting to that final phase of wrapping up the master plan there. And speaking of master plans, also a theme of tonight has been around riverfront. And so there's long been a master plan to redevelop the riverfront, and just we like to use river and then attach it to a lot of projects. So this is the master plan that includes Scanel. It includes just on the east side of the river. So a lot has changed, and we're starting to see a lot more activity and a lot more development and interest in that area. And for goals, again, these were touched on. We have the framing for our general plan. We need to get to an alternative to study and to start the EIR process on that. This was also touched on, the urban growth boundary. So how do we ensure that the city limits essentially maintain and be through 2050 to ensure and promote infill development within our city limits. And then with any comprehensive overhaul of the general plan should come with a overhaul of the zoning code. So how do we make sure that the zoning code is lined up and in alignment with all the goals and the vision that we have set out in the general plan? A few housing items that we are watching and ensuring that we're going to be up ahead is pre-approved ADUs. So how do we facilitate more, faster, and get those critical housing units online? And so before year's end, having a set of pre-approved ADUs. So not quite a quick permit, but absolutely streamlining the process to ensure that if there's, let's say there's 4 different types of ADUs, we've helped facilitate that and streamline that process so we can get some more units online. This came up as well, right-sizing impact fees. So this is a topic that has been discussed here in the North Bay and parts of the Bay Area. How do we make sure and incentivize production of smaller units? Because at the moment, the fees are based on unit count. And so is there a different way to look at the fee structure? So those are 2 top priorities for us. And then we're also going to go right into more planning mode. And so the state building code is in a 3-year cycle. And so there's lots to prepare, especially as it relates to the city's goals around climate ready and carbon neutrality, and what that means potentially for updating and enhancing our building code. And so that's something, there'll be a heavy round of input, not just from the council, but from the community on what that building code looks like in 2026. And then finally, the one-stop permit center. And so it's almost there. The construction is complete. We're just doing some final touches. So look out shortly for a save the date sometime in late June, early July to meet the team. And so we're shifting to this model of one-stop permit. And so not only is it a a place where we can help facilitate permit and business, it's also going to come with some improvements. And so how do we make sure that there's a separate process for quick permits? So some of the easier things like water heaters and, updating your electric panel, currently they sort of go into one permit flow. And how do we make sure that there is that set of essentially over the counter that we can have ready and clear and create that separate path to get people off and running. And so it's something we're really looking forward to. And then I'll just finally just touch on some of the comments from earlier in the day, just around public art, historic preservation. And so included in this budget also is enhancement of our historic preservation and our public art funds. And so there's a number of projects that are getting off the ground, and I'll just use the one example that came to mind earlier this evening is when we think about historic preservation, our code focuses on landmarks, and I think it's clear, and I think it was enhanced this evening that there are other ways to recognize the history that people have contributed to our city and to our town. And so looking at different things like a plaque or some other type of recognition that isn't just the building is going to be in this work plan for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Community. Jeff Schock, your fire chief. I'll try to go fast but not get interrupted about slowing down for the interpreters. First off, this slide showing what the fire department does and how it's funded in each of multiple disciplines. And of note, we do get quite a bit of cost recovery from some of the programs such as fire prevention, hazardous materials, and our emergency medical transport. Next slide, please. We've had several accomplishments this last fiscal year. I think the primary one that's the most noticeable is the completion of our public safety facilities master plan. You see evidence of that now with some of the work being done on D Street, doing that seismic evaluation, and some other important projects, and really we're getting to use that master plan as guiding principles as we move forward with a lot of what you saw in the CIP budget today. As far as our workforce diversity, I think there's 4 things that that improve that and help your organization be representative of your community. That's your organizational cultures and values, competitive compensation, and safe and accommodating facilities, as well as the outreach and recruitment. Councilmember Mao now mentioned this year we did our 2nd annual empowerment fire camp for Petaluma High School kids, focused on, really focusing on reaching out to members of our community that aren't as well representative as they could be in our industry. We also participate in the Women in the Fire Service Open House, which is a countywide project we participated in Santa Rosa again this year. And those things help with a lot of our initiatives, including staffing. We're fully staffed, all positions. And those things are what tie into that. The compensation, facilities we're working on. We made that promise to our department. They're coming, facilities are coming. It's really exciting. Even if it's just a paint job at 2 of our other facilities, we're making baby steps. We're making significant progress. We also filled, which I mentioned earlier, and you got to meet Melissa Leonelli, our EMS coordinator. And having these accomplishments done. And then last but not least, I'll point on Measure H. We'll talk more about it later. Next slide, please. So next year's focus for the fire department is going to be further implementing the CPSM recommendations that we did 2 years ago, which now we've incorporated into a 5-year master plan for our department. Heavy hitters in that, the low-hanging fruit, about 8 of the 22 we've completed. A lot of the others are really focused on facility needs that were currently in progress, and then also moving our ladder truck to a central location and staffing that permanently, both of which are going to be heavily influenced and supported by the passage of Measure H. So thank you, City Council, for your support and the community on voting for that. Then also improvements to our emergency response, some stopgap measures, while our facilities, before we get the new facility and the upstaff and the ladder truck, there's other ways that we can incorporate stopgap measures in our emergency response and our emergency response models, part of which includes the current use of our basic life support ambulance, which I'll touch on in a minute. Also, focus again, $50,000 again this year is going towards one of our vegetation management projects that we piloted last year, where we reached out to 1,700 communities or residences last year. We hired a city chipper to go out on 7 different days and targeted communities. People did their own work, thinning out vegetation that's close to their home, not touching trees, but making their own area more fire friendly and fire safe, and then we would go out and do the chipping of that material when they left it on the roadway. We'll be expanding that again this year and into other parts of the community. And then always expanding disaster education, city staff preparation, and then preparation for the schools in our community. Next slide, please. We currently have, as I said, 69 positions, all of them filled. And then this year, the 3 FTE requests, one of those are for Melissa's position to become permanent and not just the 1-year interim. And then our basic life support ambulance, which has single role EMTs. They're currently, all of them are part-time. We have about 8. And it's been a really good recruitment tool. I think we have nearly a dozen people since that program's inception who've started as an EMT. We've helped sponsor them through paramedic school. They either already had some firefighting experience or we helped them with the firefighter academy and an internship. And now we're full-time firefighter paramedics for the city of Petaluma. I think it's around 8 or 10 that we've been able to do in the last 5 years. So what we've asked for is 2 of those part-time positions to become full-time employees. They'd be single role EMTs, and it would help not only with that program and more permanent staffing of that program, which helps with our response models and alternate response models, but will also help with our workforce development and succession opportunities. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Drew Halter back, your Director of Parks and Recreation. I will get going. Parks and Recreation essentially is your people service division responsible for the programming, the activities, the oversight of our public spaces, and several recreation and community centers, which include the Senior Center, the Community Center, the Kenilworth Teen Center, the Petaluma Swim Center, the museum, and the Kavanaugh Recreation Pool. Essentially, we are split into 3 divisions. We have our Parks Maintenance Division, our Recreation Services Division, and Facilities Maintenance is also under the umbrella of Parks and Recreation. In total, we maintain 48 developed parks, over 450 developed parkland, 175 acres of that is natural grass, and 27 playgrounds. So that is it in a nutshell. Next slide, please. As many of you remember, January 1, the city assumed day-to-day oversight of the locally owned and now controlled fairgrounds property. The Parks and Recreation is responsible for the events management and the facility oversight of that piece. But as Ingrid and several others spoke before me, on January 1, it was all boots on the grounds. That was a late night pun. And we've been there ever since. So 5 months later, this is a lift daily that requires close coordination with legal, city manager's office, public works and utilities, economic development, community development, and parks and recreation. But you're seeing a slide here tonight for a few reasons. One, the maintenance staffing is 1 full-time position and a part of a facility supervisor position that helps support the grounds, as well as a number of outside professional services. These are custodial, these are groundskeepers, these are landscape contracts that we have set up to support and activate the fairgrounds. In total, we're proposing a budget of just over $571,000 this year. Next slide, please. So for Parks and Recreation's accomplishments this past year, we were really excited to see the evolution of the Lucchese Skate Park go through from an initial concept, which was a humble beginning, to redesign the existing skate park to really, with the council's support and the community's vision, to move forward with a more holistic planning about what the future of skating, scootering, biking is in Petaluma. And we've landed with a nearly complete concept for a new skate park at Lucchese Park. We appreciate the plug, Councilmember Barnacle. We do have a workshop on Wednesday. This will be where the latest iteration of the design is going to be presented, and the location is actually at the Senior Center. I wanted to make that note because the community center is undergoing some renovations. So we'll see you there Wednesday night. Another project we're really proud and excited to bring back to the council, likely in August, is our Kenilworth Park revitalization plan. So this is, again, an effort over a year in the making. We've got a lot of work to do to revitalize Kenilworth Park, and with support and the vision of the community, a lot of opportunity exists from the ground up, and that will include a workshop presentation back to the council in August. We've completed Anna's Meadows Playground. Again, this was the last playground on our existing replacement list. That included an additional shade structure, some shaded seating area, and some access improvements. So really proud and excited for how that playground turned out. I touched on the event management at the fairgrounds, but that is a daily, if not hourly, endeavor, and we're excited to really be starting to see some of the, not just the facility improvements take shape, but the coordination and finding our stride with process improvements, putting more people on the property, and helping to vision and imagine what kind of uses we can go there for the next year. Excited to have our first year of a pilot grazing program. 5 parks, nearly about 50 acres of urban parks were grazed this past year, and you'll see in the next slide we're going to double that program this coming year. So we're excited to build on some of those lessons learned and keep the sheep eating. We also have community garden program, a strong partnership with Petaluma Bounty. We've got 4 community gardens here in Petaluma. La Tercera is undergoing revitalization right now. They'll be up and going here pretty soon, but following that, it's really a partnership to manage 4 community gardens in a really strategic, holistic way. We've got Sunrise Parkway, McNear, and Westridge in the next 3 years, but it really comes with not just some improvements there, but better record keeping, consolidating some of the bylaws so that we can have some consistency among the gardens, and then really leverage the Bounty's expertise in growing and kind of talking about this story about how we come together to manage some of these lands with fruit. Bless you. Again, the community baseball field, we will have our opening ceremonies June 1st. We're going through the final process of nailing that agenda down, but please put it on your calendars. June 1st is our opening day. We are now permitting. We're having kind of soft opening for practices now on the field. Teams and groups are really excited to be out there. So looking forward to introducing you all to the site and coming out and playing some baseball. There's also been some improvements at McNear Park. If you've been by lately, there's been some significant irrigation repairs that was done last year that really paved the way for the repairs that you see now, which is some maintenance activity that was long overdue. So we've got it regraded on the berm between the infield outfield. We've got irrigation on the infield, which we've never had. And it's all comes together to really mean that we've got baseball field on the east and west side now for children once they age out of Little League, for they can go and play. So it was really quite important to tell the story that we've now got baseball, through your adult years and hopefully many more in Petaluma. Next slide, please. So for the goals as we look forward, excited to have those park pathway projects be completed. You saw some updates from CIP that we started with McDowell Park that's currently under construction, but from there it'll move to La Tercera and then McNear Park. But there's a number of other pathways that we hope this program continues to gain momentum and really improve the access, not just to connect parks, but in the interiors of parks as well. I also want to highlight we have an opportunity this year to take the aquatics program back in-house. This has been a program that since 2012, 2013, the city has partnered with a third-party operator during a time in which it was a necessity to keep this pool open. Times have changed. Our expectations from the community from programming standpoint has changed. Our operational needs has changed. And we have a facility improvement program on the books for late September, early October. And we're excited for the opportunity to bring the aquatics program with 3 new positions back in-house to run it as a city-led programming. We also have a new playground assessment that we're looking to undergo next year, which will be important to start to tell the story of how do we look and how do we prioritize not just playground replacements, but park amenities and how we really activate those play spaces, not just for the children that are there on the equipment, but every user that engages in that park space from the kids through aging adults. And then lastly, there's a number of tree canopy grants that we again will be partnering with our local providers Relief, but as well as a number of others. I think we planted over 400 trees this last year. And there's a number of other grants opportunities to expand on that effort, but not just that, care for the trees that we have, inventory those through our urban mapping program, and really start to put some good information on how we can manage a program behind this tree projects. Next slide, please. So in total, we have 22 filled position, 3 vacant at this time. We have an admin position vacant, and the other 2 represent the facility side. Both have positions that we hope to fill over the summer. The positions requested were 1 parks maintenance worker. I kind of skipped over that in my notes, but it's an important story to tell that over the last 4 years, I think in particular, we've added 3 parks maintenance workers. And that cannot be understated or underscored. We're really building off the momentum to better care for our parks at the same time as we're learning more and engaging more with the community on how we manage our public lands differently. So with that additional parks maintenance worker, we've got an integrated pest management plan that's now going to be moving towards implementation, which means more vegetation management with hand tools or manual abatement, more mulching. We've got a natural turf or organic natural turf assessment program right now where we're piloting 3 parks. That includes McNear Park, Prince Park, and McDowell. We're partnering with a consultant, Osborne Organics. We're going to take those 3 parks. We're going to spend the next 3 years, and efforts already underway to manage those strictly organic. And that takes the staff behind running the equipment to aerate, towards spreading the organic soils, towards doing the testing, and then working with the consultant to kind of pivot and change gears as we learn more about those. So we felt those are 3 great parks to pilot for different reasons. They've got different kind of soil compositions. Some are reclaimed, some aren't. Some are different weather patterns. But that 1 position is really going to help us, double down on some of these investments we've made as a community the last few years in our parks. And that's, I believe it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Brian Miller. I'm your police chief. So clearly I'm going to talk to you about our police operating budget. I just want to call out first and foremost that you see a considerable portion of our budget goes directly to our patrol services division, 50%. Those are the folks that are out in the field 24/7, day and night, with the expectation that they're proactively patrolling our neighborhoods, our business districts, and not only looking to reduce crime, but deter it altogether. Additionally, our dispatchers are also operating on that same service model 24/7, nights, weekends, holidays. Much like the city being a full service city, we are a full service police department. We have one of the few crisis response teams that we staff and maintain. And I would actually put an asterisk and say we're the only full service police department in the county, as we sustain and support the only 24/7 mobile crisis intervention team. Next slide, please. We also recognize that while we take up a considerable portion of the city's budget, we work really diligently with some of our professional staff to seek and be awarded a number of grants and also identify reimbursable funding sources where we can. So you've seen there that a considerable portion of those grants are specifically related to the sustaining of what was a pilot and now is an essential program of our mobile crisis intervention team, the SAFE program. Over the 3 years the program's been in implementation, we've received over $4.5 million of grant funding. About 75% of the total cost of that program has been sustained through grants, and the 25% remaining portion through Measure U. We also have a pretty robust sustained traffic enforcement program that's helping us with speed enforcement, seatbelt enforcement, DUI checkpoints. And as you know, we've been working really diligently addressing intoxicated drivers in our community. And we've seen a reduction in injury DUI collisions over the last year as a result of those efforts, as well as a 75% reduction in our fatal traffic collisions last year. Next slide. I do want to just take an opportunity in our accomplishments and our goals to call out that it's intrigued me while I was preparing my remarks that many of our goals and accomplishments are integrated. And so I know the manager's office and the city attorney spoke about how they're supporting, but many of our goals and accomplishments come right back to the support staff and the multidisciplinary approach that we thrive in amongst our city departments. So last year's accomplishments, like the fire department and with the support of Public Works, we navigated a really complicated public safety facility needs assessment and have a great path forward. And it's led to one of our goals on the next slide that we'll see for us here at the PD. We established, with the support of the city attorney's office and the manager's office, a public safety advisory committee. And then we've heavily invested in our staff. We recognize that our staff is our most invaluable resource, and we are one of the few agencies that is 100% post-compliance. And if you understand how junior our staff is in our organization and how much training we have to provide them and are mandated to provide them, getting them all through it while maintaining operations during pandemics, emergencies, and just regular daily occurrences is an immense task, and we are 100% in compliance, and that is unique in the state. We also recognize that our staff are only as successful as they are prepared to handle the rigors of the job, and we were one of 7 agencies that applied for and were selected to pilot a POWER grant, which is a wellness grant in coordination with Peace Officers Standards and Training, as well as the UC San Diego. So we're in the middle of that process and looking to develop a wellness program specifically for public safety employees and working with our HR team on that. We received our first independent police auditor report, which we presented to you recently, and are continuing to work through and implement a number of processes and procedures and integrations into our daily activities for the benefit of our staff and our community. We enhanced our safety. Specifically, we launched the Lights On program, looking to have positive interactions during traffic enforcement stops and also provide an equitable response to improving equipment violations that every community member can benefit for the sake of traffic safety in our roadways. We worked with our comms team, our public works team on a number of city traffic initiatives, from Lakeville at Pineview, from Safe Streets programs, Safe Routes to Schools, to Slow the Fast Down. And you're seeing those efforts citywide as we're, I think, seeing noticeable improvements in the safety and the sentiment of safety in many of our traffic corridors. We've expanded and repaired, with the support of our IT team, a number of public safety video cameras. The Keller Street Garage, the Golden Concourse, Kentucky Street, and Putnam Plaza all have functional cameras that my staff in the comms center is looking and monitoring at times when they're able to between calls, but we're also using to follow up and use it as an investigative tool. Next slide. And so for our goals, for the first time in my career, we are starting on a process of becoming police contractors, where we're looking at becoming experts in how to do a remodel project in our own building. But it's happening. We've met with the architect. We're seeing plans. We're having the processes, and we're learning from fire as they're going through a very similar process. And our staff couldn't be more ecstatic about what's to come. And we're looking forward to moving through the design phase and into a construction phase over the next fiscal year or two. We are coming to the completion of our first 3-year strategic plan and are going to be starting a community-focused process to solicit input to build a new strategic plan with measurable evidence-based outcomes and goals and objectives. And we hope to implement that in this coming calendar year. As far as our transparency, what we're really learning from our community and with the support of the police auditor is that we have better ways that we can communicate what we do, how we serve, and the information that we collect and report back in a consumable manner. And we're working with our communications team on enhancing our city's website and our transparency portal to make it more accessible and understandable. We're also, in July, going to be implementing and seating the Public Safety Advisory Committee and hosting those committee meetings regularly with the support of City Attorney's Office, and looking forward to integrating that into our workflow and getting timely community input on ways that we can improve our service delivery model. And then we have some improvements. We've focused really heavily on continuous improvement of our level of service and how we're conducting business. And what we are finding is that we have a really unique opportunity to reimagine our district policing or our community policing model in the sense that we can be problem-oriented focused and ensure and build some processes to report back what our actions are. Far too often we think community members are calling us and they're uncertain on what we've been doing, how we've been accomplishing it, or if we've accomplished it. And we don't necessarily do a good job of demonstrating what we've done there, how have we been effective, were our actions measurable and well placed, and were the resources there suitable for the scale of the problem that we're working on fixing. We're also working on improving our reporting efficiencies. It's similar to that model, but building streamlined processes so that we can receive it, our staff can receive it, and be assigned quickly, efficiently, and timely, and that we can also track what our outcomes are and report those back to our community members so they have greater awareness that their problem or issue was remedied, resolved, or is in progress. And then lastly, we're looking, as you heard, huge advancements in technology, and there's a number of products that also, as we are limited in our abilities of some of our staff at times, but the information, how we make it accessible to them, where we can focus our resources based on data and products and analysis there's a number of products that we're looking at trying to integrate into our workflows so that we have more intelligence-led policing and we're optimizing the performance of our resources with our staff. Next slide. So we have 103.6 total employees. There's 0.6 is a part-time permanent position. Everyone asks, is that a whole person? We have 3 vacancies. So 1 dispatch position, 1 management analyst position, and we're in the process of doing in-house promotionals for some supervisory roles, and that position will be filled. With that being said, all of our allocated positions essentially for our operational staff are filled, but we have a number of people in police academy in various stages of training or in injury, and so we do have about an 85% deployable operational staffing level. So we are hoping that as we build and stabilize that workforce and get fully operational, you will see the impacts and the full weight of what the police department can do and as we're addressing issues. We're not seeking any additional positions this year. However, we have increases relative to sustaining some technology costs increases. We're part of a really robust regional asset with a technology consortium for the county. We've seen increased costs related to sustaining our fleet, really difficult repairing, procuring, maintaining, or getting parts for, and all those have increased. We're also, as you heard about the camera program, those are all added improvements that have ongoing costs that we are sustaining, as well as this sustained programming of our canine, our third canine that we added this past year that is specifically trained in bomb and firearms detection and has been a huge resource as we respond to and address school threats that we've unfortunately seen a number of occasions throughout the past year. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay, we're almost there. Woo-hoo. I am the last department to represent tonight, and hello again. I'm Gina Benedetti-Petnick, your Interim Director of Public Works and Utilities. And I'm excited to be here tonight. I've sat through, I guess, 5 budget presentations up to this point, and this is the first time I've been able to actually present it. So all those years have paid off. Yeah. Public Works and Utilities, if you read the slide, you'll read again all of the things that we touch in the city. And we are all about creating a comfortable, safe place to live for this community. And everything we do is about that, and with an eye toward our climate resiliency, again, and all those things that we touch. It's exciting, and it's a lot. So I'm going to present these slides and am able to touch a very small portion of what I'm going to be describing for the sake of time. So we're starting off with our general fund budget for Public Works, and our total operating budget in Public Works Utilities is $109 million. This is a $2.75 million general fund budget of that. And you can see from the chart that our operations, admin, and our engineering development account for more than 75% of our general use of our general fund budget. And salaries and benefits from all these account for about $1.3 million. Next slide. So accomplishments. These were really tough slides for a department this size. For me I was supposed to put 1 or 2 things up, and I couldn't. And I still just brushed the surface. We've broken this out into a few categories: infrastructure, water conservation, safety upgrades. There's so much more, and I would like to talk a little bit about traffic as well. But under infrastructure, I wanted to highlight Garfield Drive completion and North McDowell Boulevard, which completed, which we just learned over the weekend maybe that it has been awarded Project Bike of the Year by Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. It's a special honor. We don't often get awards in our projects, and I think we're going to be seeing more and more of them as we strive for excellence in public works. The 5-year pavement management plan, which you'll be seeing soon, I consider to be a huge lift and a great accomplishment from this last year's effort. In water conservation, the City White Creek maintenance plan has not gotten a lot of love in too long, and it is getting the love again. And very excited that we'll be bringing that to council this year, and we'll have permits in place by this time next year to fully implement that. And I'd also like to, on safety upgrades, again, we've already spoken a lot about Safe Streets nomination and Safe Routes to School program that we are very involved in and are already making impactful changes at several of the schools. In addition, we have lowered speed limits now through AB 43 that you approved a meeting or two ago. Safety improvements on Caltrans right-of-way at Lakeville near Pineview and South McDowell Boulevard extension are extremely important and years in the making. It unfortunately, collisions can become the catalyst for these road safety projects, but we are there, and we have more to come out there, more safety improvements coming in the long range plan. But we had short-term improvements that have been implemented already in short order, and very excited about that. In traffic calming, I would point to several projects: Jefferson Street, from Payran to Lakeville, 10th Street and B, 6th Street and Mountain View, I Street, Magnolia and Pepperwood, that's near St. Vincent's and Cherry Valley. A lot of quiet projects that you don't hear about because many of those traffic calming projects are not CIP projects. They're just internal work orders. That's us doing our thing in the background pretty quietly and making those happen. So I'm very, very proud of those as well. And then for transit, we adopted our first ever zero emission fleet transition plan, and we purchased our first zero emission buses. We launched the K through 12, the school student fare free program, and we are preparing to launch the citywide fare free program in fiscal year 25. So I think we can go to next slide. Thank you. So under our goals for the coming, I'm going to catch up here. Sorry. Our goals for the coming fiscal year. We've got 4 new categories here. I divided this up into floodplain management, water conservation, transit, and the wastewater plant upgrades, only because there's so darn many of them. But floodplain management, there's so much going on here, and I know that council is up to date on our recent flood and sea level rise mapping. But our goals coming up now are to take that mapping to the next step. So we've talked about that my last presentation, and I'm excited to, we have started work now on the FEMA model, and we are preparing to start work with the flood adaptation master plan, and working very hard. I am crossing my fingers that by fall, we maybe winter by the time we hear back from FEMA, but we're working very hard to upgrade our community rating system, our CRS class, to a class 5 from a class 6 that would have the effect of reducing the insurance policy premiums for people who, residents and businesses in the flood zone, the special flood hazard area. It would reduce it would increase their discount from 20% to 25% discount on their flood insurance. So a high priority for us. In water conservation, I'd like to, we've talked about AMI. Again, the creek maintenance plan permits for spring 2025. I mentioned that under accomplishments because we are very close to having that plan reviewed and ready to bring to council. And then, of course, the integrated water master plan, we're looking for a fall completion and hope to bring that to you this fall. And then under transit, the Fare Free program, working to bring microtransit and downtown shuttle to a reality in the coming fiscal year. And of course, the larger electrification plan for the bus fleet is continuing. It's going to be a multi-year process on that, of course, but we're well underway. And then the wastewater plant upgrades, most exciting of all these, the sexiest of all of these projects, is the floating solar project, which is now 90% complete design and looking to start that in summer, fall of this year and complete a year down the road. So really, really excited to see that come to fruition. And then, of course, we've discussed PIPs, both the pump station and the main replacement and the main parallel line. And then on top of that, we have some maybe not so exciting sounding projects, but really, really important ones for our tertiary recycled water upgrades and our oxidation ponds and critical repairs to one of our digesters that has fallen ill. So I think that covers the goals. And next slide. So this shows our little piece of the pie of the general fund in Public Works. We're 4% of the general fund pie, and it amounts to $2.7 million for Public Works and Utilities. This also talks about our total FTEs at 129. We currently have about a 10% vacancy. We have 14 vacancies. We're busy filling them. And I mentioned what we have done in the previous fiscal year with recruitments, significant, and still working on them. We have some turnover that accounts for a lot of these. We have some internal promotions that accounts for some of these. So working through those. And then our second square or rectangle down on the left shows our 2.75 million general fund budget and notes that it's increased 8.5% roughly over last year. And that's largely due to salaries, benefits, rising costs, services and supplies, and then funding for employee training and professional development, which we've really been emphasizing for staff. As we've been bringing on so many new staff members, we're finding a huge need there and filling that. And then our 8 FTE requests are distributed to CIP with 3, and 2 for wastewater, 2 for streets, and 1 for environmental services. Next slide. And my last slide. This is our pie chart showing our Public Works Utilities expenses by fund. And I think the most impactful thing about the pie chart is just the recognition that our enterprise utilities are more than 75% of our funding. And water is all about the delivery and management of the water distribution. It also includes water conservation, water resources, and our wastewater is both collection and treatment of wastewater. And without these critical infrastructure services, we would, and without them well maintained and operating, we would not be a comfortable and safe community, that's for sure. So super important. And I think that will do it. Thank you for your time.
All right. So that wraps up the presentation, but I would like to quickly acknowledge everyone that participates in the annual budget process. It could not happen from year to year without the entire team's participation and dedication. And I'd like to start off by recognizing those in finance who are still here tonight, Corey Garbarolio and Isabel Kraft, who are the 2 magicians that put this book together and put the document together. So I cannot thank them enough. I also want to call out Janine Tedrow and Sue Simmons from my department for their work on the special revenue funds. And then everyone in this room and all of your staff. This budget is obviously for the entire city. It takes all of us to build it every year. And I want to thank everyone for all of their hard work. And thank you to the mayor and the council members for your continued support. And there we have it.
Thank you. Great presentation, and we appreciate all the effort you guys put into it too. I mean, the amount of detail to keep track of left and right and up and down is staggering. And with that, I'd like to ask council if they have any questions on the presentation. Vice Mayor Shribs.
Okay, just about one question for different people here. For the finance, just looking at the budget CIP versus the general fund. Let's just make it clear that all the salaries of all the staff of the whole city is in the general fund area. And is there any staff salaries in the CIP projects?
So not all salaries are in the general fund. So if you've got folks working for the utilities, for the enterprise funds, they're getting paid out of those funds, not out of the general fund. So, for example, that's why the Public Works general fund budget is such a small slice of their overall pie, because only some positions are paid out of the general fund. The CIP projects, when we budget the projects, that does include the time of staff working on the project. So when they work, their time gets charged to those projects.
Okay, good. So that's why it's the 4% only when the CIP project is a lot bigger. Okay, just want to make that clear on that part. For legal, so during the, talking about the mobile homes and some of the contentious legal stuff that's been going on, there was a very expensive arbitration that happened, and with lots of lawyers on both sides involved. And is this going to be there's a higher cost in time and money than I was expecting prior to this, but is this what we're facing coming forward? Is this going to be a huge effort finding the arbitration with the land owners of the mobile units? Is that going to be a high cost to us or to the city?
Well, if future years are like this one, it would be. And I surmise that it's even possible that some of the park owners may be pursuing a strategy of making that process costly so as to push back against our regulations. But we are looking, Dylan and I in our office are looking closely at what may be ways that we may recommend to the council to ensure that our regulations operate as intended to provide for sustainable finances for park owners while preserving the affordability of mobile home residency in the city. So we may look at further regulation streamlining, simplification of the arbitration process. We are actively engaged right now in getting from the park owners the information on their tenancies that our regulations require and that we need to monitor that program and make sure it's functioning well. So we will be reporting back to the council on some of those considerations, so that we preserve. Again, I think it's close to. I don't know that there's housing team folks here tonight, but I think it's close to 900 units in the city that are in those parks. As I mentioned, we're in two active. Defending two lawsuits right now that I believe we will prevail in those lawsuits, and that too will help preserve the city's regulations regarding mobile home conversions and mobile home rent control. Thanks.
Yeah, what I'm sort of asking is this going to absorb a lot of time in the near future, in the next year or two, more than expected? So do we need to budget for it?
it's absorbing more than we anticipated now, but it's and in my office, also in the housing department, and we'll have to stay tuned. One of the challenges of the council's priorities, of the budget projections, is we make our best estimates, and then sometimes the future is different than we anticipate. So we'll have to see. But you could tell, at least from our slides, even though I spent so little time on them so that we could get through the whole presentation, that we're still on track in our legislative projects. And I believe we're working closely with the housing team, city manager's office, the communications team, to support our mobile home program. And we're committed to continuing to do that. And if we need to address what the impact of that is on other council priorities, we'll certainly be prepared to do that with the council.
Good. I just thought I'd just bring that up as a possible concern. Back to the finance, just on the for the software and the IT programs. Can you talk a little bit about the quality of the software, the programs that you have, and the modeling that's being done? Do you feel like we have a really good system in place that's making it more efficient to get this work done?
So do you mean right now, do we have really great technology for finance? No, I would not say that we do, but that's why we're going forth with this ERP system. So we're using a system that we've had for how long? Since 2012. Since 2012. It's no longer going to be supported by the manufacturer, so it's being sunset in 2027, which is one big reason why we're doing this. But no, we're going to have a lot of opportunity to reimagine our business processes and find a lot of efficiency when we move to something that's much more technologically up to date.
Good. That's why I wanted to find out. Is there a timeline on that?
We are hoping to go live July 1st, 2026, but now that I've said it, I've likely jinxed it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then for economic development, we're looking at revitalization of the downtown being a priority of some sorts. And right now, there's an impression that we're pushing on development without much benefits there. Can you tell us a little bit more about the benefits and the program to do a little more public outreach to get more buy-in for our downtown revitalization, the overlay process and the like?
I think I'm going to repeat the question just to make sure I'm answering the focus of the question, but it was about how we are planning on doing community outreach to bring our public to the table so that people understand the role that development plays in our downtown and in our economic development. Is that the question?
But the actual benefits of the changes that are being proposed. Are we going to be advertising a little bit better? Because right now there's some contention. And I was wondering if we have ways of going after more benefit-based messaging.
I think maybe the hole that you're seeing that we are focusing on filling, we have been and are focusing more on filling, is doing more proactive outreach and education around our planning process. For the last decade, our planning process has really just been cost recovery, and it's just development comes in, they pay the fee to process the development, and then the development is reviewed by the Planning Commission and the City Council, and it either goes forward or it doesn't. And the hole that's leaving that we have started to work on with our hotel and our downtown overlay, as well as some other key development projects, is trying to fill in the outreach portion so that the community really understands, like, how do we do development? How does it come to the city? How do we approve it? Why do we approve it? What conditions do we look at? What's the process? Which can be a very dense, complicated process. So trying to sort of elevate that information in a way that people can understand it better. I appreciated the call out on the budget, the social media posts that we put on the budget. We are trying to break down these processes that are in and of themselves very complex, as you saw 120 slides here today, of which many of us felt like we barely scratched the surface. How do we boil that into, 6 or 8 slides on an Instagram reel that captures someone's attention enough so they have a sense of what the budget is? They don't know the details or the depths, but we are trying to pull that out. So hopefully you'll be seeing more of that this year to come, with even bringing some additional funding to our communications team and a few additional hours in our team members so that we can take what has been only development focused outreach, more of a notification process, and trying to turn that into an education process.
Thank you. Then for community development, you talked about 16 positions. Does those 16 positions include the M group?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Across the slide deck, those are just our FTE staffing. So it does not cover that.
Very good. Thank you. Just a simple question there. And then last on the fairgrounds, we had a $50,000 of $500,000 of expenses. And I was wondering if we're getting matched in income from the rental properties, if that's being balanced, and what's the balance between maintenance versus investment in our costs?
Appreciate the question, council member. I'm going to ask for finance's help on this, but yes, generally there are revenues offset by the 9 licensed tenants on the property. We're also just starting to see cost recovery in the form of special events programs. And so we will absolutely come back and share kind of a report on where we are. We're really just kind of scratching the surface. And we knew that going into this, that we were not going to likely see a cost recovery for the first 6 months.
Right. So in other words, we're still balanced income versus expenses. It's still fairly balanced at this time. And so we're not investing a huge amount of money and not without return, but looking at future returns. So I just want to find out we're kind of matching income and expenses right now, is what it sounds like.
I would say we're very much investing in the property, investing in the hopes that by activating those spaces, by creating halls that we can assemble and attract events, then that will pay dividends in the form of access, but also revenues. But if you were going to take a snapshot today, you would see a very skewed balance towards the expense side of the ledger.
Right, because there was a concern that there would be huge expenses without the adequate income that would just be a drag on our whole general fund. So, but we're keeping balance. That's the point, I think, that's what I'm trying to get to.
I defer to our finance here.
Yeah, so the long term, the plan is that the revenues from the fairgrounds will cover the expenditures. Right now, as we get things up and moving, we are spending more than we're bringing in as we bring everything up to speed and try and make it, as Drew said, a place that will attract events and get more people on the fairgrounds. So right now, it's more expenses than revenue, but we're hoping that long term that things will balance out.
Yeah, okay, good. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the financial situation for the fairgrounds itself. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Good.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I guess I just want to reiterate the importance of our downtown and the revenue that is brought in, and chain link fences, vacant properties don't bring us in any money. And I really want to focus on a vacancy tax or something that's going to move that needle, because at this point nothing's going to change unless we implement something, and I'm hoping that this council does that. The other thing is, as far as the outreach, I agree with Councilmember Shribs. We need to get outreach, but there's also a lot of gaslighting that's been going on about what's really happening in our downtown, and I don't see any of those people in the audience. And they should be here listening to the budget so they can understand why revenue is important and chain link fences, vacant properties don't bring us in any revenue. And I think it's important that we wrap our arms around that and actually deal with that this year somehow, figure out what we're going to do. And as far as the fairgrounds, it is going to be negative for a while, but it was 50 years of neglect. And so we're going to have to do the improvements. So in the future, it will be, net neutral. I was just going to ask the police, just questions about, you were talking about cameras. And of course, this weekend, somebody's bike was stolen at the Target site. And is there anything that the city can do to work with businesses where this is a problem? And I don't know which ones are always the problem, but this happened to be a Target, to get cameras, or do these businesses have cameras, and how does the department follow through when your electric bike is stolen and it's all over Facebook and
Yeah,
network?
so one of the most important things that we've been doing the past few years is we have a voluntary registry program. So we don't assume any responsibility for the camera itself or the data. The private party, the person, the business retains all of their video to themselves. But it's an efficiency because, we had an incident in downtown the other day, and my community service officer had to go door to door to door asking if there's cameras, and the technology is so advanced, they're so small, you don't know where they are, who has them. So this is a program, you can find it on the city website or on the police department website, and it just is a point of reference so that we can be efficient in going to the exact locations strategically and inquiring about do they have camera, how do we download it, and does it have any investigative leads? But we totally encourage businesses, property owners, shopping centers, community members. Those are the things that now they're relatively affordable, and they can provide immense value in investigative leads for us to help solve crimes.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I just think our staff is doing a great job. It's a great, easy, good budget to read and comprehensive. Thank you.
Councilmember Healy.
So that was a really great high-level presentation by all the departments, and even though it was high-level, it got into a huge amount of detail. So it was kind of a tour de force, I thought. I'm satisfied that we're doing well. Make a couple comments. First of all, I'm particularly pleased to hear that the fire department is fully staffed. In years past, we had excessive amounts of mandatory overtime that were a real problem, and it sounds like that's probably not the challenge that it once was, and it sounds like the police department is trending in that direction, even if you're not quite there yet. But that's really great news for staff morale and career people staying here for long term. So that's great. The only issue that came up for me, and this is something that I've been kind of pondering for a while, we have this huge emphasis on making streets and sidewalks safe for everyone, and Councilmember Now and Councilmember Cater Thompson will recall back in their previous terms that the council used to receive monthly departmental reports, and the police reports always contained a lot of statistics, because the police department is really good at statistics. And one of them was how many traffic citations were issued the previous month and the same month the previous year and year to date, things like that. We don't get that kind of information anymore. But and I tried to get some information, and I've gotten some partial information, and because there's this huge emphasis on all these physical changes and physical improvements in streets and sidewalks and paths and bulb outs and crosswalks and lighted signals, and it's all good stuff. But if you have drivers behaving poorly, you haven't really completed the puzzle. And so what the city manager was able to give me just earlier tonight was the total number of traffic citations issued in 2023, and I'm not sure if it's a calendar year or the fiscal year, it doesn't really matter. But there were 2,292 traffic citations issued in Petaluma in 2023. That works out to about 6.3 per day for the entire city. And what I don't know is what best practices would be in that area. I mean, I certainly observe, and I know we all observe drivers behaving poorly on a fairly consistent basis, and we get feedback from our constituents about speeding in their neighborhoods. So I don't think this is anything that I would propose to try to tamper with in this budget, but I am interested in getting more information about what best practices are, about what our historical traffic citations were, and see if this may be something we need to do more about, and maybe at mid-year budget. I don't want to put you on the spot, Chief, but this is, it just seems to me that there's a lot of bad behavior out there among our drivers.
Yeah, I think so. We have 4 service priorities that we ask our staff in a daily shift plan to focus on. Those are reducing crime, increasing traffic safety, focusing on improving quality of life, and then building relationships or community engagement. So they're expected to fulfill, and when they're not responding to calls, and we closely monitor their available time so that they have time within their shift to focus on each of those areas. What we have seen is our data specific to traffic enforcement is rebounding. So it's almost comparable to where it was in 2019 pre-pandemic. 2020, 2021, way low. We actually asked our staff in 2020 not to be interacting with the public. We also had a high level of turnover during that time. So almost 60% of my staff came in an era and got trained in policing where they were trained not to engage with people for the first year of their career. So we're doing a little retraining to some degree. I would say that society's also changed in the last few years on the expectations of our interactions. You heard me talk about the Lights On program. So we're stopping vehicles and trying to find creative ways to incentivize people to repair and improve their safety of their vehicles. We're also doing that in our engineering projects. We're asking our staff to think about ways rather than we are law enforcement, we are policing. And so policing is about protecting vulnerable from harm. It's not necessarily singular about just enforcement activities. And I agree that enforcement generally is, the incentive to get the best compliance. But through education, through engineering, through outreach, we're seeing effective measurables there. We've been getting an immense amount of traffic complaints over at Casa Grande High recently, red zones, pulling out across all the lanes of traffic. Our public works teams just created a turn to red zone into a loading zone. And we're not seeing the egregious driving behaviors. We're not seeing people do these crazy U-turns, and we wrote 0 tickets. So those are those metrics and those unintangibles that are a little bit different. I can have staff go out there and write 10 tickets all day long on Lakeville Highway at Pineview, and that wasn't going to have any measurable impact at all. There also are areas that we are strategically doing traffic enforcement and stop signs and crosswalk violations and school zones. And so we're being attentive there. I'm also, as I mentioned, and we are incredibly pleased, as you mentioned, just like fire, to be fully staffed. We've never been fully staffed in my career, but we are still training heavily. That's, a senior officer who could write a number of tickets in his day really quickly, training a junior officer who's probably struggling to get the code section right. And so I'm optimistic that with that, we will build in the muscle memory and improvement and develop and get, the full weight of the 70 sworn officers all focusing each day. Then there's also things that are different from 2019. So we have to collect stop data, a considerable amount of data that we're inputting in our data systems on every single contact traffic stop, any interaction where someone's detained at a reasonable suspicion standpoint. And it takes about 3 to 4 minutes to complete that data input on every single interaction. So, sometimes writing a ticket could take 5 minutes. Well, now one ticket's taking twice as long. So we are seeing some impacts just in our workflows that are also potentially having some nexus to the total outputs. But hopefully that's somewhat responsive, and we're committed to those improvements, and we know there's areas in the community that we do need to do directed enforcement.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. But I still think that maybe this is an issue that the council needs more education on, and maybe we can have this conversation, going forward, and I'm, maybe at mid-year budget to see if there are things that we can do to help you do your job.
I'm happy to provide the data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Now.
Before you go, Chief. I'm going to date myself, but 20 years ago, we had bicycle patrols. And they were in our downtown area, and they went across pedestrian bridges, and they just kind of wandered around downtown, and they were super engaged with the community. And I don't know what year that disappeared. The other thing that's disappeared in the last 20 years is the school resource officers. And I know there was a lot during COVID, and I don't know when that actually stopped. But maybe you'd like to talk about that since you're up there at the podium. Thanks.
Yeah, so I'll address your first question on the bicycle patrols. I think Deputy Chief McGowan and I are the two most recent bicyclists on the city bikes. They're in ill repair. They're old. We're actually in the process of trying to find an e-bike grant. Specifically, I also think that most of our staff with their age and tenure would be much more inclined to want to get on an e-bike. And we're also seeing e-bikes and e-motorcycles being so much more pervasive in our community. So we also want to do some enforcement specific to those modes of travel. But we are looking for that. I think it's also a little bit to the staffing piece that we are responding to over 61,000 calls for service this year. Calendar year for 2023, that was an 8.5% increase from 2022. So we are busy and trying to be responsive and keep our response time. So sometimes if we're shifting staff to bicycles in certain areas and then we're going to other calls, it becomes a little bit of a logistic piece. But we absolutely are interested in it. We see the value in it. We know in our downtown business district and at nighttime in our neighborhoods how effective and surgical it can be really in crime prevention. As far as your second conversation, City Manager Flynn, myself, my team, we are regularly engaged with all of the school districts asking how can we best support them. We are debriefing incidents and school-related matters regularly. They have a security consultant that we work closely with, providing best practices. We're reviewing safety operation plans annually, training, and our prior positions on the campuses were grant funded, and those funding opportunities expired. We are in the grant application periods of always evaluating and seeing what's out there. And currently there are not grants that are looking for staff. There's more programmatic.
And I would just add, Chief, that we were asked not to continue providing SROs.
Correct.
Probably 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
2019-ish, I think, is when that expired.
I just didn't know if we'd opened up that conversation. And I was happy to see an officer at the Safe Streets meeting that was held at Miwok School. And I think the parents were very happy and staff was very happy to see a member of the police department there. So thank you. Can I ask? I'm done with you. Thank you, Chief Miller. I'm going to put community development for a question. We have 2 vacancies, and I believe it was Vice Mayor Shribs that asked about staffing and what's outsourced with Group M and what is city staff. Are those 2 vacancies city staff, or are they going to be outsourced?
Great question. So the 2 vacancies are at our city staff. And so one is we're in the final stages of hiring a permit technician, which is what council approved a few months ago, and then rehiring for a vacancy for senior management analyst.
Okay, thank you. And on that, is speaking to property owners, little and large, downtown and on the east side, they're frustrated. They get to a point where they just can't get through the permits. There's been too many barricades and barriers put up. Whether they're building an ADU on 3/4 of an acre or they're trying to remodel and they're being told they don't have enough parking and they're a block away from the parking garage. So some of our vacancies, as Councilmember Kater Thompson brought up, are projects that have come to a halt because they're frustrated with our permit process. They're red tagged because they went ahead and did something without a permit, and then they're going backwards. And there's other projects where they're just told that, this isn't doable. And there's frustrations. And even on the east side, there's a new Pilates studio going in, and there was frustrations because I forget what they didn't have. They were told to expand the bathrooms. And they said, well, we're not going to have that many Pilates people in at one time. We only have so many Pilates machines. So I'm listening to these complaints. How can we help the permit process and these property owners get their completed permits and their projects finished so we don't have these vacancies?
Great question. I share the sentiment. Without knowing all the details of each and every one, and I suspect, each of the permits have different challenges. The best thing that we can do as a city is to ensure that we're putting our customers and our permit pullers in contact with us. And so I know a number of specific issues have surfaced, and so our staff does our best. But even just in some of the comments you're sharing, I'm hearing limitations in our zoning code, which hasn't been updated since 2008. And so that's something we're looking into. But then also what we're striving to do as a department, as a permit center, where there is flexibility, that's where we're trying to, be most helpful to push projects along. And part of it is, with the addition of our permit tech in particular, adding capacity to do some of the more proactive checking in. So, projects that may be sitting there without, wrapped around a temporary construction fence, may actually have a building permit issued already, right? And so it's just following up with them, making sure, where they're at in the process and just kind of holding their hands through the process. And so a lot of process improvements that we're working on this year.
We'll also be focusing on creating a tighter nexus between economic development and community development and creating concierge service. So when we do have a new business or somebody wants to do TIs, that we help streamline that. So we've been talking about that just preliminarily.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Pozike.
Oh, thanks. Brian, I have one question for Brian. About how many M Group FTEs do we utilize on average? Can you say anything about that?
Great question. So that I think this was a topic that was covered last year. When I think about our core components and our people that not only provide the base level service that our community is accustomed to, it ranges, and so without having the staff directory in front of me, there's 6 full-time staff members within our planning division, and then we supplement that, whether it's through planners focused on historic preservation or public art, and so it ebbs and flows based on the need. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I don't think I have a planning question. I'm going to drop right in to start with a Measure U question, page 78, and I'll ask that, and I'll get back to Councilmember Barnacle next. And so the question there on page 78 is, I see that the revenue for Measure U and the expenditure categories, and currently we're using perhaps 85% of Measure U for general fund, and that's a separate question. But as we head out to 2028, there's only 500,000 in the debt box, and I thought I'd heard earlier tonight that we were at $1 million in debt, so that was sort of a disconnect for me. I was hoping you could clarify.
Right. So in this forecast, basically what we're showing is what we would put out of the revenues towards the debt service. We, as Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran mentioned earlier, we did set aside additional funds in those first couple of years of Measure U. So we have additional money in the debt service fund that we've been planning on using for exactly this time period to smooth those debt service payments, as we knew general fund expenses would be ramping up. And then as we actually did a forecast out to 2035 for the Measure U Oversight Committee to talk through basically how those the infrastructure investment amount goes down, and then we build it back up in the outer years once our PERS unfunded actuarial liability starts to decline. We have a little more space to breathe.
So the debt reserve that is it in this accounting on this sheet? The bottom says the beginning fund balance and things like that.
No, we moved the money out of the Measure U fund, and it's in the debt service fund. So it's ready to go for those debt service payments.
Well, that's an interesting question about reserving money, today's money, to pay for something tomorrow like that. That's, I'll get my head around that part too. Thank you. I promise I go back over to Councilmember Barnacle.
Yep, thank you. So in finance, the new FTE, I presume that's going to be paid for by the utility?
Okay. Correct. It'll be factored into our cost allocation.
Okay. And then the new FTE in community development, is that going to be paid for by fees, or is that, I can't remember if that was a general fund item.
Are you referring to the code enforcement officer? Mm-hmm. So that's 50%, it's basically 50-50, 50 general fund, 50 building fund.
Great, thanks. So I want to acknowledge sometimes the little things matter, and seeing the gopher abatement thing in there in McNear Ball Field just really warmed my heart. So thank you for that. And then on to Councilmember Healy's point about enforcement, I'd love to see more data on that. I think that there's an opportunity, we see the posts about and the information about single DUIs and things like that, but meta stuff and trends and things like that to just build more awareness, and it helps to build more awareness in the community. So, and on enforcement too. I'd love to see how many tickets got written around Casa Grande High School in September. Those sorts of things. Those would be great to know. And also, I love hearing our police department, our fire department talking about infrastructure. There's a lot of times classic things you've got a hammer, everything looks like a nail, but you're seeing the full picture, and I really appreciate that. It shows a lot of great teamwork across our departments. And then I'll just double down on the need to really focus on the interface of economic development and community development and all of that stuff. And parks too, with the fairgrounds, right? There's, we're seeing where people go to one because they think they're there, and then they're like, wait, I need to go over here too. And, we had some experiences like that. And I just, I think some process, just discovery there would be helpful. And then I don't know who did the icons in this presentation, but Gold Star, whoever did it. I think the city attorney's office won with the police oversight and the cannabis icon. Congratulations to your small but mighty team on.
But there's a lot. My team, and I should mention it's the Dylan and Jordan and Lisa Rogers. There's a lot they deserve credit for, but not the icons.
No? Okay.
we're completely reliant on our colleagues for that, so thanks, colleagues.
We got to go to a comedy show or something. Those were too good. Okay, that's all for me. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, there's so much good stuff in here. It's really fun to find all the nuggets in it. But one question I had was with the ERP that is proposed or in process and whatnot, will job cost accounting, real-time job cost accounting for capital projects be available from that? When we say enterprise, do we include capital?
Yes, it will include tracking for capital projects and grants.
Yeah, and on a real-time basis, close process after payments, close process after payroll.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we can pull that information now.
So we would know
that's
month to
not
month
something that
what
we
we're
can't
spending
do right now.
I love a new software, by the way. So
Yeah.
I'm really, the adoption is the question, the implementation is the challenge.
Oh, yes, sorry.
And
So getting real-time data out of the current system is very, very challenging and extremely time-consuming. It's a lot of manual work. And what we'll be able to do with the new ERP system, it will do a handshake, talk directly to our Procore project management software. And so we'll be able to utilize real-time finance information on dashboards for our in-house, for our project managers, for our staff in general. And we're excited that we'll be able to, roll out some version, a modified version of dashboards online as well for the public and certainly for council.
that would be cool, especially for the really big projects where you have an encumbrance of a multi-year contract and you're able to track the cash flow, see how much is this fiscal year and next fiscal year, and free up what isn't needed in this fiscal year. Thank you. That'll be fun. Yeah, where does the engineer get excited? Spreadsheets. So I had a question for Parks, the aquatics conversion possibility. Have we got a sense of the economic efficiency of that? I mean, is this big bang or is this more of a control and quality question?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. We are going through kind of a feasibility analysis right now, and we're actually working with an ad hoc subcommittee of our Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission. We're fortunate we have a lot of in-house expertise on the Parks administration side. We've got our new Deputy Director, Kat Reisinger, who's in the audience here tonight, comes with an aquatics background, and we also have a pretty strong background with our Recreation Supervisor, Rachel Beer. So we have a conservative cost estimate. I think we have a placeholder around 60%. But again, we're going to go through this feasibility study and really kind of fine tune that. So that's where our estimate right now is about a 60% cost recovery.
Do you anticipate them to be all part-time or seasonal workers?
So in the addition of the 3 full-time positions, we do anticipate hiring a number of part-time seasonals, but we're looking through that feasibility right now to see what those costs would be. But we've got that all placeholdered in the budget now.
Thank you. The other questions I see, there's no capital money for Kenilworth this year, and you're getting right along with design and whatnot. Do you need money in the capital for design, or is that a mid-year adjustment?
Yeah, I mean, really the mission is a fully, vision concept to take it back to the council and present some opportunities for different funding timelines. We feel strongly this is one of the fewer park projects I've been involved with where we really feel it's well situated for grants. But we also know that this is a holistic redesign of the whole park, which took into account not just the park, but its interface with the Kenilworth Teen Center, the newly renovated library, how that whole kind of corridor to the Midtown and Fairgrounds really plays in. So yes, we didn't want to, secure any funds right now for capital, knowing that we really need to take this in front of the council and the community in August and really present kind of the vision, because we didn't want to secure any funds knowing that we wouldn't be entering into construction within the next year.
there's a long way to go to get the design done, to get the construction bid. So yeah. I hear you. And I think that sets it for me. And so Councilwoman Cater Thompson.
I just have a quick question for Brian O. When somebody takes a building permit out and they don't act on it, is there an expiration date?
6 months.
Oh, it is 6 months. Okay, well, that's good to know. And then I'm just going to throw this out because it's kind of an odd thing, but I was at the Coast Guard base about a month ago, and there were Coast Guard members that they would like Petaluma to become a Coast Guard city. And so I kind of looked at it, and I mean, it's not military, so I'd feel much more comfortable. It's not the Army, Marines, or anything like that. But my question, or what I would look for, is are there benefits to dredging? If we become a Coast Guard city, is there any nexus there that it would be a benefit? And so that's why I'm bringing this up.
Yeah, I don't know, but we can explore that.
Yeah.
I mean, I found that fascinating because they are part of our community for sure.
Well, they are part of the community, and it works. And then if you tie in dredging, it might be a nexus.
Maybe.
Probably not, but
Maybe.
it would consider it.
Okay, Vice Mayor Stribbs.
Being it is 11 o'clock or thereof, almost, I believe I will move that we go past 11 o'clock.
Much appreciated. Do we have a second? Second from Dennis Posake. Thank you. Roll call vote real quick.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Reluctantly. It's 8 o'clock in the morning in Italy where I woke up yesterday morning.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And continuing, yes, Vice Mayor.
Just one more item. This is, I guess, for Parks and Recreation, but maybe also for Public Works, because I've been working on LEDs and working with the parks folks and doing all sorts of things. You're asking for one more FTE. Should we not be asking for more, given that we're going to be working with more open space with the River Park, with the Scannell property, with the Greenway and the expansion there, and then working with artificial turfs, or not working with the new turfs that we're going to be expanding? I think one FTE may not be enough to do everything, including the fairgrounds. Would that be would you want to request a little bit more there?
Well, I think there was a couple of questions in there, so I'm going to take a page out of Ingrid's book and repeat them back. So we started out talking about our landscape assessment districts. So I wanted to start with that because it very much is a collaborative effort through the operations with Public Works and Utilities. We have been ramping up our capacity to better manage that program. So it does take close coordination with Public Works. Once you have that, we have some work to do with legals and finance to restructure what has ended up being an exorbitant amount of landscape assessment districts, over 47 for a city this size, which is unmanageable. So that's the exciting part, is we do feel we have capacity among the staff and the right people. It's just getting people up to speed and timing. There's an interim solution for a couple of the ones that we know and have a path forward to addressing some of the immediate needs. So there's a couple of landscape assessment districts, one at Southgate, one at Willow Glen in particular, that we're focused on now. And those may even include consolidation or maybe carving them out of the landscape assessment district and as a one-off. So those we're aware, and those kind of what we focused on this year. But yeah, it's going to require a more holistic effort in coordination with not just Public Works, but legal and finance as well.
And also bringing on a consultant to help us with the LADs. Just consolidation, and we need to do that for sure.
Right. And then the second part of your question
was about, do we have enough staff for not only managing the LADs, but also the parks and current open space and future open space that we're seeking? We want to do a lot more, and with the regular turf, we want to upgrade our turf management. I'm thinking you need more than just the one FTE in addition to get everything done and to maintain everything. Because I know we're working on a tiny staff doing loads of work right now.
Right. I mean, it's a great point. I think I'd be remiss if every department feels they're in the same boat, and that's really what is important to tell the story of. We all rely on the services that one another provides, and I'm excited to tell the story from a Parks and Recreation lens. Is again, it's one full-time employee, but it's building off the momentum of the last 3 or 4 years, really. And we're going to be investing a lot, not just in the maintenance, but also in the equipment that we've had support to purchase. Some of the professional services that we have, like the gopher abatement, like the tree care management. A lot of it is, managing a lot of those service agreements, not just the service from one individual. But yes, I think we are continuing to grow and improve on the service delivery of park maintenance, and we're collecting data along the way, and we're being able to be flexible and pivot in where we put those resources. And I'm really excited for the budget that's being presented tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to public comment. Did we receive any online?
We did receive the 15 that I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
They weren't separated into the other two. But at this time, members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
Thank you. I think we have our answer. Almost everyone in the room is staff, except 2 or 3 public. I do want to, and I'd like to invite Nicola Fry to speak.
Nicola's ancillary staff, yes.
No, Nicola's not staff, remember? 2 things. 1, I would like to invite all of you to the Cool Petaluma Expo tomorrow between 5 and 8. And the reason why is the SAC, the Senior Advisory Committee, is having a booth. And the emphasis on our booth is recruiting for the CCBs and talking about the SAC, which we are recruiting for 3 members for us, but also talking about the Senior Center. And that's the second thing I wanted to talk to you a little bit about. The Senior Center, which has a fairly modest budget. Actually, the budget is less than it was 2 years ago. But what the Senior Center has been asked to do is more than it has previously done. The SAC's role is to advise you on the programs for seniors and the operation of the Senior Center. So I thought I'd give you a little bit of facts today. Our daily enrichment classes have gone up significantly every year for the last 3 or 4 years. The number of users have gone up daily from less than 53 years ago to almost 100 a day, every day. We have now added on a half day on Friday, and we have told that the proposal is to add on also Saturday and Sunday operations soon. So we're wondering kind of why our budget, which we've talked a little bit about this, but not a lot, has not increased proportionately to what we're doing. Seniors in this town, as I don't know how many times I've said this, are 1/3 of the population. But the amount of money that goes towards parks that benefit youth and teens is 4 times greater than what goes to benefit seniors. Just a little bit of facts for today. Come and visit us tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And with that, our public comment on the operations budget is closed. I bring it back to council or invite anyone to make a comment on the evening. Seems like you have a well-satisfied council who has nothing they wish to make last comments after 11 o'clock on. So I appreciate everyone's input on the evening night and your presence here till 11 o'clock at night. And so thank you very much, and we'll see this again here shortly.
In June.
In
for
June.
the first reading.
Right.
Yep.
Any other thoughts tonight? Do we have everything we need from tonight?
We absolutely do.
And
Thank
meeting
you
is
very much.
adjourned. Thank you very much.